What's up, everybody? Who we got in the chat? We got people flying in. Let me know what you think of this. We don't have... 𝔽𝕝𝕚𝕚𝕦𝕝𝕒𝕦 is not quite here yet. Am I audible? I better type this. Am I audible? Good. How integral is the music to the experience? That depends what you're into. Disturbing lack of cat ears. We'll get to that. We'll get to that topic. All right, this sounds good. What's up, Sirs Further? What's up, Texas Gunna? Texas Gunna and Zach Hundley have been elevated to modhood, which I'm very excited about. It's a very, very exciting event. And we are waiting for EIGENVOYAGE to get out of a work thing. What you crying about, Wandre? Hello, Malty, maybe. Whichever you may be. What's up, MCon? Just keeping an eye out for our guests. I do kind of like that we're waiting for our very special guest. I feel like it's more appropriate for the drama. That's right. You gotta imagine Zach with just like a big hammer and like armor, kind of like the King's Guard. That's how I'm thinking of it. I don't know what I think of his music. It's a lot. I don't like jazz that much.
Welcome to this podcast.
Who we got? What's up, Costa? Welcome. Costa line. If that's how you pronounce that. Welcome. I don't know about this jazz. I clicked jazz because I had this idea in my mind about the jazz. Texas boys on the watch. Alright, what do we got? I got indie, that's probably going to be bad. R&B. Synthwave? Let's try synthwave. Oh, this is intense. Jazz is good, actually. Okay, Quarantine by Occam's Laser. Pretty cool. Turn it down a little bit. Oh, EIGENVOYAGE grabbing headphones. I'm very excited. I'm gonna try this for a bit. Does it get louder when I do this? Oh my god, I really want a Keanu core emoji or something like that. It does get louder? Nice. That's what I like. By the way, I am sharing a Discord link. Dude, I will play some Cyberpunk. I expect it to be kind of wiped right after this, but I would love to play some Cyberpunk. By the way, Discord link, bam, there it is. Feel free to join up. And I'm receiving a call. Hey, EIGENVOYAGE. Hold on. Am I audible? Can't quite hear you yet. Cool. I am live, by the way, so the moment you get in, don't immediately say all of your most precious secrets that the internet's not ready to hear. Also, if there's any chance the issue's on my side, you'll let me know. I can testing some stuff. Yeah. We got no rush. Is it bad to send a CRISPR set to your nephew? What does that mean? What is that? Well, everybody, I'm going to mute myself real quick while I do tech support with Eigen.
Am I coming through? Nice. Okay. Excellent.
Can you guys hear Eigen Robot? They've got their 7-second delay, and it's going to come crashing through. Hell yeah. All right, I think we're good, dude.
Cool. Nice.
Let me turn you up on my side real quick. There's a way to do this. Okay, cool.
Hey, Al.
Chad voice confirmed. I promised everyone.
Yeah, it's too bad I don't have a cold. I usually drop about an octave when I've got a sore throat. Really like to optimize podcasts around
You do you know the voice of Snake in Metal Gear Solid? You know, he's like a lifelong smoker.
Oh, nice. Maybe I should take up smoking. Hey, Moon. All right, she vetoed that.
She vetoed the smoking. There's got to be a way to just kind of gargle the smoke and not breathe it, so you don't get cancer.
Yeah, isn't that the point of a cigar? Like you sort of just like get the smoke in your throat. I guess you can still get throat cancer from that.
Yeah,
perhaps.
I'm not a doctor, and as far as I know, I isn't either. Just for the caveats. All right, dude. Yo, we're in. We got everybody in the chat. All right, so just the things, just a couple logistical things before we get started. There will be cat ears. However, I didn't promise anything about the duration of the cat ears, but at the same time, I do want to be, respect the spirit of the gambit. And so what we're going to do is about an hour in, I'm going to put them on for 15 minutes. That is my commitment. That's what I will do. All right, now the chat knows. Thing number 2 is I put a Discord link. You're welcome, Malty. Yeah, it is fair. I put a Discord link in the chat if anybody wants to join Discord. I don't know if it's going to be good or if it's going to spark and burn and die and disappear into nothingness. But there's a Discord there if you wanna get in. All right, Eigen.
Do your worst.
All right, man. We got to pick a place to fly. Oh yeah, no wait, sorry. The third bill of business is we had questions for that people wanted to ask you. I'll link that thing in chat. But if anybody wants to pick, you can browse that if you want, if you like answer stuff, because we had a bunch of questions for you on different shit. But we can also talk about it. Whatever. Here we go. Here's that thread. I'll throw that in. All right, wonderful. All right, again, we got to pick a place to fly.
Okay, cool. Wow, that's all right. So, how quickly do you fly? Is this like, are you flying like a what the hell is the fast one? Well, what are you flying? Okay, so Diamond Day.
So we can
really
pick.
Okay.
So that's part of it.
Okay, cool. What's fun to fly? I mean, I don't think I want to send you over the Pacific Ocean, right? Like that might be pretty boring.
Right. So there, we can see locales you've never been to, places you've been to where you recognize stuff. We could go to Turkey. We could go to historical locations. We could just do America. See what New York looks like. I haven't seen most of the places. We gotta, yeah.
What kind of historical are you talking about? Like, can we have a flight over the Battle of Manzikert?
I mean, it depends. Where is that place?
It's kind of outside of Constantinople, and in Ionia, and that in Turkey. But actually, hell yeah, let's just do Constantinople.
Yeah, sweet. All right, do you want to start there or get there?
Let's not start there. Let's have a journey to Byzantium.
Nice. Okay, I like that. And so the thing is, the flights. What's up, Dalton? The flight takes as long as the flight would take in real life, depending on our thing, right? So, let's see. Let's pick as our arrival. We'll have the Dardanelles, and that's the departure. That's a 15-minute flight. I don't know how much of this you're seeing. Departure.
Yeah, it's coming through.
Cool. We got an hour flight here. It's often nice to. I say we do like like 20 minutes, 30 minutes is a good solid thing, and then we can scoop back around. We can explore. What do you think? We just go from somewhere in Turkey?
Yeah, let's do it. I mean, hey, you're the pilot, so
true.
I trust your judgment here.
Fly from Crimea. Crimea.
I think that's probably mostly over the Black Sea, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's a lot of water.
Although, yeah, kind of murky. Are the clouds generated in real time? Like, is that the current state of the Earth, or are those?
So I can switch the time, and it depends how much you want to do it. If I do it right now, we can sync with our time, but it'll be dark. But it is.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't realize it was that. That's amazing.
It is cool, though. It often is when it's dark. It's like dark, right? So we'll pick a time of day. We got to pick a plane though.
Right. Plane.
So I'll show you.
Yeah, let's see the list. I'm not an aviation enthusiast too much. I mean, I like going on planes, but wow, that icon looks absurd.
What? Which
the icon A5?
Oh yeah, it's real goofy. So the things to look at are the cruise speed and the altitude. So the icon A5 is fun, and also we can switch midway through because I've got developer mode on. But the fast ones are cool. There's a Boeing. You know, we could just take a big fatty.
Oh sure, yeah.
We got the 747.
Interesting, man. Let's go with the little plane. I don't know if I'm likely to fly in one of those in real life.
Yeah.
I mean, like unless everyone I know and love dies, in which case, I can risk my life. But
right.
at least, or if I really need to cash out on a life insurance policy, I probably shouldn't have said that. That seems like something that might be held against me in court. Scratch that. So yeah, I don't know. Let's go with something small though.
All right, something small. I'm gonna click the Daher or Daher because it's fast and goes high, and it's pretty classic. And we can switch it up midway through. That works for you. All right.
Yeah, for sure. Oh man, people. Beckman wants to go to the moon. I guess people in chat are giving us feedback too. How much respect do you give to people in chat? Is this a situation?
As much as we want, man. I usually want to hear what they have to say. No respect.
Oh, follow the road of Genghis. Can you do that? Beckman, man, he went a lot of places.
What's up, P Zombie? Triple dimple homemade sickle. Damn, what a name.
I can kind of envision it, I don't know why you would put a dimple in a sickle, but
yeah,
that's got to be one of the shit. What do you call it? The warm up things that you do for wow, that's beautiful for theater. Red leather, yellow leather.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I was gonna do one from memory, but I don't think I know any of them. All right, we got someone Sickle Nickel or somebody joined. Max Ernst Dog. Thanks, guys. Thank you for following. All right, man. We're in the plane. And let's try to get out of here. I can kind of show you the deal. I don't know if you've ever played this, but
nope, never in my life.
It's kind of awesome. So we can see all the little dials and stuff. And people who are like actually into planes, I should be someone who's like a huge planes fan because I'm running this thing. I'm not. I just like doing shit. And so, but people who are really into planes, you can press all the little buttons. You can like toggle stuff, parking brake, I don't know. Is there like a disastrous failure mode in this game where you just fuck it up and crash? And how realistic is the death? Right. So the death is not, well, I don't know. Maybe it is realistic. It's a good question. I was going to say it's not realistic because you don't get to see a huge explosion, but I guess in real life you probably don't get to see the explosion.
Yeah, I guess not.
But I actually have disable crashes off because the actual wind will tear the plane apart sometimes. So you'll just be trying to do some cool shit. Yeah. You'll just be trying to do something cool, like do a loop, and then like the wind will rip the plane apart. You don't see much of it though. It just says like you ripped the plane apart. But I'm going to start us off.
Cool. So how much skill do you need to like get a plane off the ground in this game? Because in real life it seems no. Okay, so like getting the plane off the ground and flying the plane is easy, and it's only the landing that's tough, right? That's what I learned from 9/11.
Oh god, did my computer freeze? I'm off the ground in this case. I've had some troubles. I mean, generally it's not too bad, but hold on, we're not really too far off the ground, and you can see I'm wobbling a little bit.
Yeah.
Let's put away those landing gears. We got the moon.
Come on, guys. Oh, they fold in. That's interesting.
Yeah. Now is that realistic? Probably. It's probably
I don't know. Honestly, I know very little about plane engineering. The one thing that I know is that the fuel is usually kept in the wings.
Right. Is that true?
But
That's weird.
Yeah. No, so that's the reason they burn off all the fuel if you're going in for like a rough landing.
Okay.
Like they fly the plane around to burn off fuel, and it's not because they're really concerned the plane is going to explode per se, but if you hit the ground at a pretty high velocity or a pretty high speed, like a negative velocity depending on your axes, but you hit the ground and like if there's a bunch of fuel inside, I think that puts a lot of pressure on the joints of the plane. I could be
heavy.
making some of that up because it's heavy, and so like if
Right.
if you have a bunch of fuel out at the tip of the wings, then it's like a ton of pressure on them.
Right.
But I don't know. I've also seen when you're flying in you can see the wings. I'm making a motion with my arms right now, waving
Right.
up and down.
We'll
I
use our
guess
imagination.
yeah, I guess Boeing has a device that they use to on their prototypes at least to like test how far the wings will bend without snapping, and it's
Cool.
absurd. I mean, it's like a giant like curve upward, and nothing you're gonna encounter in real life. You'll probably
Right.
die in a plane crash from something else, not the wing breaking off, which is pretty reassuring to me.
I love shit like that. I've always loved like when they have videos of like when they stress test like the Tough Book is that laptop that they like send to Afghanistan.
Oh, I've seen those. Yeah.
Yeah, they stick them in like fire and they hit them with stuff and they freeze
Oh,
it
shit.
and they like drop it from really high and stuff. All right, dope. So we are up in the air, man. And by the way, so I'm going to try to follow this purple line, and that should get us to Constantinople.
Oh, that purple line. Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
And so we're on our way.
Welcome
And but
to
I
this
saw
podcast.
handling logistical matters. We got Delicis, Rod Key Kong, and Power Bottom Dad. I recognize some of you guys from Twitter. Thank you for the follow.
PBD.
Welcome to this
Thank you,
podcast.
Sport Death 420. All right, man. We're finally here. What do you want to talk about?
I don't know. I mean, I guess the first thing that I could say is when I think about time travel, the first thing that I think about is like what would happen if someone had an A10 and they were able to travel through time and just take it to 𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚 and turn back the Turks, But
Wait, what is this battle? What is the
Right,
battle you're describing?
yeah, so 𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚 was this total shitstorm where the Seljuk Turks had taken over a fair chunk of the Arabian world, and they finally turned their sights on Constantinople, which was at that point still holding out and also controlled most of what's Turkey today. So the details of the battle are basically the Byzantine emperor rode out on the field of battle to face the Turks and just got stomped. It was this absolutely disastrous victory for the Greeks, and it's what I think. I'm a little fuzzy on this, but I think it's what ultimately spurred the Crusades. Like the Byzantines were stomped so hard they went back begging to the Catholics, please send us some men. We have lost all of Turkey. We were barely holding out here.
What year are we talking?
Oh shit, I want to say 1076. Can I cheat and look this up? I don't know.
No,
Anyone in
totally.
chat know? Because
I-
Crusades were launched in 1098. So man,
if Sir Vogelfrey shows up, he'll trounce everybody. But I don't know.
All
if
right,
he's gonna do it.
1071.
1071.
Yeah, Vogelfrey. Yeah, Vogelfrey. He's great. We met him once.
Nice.
Went for a walk in the woods. Was not like kidnapped and murdered. It wasn't much of a woods.
Right. Okay, wait. So 1070. Okay, so my historical. So I like yourself. I am interested in the study of history, and know many of its challenges, including that there's so much goddamn history that if you try to understand it all, you're fucking screwed.
Yeah.
And so a lot of my historical knowledge is like I've got some on the classical world and I've got some like on the modern world since I don't know, the American Revolution, and a big gigantic hole in the middle kind of.
Yep.
And so 1070 whatever. So this is the Byzantines still existed then?
Yeah, Byzantines held out until 1453. I think it was fall of Constantinople. I should know that. I use 1453 as a random seed for most of my code.
Right.
But yeah, 1453. So yeah, so like Byzantium falling to was it Mahmud II in 1453 is like one of the two arguable dates for the end of the Middle Ages. The other being Columbus's voyage.
Right. Okay.
So
I think I just focused my camera. My camera's focused. Okay, wait. So we're going here. Okay, so then why am I having trouble bending my mind around this? God, the Byzantines were around for so long. This is one of those things where I'm just like, in my head, I have Rome going till 500, from like 500 to 500 or something like that, and then the Byzantines till a whole 1,000 years later.
Welcome
then
to this podcast.
You're saying that the Seljuk Turks show up,
Mm-hmm.
and the Byzantine emperor himself rides out with the crew to turn them back.
Yep, and he's captured alive, which is just a disaster. I don't know. I mean, I've sometimes thought about what it would be like if the president were leading troops and like was captured in battle, and it seems like an advantage of the American system that it's like the president just doesn't matter that much, like who it is at any given point in time. Like, I don't know how much, like if Biden was like fighting in the Straits of Taiwan and the Chinese captured him, it's like, how much would you pay for Biden? I don't know. I mean,
I'd be mad. I'm not Biden's biggest fan, but I'd be mad.
Yeah, I'd be mad, but like, it's a republic, and he's not really a symbol for stuff. Like, he's got a vice president; she can just step in. Like, it's not like the United States belongs to Biden, and so like if he falls, then this great symbol of the country falls. It's like, nah, Mr. President. He's one schmo. Set up some kind of prisoner exchange or something. But
he's got a job.
Yeah. And
Valkyrie Harris will retrieve him from the enemy.
A crack squad led by Kamala Harris.
Right. I was just thinking about this like 2 days ago because I was watching Troy, and I remembered that Odysseus is a king and he's in the Trojan horse.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Like I'm not a monarchist, but mad respect for the people who actually went out and like led their troops in the battlefield,
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. It's like you haven't, I don't know, it's very full of like lore, and I'm like, and like the vibe of it is very like heroic and stuff, and I'm a little bit tentative to like say I know what that means or whatever, but it does feel like it tells you something about their virtue or something like that. I don't know, being like tested in.
Yeah. No, for sure. I mean, like, I don't know, like this summer with some of the protests, like you saw like the mayor of Portland, what's his name, Ted Wheeler, and the one in Minneapolis, whose name I don't remember, but like Jared Frey, is that right?
Is that the mayor?
I think so, or it's an old coworker of mine. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But the guy in Minneapolis, like
Ted Wheeler?
No, he was Portland. So the one in the one in Minneapolis, like
Jacob.
There's an angry crowd, and he decides the best thing to do is to go up and get in front of the crowd, which like I respect that. That takes some balls, but like he gets up in front of the crowd and they give him a mic, and that's decision time if you're a politician, right? Like that's heart of the matter time. If you're in front of a crowd and they're listening to you and you have a fucking microphone, like, I'm sorry, if you're a politician worth your salt, you turn that mob to whatever purpose you want. You have a mob. Like, this is a blessing. You don't make use of it. And they end up just shouting him down and driving him off stage in shame. And he walks off with his tail between his legs, and it's like, what kind of a politician is this? Know? Like, this is like, even Brutus was better than this. Much less Anthony, So I don't know. I definitely disrespect those people quite a lot. Not just because of the lack of physical courage. But just like, no, I don't know. They feel more like bureaucrats in some ways, or just like kind of boneless scam artists rather than people you can imagine like picking up a sword and fighting to the death.
So Eigen, as king of the internet rationalists or whatever.
Oh no, rationalists won't like that much.
Right. Yeah. Will you mandate that your followers
Welcome
all
to this podcast.
get jacked so that when the time comes, and the mob is assembled, you can get something done of use for the greater I don't know what the empire is called. Is it an empire?
I don't know. Empire seems really grandiose.
That's true.
I don't know. I mean, I definitely was elected king.
Right.
In what was probably a fair contest, despite my begging everyone not to do that.
Right.
Which I guess is Caesarian, really, when you think about it. Like, no, please don't give me the crown of leaves.
Right.
But yeah, getting jacked, I don't know. It seems like a good idea. I would definitely not ever command anyone to do it, because I think what people would do is laugh at me, and that's about right.
Uh-huh.
I mean, that's the amount of dignity that I deserve as the elected leader of any people. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've thought a lot about what I would do in that sort of a position. Like, all right, there's a crowd in front of me. They're
Right.
mad at me, and they're not killing me yet. And I think
Right.
you just got to face them down. And, there's, I think in Huck Finn, there's a chapter like that where some guy, I think there's an old guy in this little town in, I don't know, Mississippi or something. And he shoots someone who's acting very disrespectfully toward him. And then he just walks off and goes home. And the town like gets really mad, and they whip up a mob, and they go to see this guy just sitting on his porch with a shotgun. And you think they're going to lynch him, but he just stares them down, calls them pussies.
Right.
And they just kind of slink away, and that's it. And I think you've got to have the courage of your convictions, right? You've just got to be able to have a grasp of that kind of mob psychology and stand them down and like not turn and run. Just like like if you look at bison and tundra with wolves, like the wolves have a pursuit reflex.
Uh-huh.
So often what'll happen if they get a single one of these animals cornered is like they'll surround it in a ring and kind of snap at it. But
Right.
the dogs aren't. I guess my understanding is the dogs aren't actually wired to pursue it and kill it
to this podcast.
unless it actually runs. And
So it's
I mean,
like they test the will of the one kind of thing.
yeah, and like mobs are a really intense kind of psychological.
Oh yeah.
And so I think you got to play on that level, because you're not going to beat up a mob, right?
Right.
Unless
You gotta
you're
use
huge.
discourse, as we've
Yeah.
trained on Twitter.com,
As
we've been working towards.
It's fantastic training. I mean, God
Yeah.
created Twitter to train the faithful, as they say.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess there's a really good book called Facing Violence
Uh-huh.
that's by a guy, I think Stephen Miller, or is he the Trump guy? I don't know.
There is a
Facing
Trump guy
Violence.
named Stephen Miller.
Is there? All right. Well, maybe it's some other Miller. So so Facing Violence, like,
Rory.
had Rory Miller. Yeah, that sounds right. So he's a really interesting guy. It seems like he I guess he spent most of his career working in a jail and like breaking up fights between inmates, and also just
Oh wow.
it sounds like this guy gets in a lot of fights.
Okay.
And like unarmed fights for the most part. But he's like, there's certain, like, if there's violence, here are the major ways that violence plays out, and like, here are the different ways that it can play out. Here are the different types of psychology. And I love this book because it's built purely on his experience, right?
Right.
He's incredibly analytical, but there's none of this. I mean, it's not based on a bunch of t-tests. It's not this kind of like, masturbatory, like
reading
gathering
a
data.
book on martial arts from like a PhD who has like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Although he talks about that too. He has a lot of opinions about martial arts, like as somebody who goes and gets in fights. He's like, yeah, most of this shit's a waste of time, as UFC went and demonstrated later. But so he's got a couple of like especially important kinds of fights that can occur. So like there's a monkey dance where like one person will go and sort of like disrespect another person, and it'll just slowly escalate, with these people like kind of pushing each other back and forth, and then eventually somebody throws a punch. And mobs seem quite a lot more dangerous.
Right.
And he calls that a group monkey dance, where typically there's like one large group of people that's kind of acting in concert, psychologically speaking. And, you know, with that, he's like, no, you just got to get out of there. Like, they kind of are psyching themselves up to brutally hurt you or just straight up kill you.
Right.
And you're not going to beat something like that as a single person, unless perhaps you're huge and they're not huge, and you can inflict some kind of dramatic, heroic act of violence on somebody and make an example of them.
This is like the Ender's Game maneuver.
I think. Oh yeah,
Right.
like that kid in the showers where he just kicks his balls until he spits up blood. Jesus, that was violent.
Well, it specifically in Ender's Game, if I recall correctly, it's something like there's some line of reasoning like you don't pick the biggest person, but you pick like the biggest person you can beat in like a sudden act of, you know, whatever, to kind of scare the, you know, to scare the crowd kind of thing.
And there's a lot of that. Like when people want to confront you, like with just about anything. I mean, this happens on Twitter a lot, where people like go into a fight or an argument wanting to have a specific kind of fight.
Right.
And you don't have to give them that kind of fight. And if you refuse to play by that specific set of rules, you can often completely derail the attempt at like somebody trying to be like that at you. I'm sorry, I was distracted by Tom Cruise.
Oh yeah. So thank you, Rowing Forward, for the sub. It's so you were distracted by Tom Cruise, but what you may not be hearing right now is that every time it comes up, he goes, or there's a voice thing that goes, "Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about." And that was just screaming in my ear. But since we paused for that, thank you, Newell Fall Games, Luke Lightman1, and Mike HTTP for the follows as well. Okay, wait. So Eigen, we had a couple questions in here.
Oh right, yeah.
So
do you want? Should I read the questions? Do you want to read the questions?
Whatever you want to do. So someone did mention that you're thinking about running a podcast or something like that. So I am curious about that. But I think, I don't know, whatever people want to hear about. Like, I feel like I know you've been on some podcasts, so I feel like there's going to be a set of things that people will have already asked you about. Okay, I got to make sure this plane doesn't fucking crash. Also, it's just pointing at the sky for some reason.
It's kind of, wow, shit. Don't take this the wrong way, but I'm not going to get on a plane if you're flying. Possibly if you're on it, just like by,
especially if I'm flying it with a DualShock 4 controller. Yes, no, that's understandable. Any of that. I mean, you know, just stuff that is there a podcast? Is there a project in the works? Yeah,
there definitely is. So I'm speaking to you from the microphone that I got, which I love. Whoever recommended I get a Yeti. This thing is fantastic. I hadn't expected it to be this big, but it's actually perfect for me. I had a snowball earlier, I think, and I really had to like lean into it. And I'm still leaning in a little bit, but like this, given the height of my desk and the height of my chair and the length of my torso, it's just kind of perfectly positioned. And like, man, it's made of fucking metal, which I really appreciate in any kind of device. So yeah, mostly at this point, it's a matter of me sitting down, setting up some kind of a site to host podcasts. Need to figure that out. And then talking to people who might want to talk to me. And you know, that it seems like the first podcast is pretty important, right? Like that maybe sets the tone for a lot of stuff.
Right.
So I need to think about that pretty carefully. Like, what do I even want to do? I mean, right now it's mostly an excuse to, one, talk to people, which I love doing.
Right.
And two, like, find people that I want to just isolate and ask a lot of questions about their area of expertise. But I feel kind of rude just cornering somebody like that on Twitter.
Right.
But if it's a podcast, you're being really open, and that's the purpose of it.
Right.
And so I think I need to sit and be a little bit diligent about that. I mean, like, real talk, one of the reasons I haven't been doing it is I've been playing a lot of WoW. I mean, I pretty much, my life just totally collapsed over winter break, and I got my mage up to 60 and ran a bunch of raids. And so the bloom is kind of coming off of that rose, as inevitably happens. So most likely, what is it, Tuesday?
Right. Oh, wait, what's happening Tuesday?
No, I'm just trying to figure out when I have free time to get all of this set up. But that's a really boring topic of conversation. So anyway, I'll do it soon. Hey, Moon. Bother me to set up a podcast soon. Would you bother me to set up a podcast soon?
Guys, we're hearing Moon.
Yeah. So it's good, actually. We we act as like accountability buddies for each
Yeah.
other, and
Yeah.
like we ask for credible commitment to like yell at each other if we don't do what we're supposed to. It's great.
Right. By the way,
Um,
I do. Then I have to ask you, how do you pronounce Celine's handle?
So she is 𝕬𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚, which is sort of 𝕬𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚, which is a very clever combination of Selene, moon goddess Selene, I don't know, and telekia, which is like the process of becoming the maximal state of a thing. So in her case, it's like a self-transmutation into a moon, which when she did it was not an Avatar reference, but
Right.
I think we're all pretty happy about how it worked out.
So I have so many people who tell me to watch Avatar, but I actually have had trouble getting into it, which I think probably puts me in some horrible category according to the worldview of many of our viewers.
No, I get it. I mean, season one is okay, but it's just okay, and I don't know. In my view, it peaks in season 2, and season 2 is just beautiful and fantastic, and season 3 is pretty good, but season 1 it's kind of more like, all right, this is a kids show, better than most kids shows. But
that was exactly my feeling about it. I was like, yeah, it was just kind of the kiddiness. Not that I'm like against that or something, but it kind of got in the way.
Yeah, no, I respect that.
Right.
I mean, I think a lot of people had the advantage of watching it when they were kids, and so it doesn't come off quite as like, cringe-inducing.
Right.
But that's not my excuse. I watched it when I was like 29, and I thought it was great. So.
Right. P zombies. Real
although
bad.
I was high, so.
See, now and then that can grease the wheels a little bit.
Yeah.
Just. This is a nice lake. So by the way,
which I don't know the name of that lake. I wish I did.
We can get real close to it. Let's see what happens. By the way, I do like that it's snowy over here. For some reason, I thought it would not be snowy over here, but I guess it gets cold in the winter.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, like, I don't know. It feels like Turkey is almost Mediterranean, right?
Right. I wonder if this is high altitude. Does it snow? It snows.
I don't think
it snows in Italy and stuff, right? In some.
Yeah,
places.
yeah. But like, this is almost sea level. I think. I don't think the coast of Ionia is that rocky. I'm sort of making that up, but I don't think it's super mountainous. I'm gonna check the temperature in Istanbul right now.
And by the way, I don't know if you know this. This game is pretty sick in that we are flying on Bing Maps right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's the world. Like this is what it kind of looks like. And the what?
Microsoft is really underestimated, I think. I mean, people talk about FANG, but Microsoft is huge and continues to be huge. And it seems like it's mostly B2B at this point.
Right.
Maybe. I don't know. Do people still buy Office or Windows? I don't.
I bought it recently.
Oh, I've always just pirated that stuff, so I don't actually know what the demand for that is like.
Right.
But
sorry, I realized that I had clouds turned off and I just turned them on, so we're like above the clouds right now.
Okay, incidentally, Istanbul right now, it's Wednesday at 4 a.m. and it's 50 degrees Fahrenheit, which, if you're curious, is 10 degrees Celsius.
It's 50 Fahrenheit, so maybe it's not this snowy.
Welcome.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's some kind of like expectation for this time of year. Anyway.
Yeah.
Or that Turks have pulled out snow machines for skiers. I don't know. So, okay, wait, this is interesting. So this is super cloudy. So
yeah.
Do you have like an altitude
I do
monitor?
Okay. Let me turn it on. Let's go to general. Gotten good at this particular heads-up display. Cool. All right, so we will get a heads-up. So in the bottom right, I'm getting a little bit of computer shitting itself. Also, by the way, people can't tell this. My plane is flying right. My hand is on the control, pushing hard left. So it looks like here we're just in some terrifying, smoky-looking, like, ice fog or something. Like, and we're only at 2,400 feet.
Yeah, that's well. So like all of these trees are trees that are specifically identified on Bing Maps.
Okay.
Oh, is that true? I'm asking.
Oh, That's a great question. I don't know how far they go. I think that I would expect they would like use a brush or something to kind of, because Bing Maps doesn't have as high quality of like graphical assets, right? The actual thing as this. Like I feel like this is Bing Maps plus like some brushwork a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah, I can see that.
Who would win in a street race, you or Eigen? Well, I don't have a car.
we could do a foot race. I'm actually pretty slow.
Yeah.
Like I can plod along and go a reasonable distance, but yeah, my actual speed is terrible. I've got a long torso and stumpy legs.
You have a long
in the
torso.
grand scheme of things.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. For some reason, I imagine you being tall, but this is one of the things you don't have to confirm or not. I'm imagining you being like real tall and lanky, actually.
No, I'm 5'10", and
Okay.
not stocky, like just normal build.
Right.
Or I don't know. Hey, Celine. How would you describe like my build? You don't need to do that. do you want to say hi?
All right, say hi.
I don't know if that came through. Well, she did say hi to everyone. I think she was more amused than exasperated. So
Right.
yeah,
I heard
anyway.
it giggle. Yeah.
Okay, good. So there were some questions that people asked on Twitter, and I don't want to make you a liar. Do
Right.
you want me to look at these questions and pick some that
Go for it. Do it.
I'm happy to. So I'm happy to do. Well, what I was gonna say is I'm happy to do that, but that feels it feels cheap. It feels like I should
Right.
give people the opportunity to ambush me. So
Yeah,
I don't
okay.
know how to do that.
So, chat, you got to ask Eigen your question. So maybe chat can use that as a source, and you can also just grab ones from there if you want, or chat can just ask whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I got to scoot my chair over. I've got slightly bad vision. Like I can drive without glasses, but
Right.
I maybe shouldn't. But
Right.
my monitor is big enough that if I'm not kind of like squinting at it or wearing glasses, I can't actually see stuff on the far sides. So okay, let's see here. Something about Booze Guy. Favorite Paradox game? I have really only played. I played Stellaris, but I'm a CK2 man.
Hell yeah. I saw you
fucking
like
love
that.
CK2.
I saw you like that tweet. I guess you probably like 400,000 tweets a day, but someone
until the
photoshopped
cat
me into
meme.
a glitter hoof. Glitter hoof.
yeah. How did that make you feel?
Great. I love that game, dude. I fucking love CK2. I have fun with it.
Okay, let me get this. Some shit went down. Here we go. Yeah, CK2 is great. Here's my CK2 thread. One of them.
Oh, I'm gonna click this for later. Save this for later. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Vectin wants to know about Monogatari. Monogatari is great. So Monogatari is an anime series. God, this is such a softball. Just go watch Monogatari. It's weird as hell, but and a little bit inscrutable, but the art is just breathtaking.
This
Just
is anime.
such a
This sounds like
yeah,
anime.
it's anime. Yeah, is this an anime podcast or stream?
It totally can be.
Yeah. No.
Does that mean is that a dog whistle if I say yes or no? Is that a thing?
I don't know. I'm not sure what the implications are.
Right.
I've been like low key anime for most of my life, but
Right.
never like really into anime. So
I have a weird relationship to all that, which is my wheels came down again. Which is that I'm kind of a gigantic weeb, but I was a weeb who took it like really seriously when especially like in high school and junior high, and so I was like reading samurai manuals and shit. And then
wow.
I think I like distanced myself from anime a little just because I didn't want to be like, it's like narcissism with small differences kind of thing. Like I'm not that kind of weeb.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
You know what I mean?
You should investigate the 19th and 18th century weebs of England. Like
Okay.
they used to be really fucking cool.
Right.
Like these people in England who were just like, you know what? Fuck England. I want to see what China's like. And
Right.
at that time it was illegal to just like wander around China if you were European, but this guy named Manning did. Like he grew a giant beard and he hired a Chinese guy to like smuggle him into the country, and he learned Chinese, and he just wandered around and claimed to be Tibetan, and they just kind of let him do it until
Yeah.
they found him suspicious and eventually like banished him from the country. But you know him, or like T.E. Lawrence, who was kind of an Arab weeb, or
Of
like
course.
um
There's probably a word for that. I don't know what it is, and it's probably a little offensive, but I'm sure there's a word for Arab, like a Middle Eastern.
Arabu.
Arabu.
That does sound offensive, and also wrong. I don't know. It was not meant offensively.
I really like that.
Yeah, but there was Richard Burton. Speaking of people who like Arabs, who did this fantastic translation of the Arabian Nights. That like the translation was fine, but it was better known for his salacious footnotes that explained everything that happened in the Arabian Nights, and like really blue stuff.
Right.
So yeah. Anyway, check it out, Richard Burton, Tale of 1,000 Nights and a Night. Anyway, yeah, I'm not sure where that was going. Let me grab another question.
Dope.
Fix a trim. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's right. Eigen is a math thing, like you get an eigenvector or, you know, an eigenvalue, and you start at an eigenvalue, you can just like build it into additional dimensions, and I think by extrapolation, eventually you just get a robot. So that's it. That's the joke.
Oh shit! Hold on, we're having a problem here with the.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
All right. All right.
Wow, that's really hard water.
Yeah.
Which I guess makes sense. Like, I guess surface tension.
So it's because I turned off crash, so we're gonna swim. We're so close to Constantinople.
Oh man!
I'm gonna have to put us back in the air real quick. Pardon this interruption. Why don't you handle it?
Yeah, okay.
Someone said fix the trim, and I clicked a button, and then it's just like, no, we're going in the water right now. All right, you grab a question.
Okay, let's see here. Let's see. Bobbleheading, Casanova. Oh, French who went to live with the Ottomans. I don't know who that was. I wish I did. He sounds fascinating. I'm gonna look that up later. Turkish water. I know about Zamzam water, sort of. Listen to a podcast where they mentioned Zamzam water, which I think is water. This is just probably blankly offensive. I think there was some kind of a well of Zamzam that was supposed to be holy, but maybe was also pretty polluted and caused some kind of a conflict with the British in Asia or in the Near East in like late 1900s, early 1900s. I don't know. I'm just brain dumping right now. Is that? No, that's not 𝔽𝕝𝕚. I don't recognize this lull character, but he did briefly remind me of 𝔽𝕝𝕚. Let's see here. Eigen versus that guy. Oh yeah, Noah Smith.
Oh right. dude, mad respect for that. It was very funny. I don't know if everyone knows the lore here, the backstory.
Yeah, so in late 2017, maybe, I realized that I had this impulse on Twitter to like go and argue with people who said things that were irritating me, and I realized that was time not well spent. And I could just go and say something that was like vaguely dismissive or insulting, and just say that and leave it there, and they can interpret it however they wanted. And it was ambiguous enough that like it wasn't necessarily bad, although it was probably bad. So they would feel bad about what they had done because of what some person they didn't know said to them.
It's at least reinventing the dunk. It's at least it's an innovation. Space.
Yeah, just like really paring it down though, and getting down to the essential, which is like, I'm mad at what you did, but then also not putting enough effort in that it could ever be interpreted as like, them having any claim on my time or like any space in my mind. So Noah Smith, who is an economist or former economist, I mean, maybe you turn in that card if you're a journalist. He's like, I don't know, Krugman doesn't do much economics anymore, and
right.
he doesn't. It's sad, like Krugman's a really, really smart fucking guy, and some of his older work was fantastic. Like,
I've actually heard this. I haven't read too much of it. I have heard that said by a few people I kind of respect, and they're thinking about econ, that he has some good older stuff.
Yeah. So like this is This is a paper that he wrote. Let me just grab the link. It's PDF warning. This is a paper that he wrote in grad school, and it's hilarious. And it's a joke paper, but it's also really good economics. It's his theory of interstellar trade, and he just
cool.
Yeah, no, really good, full of jokes. And since then he's turned into this just like humorless. Hey, is this what I think it is? No, it's not. I guess it's not large enough to be Constantinople.
No, not there yet. Oh yeah, well, we're moving in towards Constantinople, but no, we are east of there by a little bit.
Okay, that must be Tej, something like that. I don't know. So yeah, but at some like he let me pull up another one. I have a lot of thoughts. Sweatshops. Where's this really good one?
By the way, cool little thing in this game. I was just gonna point out that there's ice on the windows. It's just kind of a nice little touch.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's charming. I've always wondered why they ice up exactly like that.
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah. Anyway, it's like he wrote this thing in 1997, which is like just really, really aggressively classical economics, right? It's he wrote it on Slate, which published it in 1997. If you want to see a sense of how much the internet has changed, or at least Slate, but like he writes this article, which I think is a pretty good article, praising cheap labor and like making a moral argument for free trade and sweatshops, and like, you know, it's successful. And I just can't see him doing that now. You know, he takes himself way too seriously.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it's a little bit heartbreaking seeing people decay like that. But maybe that just happens to everybody. And I'm definitely looking out for that in myself. Like, am I taking myself seriously right now? How can I stop that? Why am I doing this? What's wrong with me?
It's an interesting take that what's happening is that he's taking himself too seriously.
I think so. I guess his wife had something to do with it, which I don't know. Many such cases, like you marry somebody who, I mean, she kind of feels like not a Yoko Ono figure to me, but like a Lady Macbeth. Like, why aren't you more ambitious? Why don't you like go and apply yourself in politics and like write angry, boring political screeds? I'm just gonna call people out. I don't care. Yeah. Fucking what's his name? Will Wilkinson. Okay. Allegedly, the same thing happened with him. Like Will Wilkinson used to blog at the Fly Bottle, I think, and he was a really interesting guy, like very sharp. I think he was vaguely libertarian, and then he went over to Niskanen. I've never been able to actually internalize that word, but the one of the like Reason or Cato offshoots that was like libertarianism, but like leftist,
right?
But libertarian, really, we promise, but also not. Right. And now he just turns out like really, really incredibly boring and just frankly like deeply basic. You know, Trump is bad shit, which you know I don't even object to, but like. There's no art to it anymore, right? Like it's just like, oh, the same shit everyone else is saying all the time. Like,
yeah,
I don't know. Does anyone really need to say this? Does anyone need another take on why Trump is bad?
Yeah,
it's like, I don't know. I think I'd have a really hard time with that, which I guess is one of the reasons I'm glad to go to work every day. And like, you know, I work inside of a firm, and the only people who look at my work are people who work for that firm. And it's actually really liberating because they want to know the truth about things, because if they're not well informed, then, you know, they lose money.
Right.
And I don't have to like play up to any audience. I just like deliver analysis as efficiently as I can every day. And then I can go out into the public sphere and say whatever I want. I'm not answerable to anybody. But I used to work at a job that was much more publicly facing as an economist. And that was actually terrible. Like, everything went through public relations or went through government relations, which is even darker, frankly. Like, you know, if your company is big enough to have a lobbying outfit, like there's some of that. And especially if you're doing like air quotes research, you know, a lot of that is for political consumption. And I just hated that. It was soul destroying.
Have you ever read any of Carol Quigley's stuff?
The name is familiar, but I don't know her off the top of my head.
It's actually he.
Oh, he. Carol.
Yeah. No. Well, old
Polish?
name. I don't know how many male Carols you meet nowadays. I'm looking on my shelf to see if I have it like immediately on. Yeah, I do. The Evolution of Civilizations I have right here is a fantastic book. I'll just show it to the camera in case anybody's interested. I shill this whenever I can because Quigley is basically one of the best historians I've ever read, just full stop. In particular, his theory is really good. We are creeping up on Constantinople. I will shut up in a second so we can actually do that. But anyway, one of the major anchors of his theory of history is sort of the difference between institutions that can make economic progress, where he has a definition there that's like a very generic, like savings and investment it's sort of like a Robinson Crusoe style, like, you spend 8 hours making a long stick that can like poke down more pineapples, or you just like pick the pineapples one at a time, but you like increase your pineapple rate. You know the sort of like thing I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Anyway, but his whole
pineapple rate. Yeah, I do.
The pineapple rate. Yeah. I'm gonna do a loop so we can do the Dardanelles tour the right way.
Yes.
Is
that the Golden Horn? It might be. I don't actually quite know where anything is.
Yeah, I don't really
thought
know.
it stuck out more.
I've actually been here, but before I knew any history, unfortunately. So I think it was lost on me. Anyway, Carol Quigley's great. His whole thing basically is that much of how history turns is based on whether the institutions become like very political and inward facing in this sort of degenerate way versus functional and able to like track the truth, right? So kind of sounded like what I was hearing from you.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy that right now. Let's see here. Evolution.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's cheap as hell.
He's great on like epistemology stuff. Like he spends some time at the beginning explaining like how science works like a little bit, but you can tell he's like irritated that people kind of don't
get it. Yeah.
Oh my god, the people are talking about cat ears. We gotta do Dardanelles first. All right. Oh, you know what? Is this the Hagia Sophia? I'm going closer. I think I'm seeing it.
I think it is. I think I see the minarets.
I can zoom in a little. Though, how many of these are there? Are there like?
I mean, there's definitely only one Hagia Sophia.
Yeah.
I thought it was more on a hill, but I might be making that up. That's definitely the Hagia Sophia. So I'm trying to figure out where the walls are.
Beautiful.
Hey there. Yeah, minarets were an addition after Mahmud conquered the city. I don't know what that second church is.
Uh-huh.
But, man, there has to be...
I guess it's a mosque now again.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, Turkey's had a hell of a time. So somewhere along there, there's like... I mean, it's really interesting. And Constantinople was just so fucking hard to assault. So the reason that the Greek Empire lasted as long as it did was the Emperor Theodosius built a series of like incredibly large walls that walled off that end of the peninsula, and it made it incredibly difficult to assault, and by any means, and certainly by land.
Right.
And so like these walls basically were all that kept the city alive through a couple of periods in its history, but like nobody was able to take the city just for 1,000 extra years after the fall of Rome, because this one fucking wall, or series of incredibly tall and broad walls, just basically lasted until well into the Gunpowder Age.
Where is the wall? It's like a north. Yeah.
I think they've mostly taken it down now, but there are still some segments that are up. But it kind of ran across the end of the peninsula. And like blocked it off. So it was really efficient. You only needed a wall on one side, and the rest was
like cut off the tip kind of thing. So I thought I was on the right. I thought I was in the Dardanelles, but I was not. I went up some other tributary type of situation. So let me turn back to where we're supposed to be. You'd see on the map here. Yeah, when I was there, you hear the call to prayer every day. And that's like that's just an intense experience. It's just a fascinating experience. I wonder what all the people down there are thinking about. That's a great question. They're probably thinking in Turkish. for the most part. You wouldn't be able to understand them if you heard.
Wait, do you think in English?
I think I do.
Well, no, because I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Most of my thoughts feel pretty pre-verbal.
Yeah.
Like just these kind of like mostly abstractions. Just
Right.
kind of like I mean, just sort of a blob that takes density at different parts. I don't know. I'm not really explaining it well. It's really hard to put into words.
Right.
Occasionally I will think of shapes, but very rarely actual words.
So I actually I don't know how much you've gathered about sort of in our Twitter interactions that we've had, but I am kind of obsessed with like phenomenology. I don't talk about it as much as I could, but sort of really long and extended looks at like mind stuff and trying to describe them and make sense of them and imagery and things like that. So I have fun with it. Like there's a great argument I heard that you might be interested in.
Yeah,
which is, imagine a 1,000-sided figure. So
Okay.
can you see all the sides? No.
Not all at once. I'm actually looking at it from a specific angle, and it actually
Right.
has more like 10 sides.
Right.
I guess that's a limit in my imagination. Okay, I've got it up to 1,000.
Okay. So now imagine a 1,001-sided figure.
Looks about the same, except that one additional side is huge.
Right. So basically the interesting observations. This is not my example. This is a guy I know. But the interesting observation here is a lot of things people don't really have that different of an image, but you do know that it's different. You do know that it's this 1,001-sided one rather than the 1,000-sided one.
Yeah.
And so the argument basically is that because of this type of example, this suggests that our cognition is not purely visual, right? At least even our highly visual cognition is not purely visual. Like there might be another feature of knowledge of concepts or something like that that allows you to track the difference. This is an attempt at like a phenomenon, an actual argument about the nature of the phenomena, right?
Yeah, man, this is really tricky to me, and I don't know exactly how much progress has been made with this. I mean, it seems like it's mostly people sort of reporting their interior existence. Is that right?
Well, my opinion is that there's been regression in psychology.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know. So, like, I'm not like an expert on the William James style phenomenologists, right? But I think they were doing like they were like making really extended investigations into like mental stuff and trying to describe it and record it, right?
Yeah.
And Freud, that's a type of introspective stuff, though it's mixed in introspection and like theoretical analysis, like where you have the trained Freudian practitioner telling you like, okay, well, now that you want to fuck your mother, right? And then behaviorism, of course, is anti-mind stuff. They don't really believe it is there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And that was all Skinner, right?
Yeah. E.F. Skinner.
Yeah, I got a little bit of this growing up. Not really, but both of my parents were psychometricians, so they it was a really, it was a fun household to grow up in.
That's a cool origin story.
Yeah, right. Well, they were really mostly just statisticians, and
yeah,
I mean, my mom didn't even. I don't want to dox myself. But I mean, like, yeah, I think they were both left pretty disenchanted by the field, and like their views of other psychologists were incredibly negative. And I mean, now of course the entire field as it exists is total crap. I mean, like you can't trust any of that stuff. So I'm a little bit curious how long how long psychology departments continue to exist, but I don't know, I don't see a lot of value add there.
All right, so we've traversed the Dardanelles. And I did promise that I would do this grotesquely shameful thing involving the cat ears. So I do have to ask you just to know, okay? So I did tweet if Eigen Robot goes on the show, I will put on the cat ears. What I want to know is,
It's my fault now.
No, not your fault. Not your fault. It's my fault. I take full responsibility. You know, I am a man. I choose my way in the world. But I do want to know, if I had not, do you think that had any effect on your decision?
I mean, I definitely would have done it without the cat ears.
Fuck.
It's
Okay.
I don't remember the original set of tweets.
Right.
Did you tag me in a tweet that said cat ears, or was that somebody else?
So I'm sure someone did. Basically, so whenever somebody's on the show, I tell people who are on, in chat, like, tag people if you want them to be on the show, right? So somebody might have said something, but then at a certain point, because Rival Voices had challenged me to put on cat ears, I was like, fuck it, if Eigen goes on the show, I'll wear them. So I did just want to know if that had any effect. So I may have been over eager, and I will learn a lesson from that. So I do have these cat ears here.
Yeah, I'm a cheap date, so
Yeah. Good to know. See Vecnin doesn't even have to get any fucking cat ears. You guys seeing this shit? So I got this on Amazon. It was like $11. Let's make sure the plane doesn't crash. This is very interesting. And then the thing here.
man, wild advances in engineering.
Right. In case you ever wondered. Never meet your heroes. They'll make you wear cat ears. Who's showing up? Lynn? Oh, Riddle Doodle. What up, Riddle Doodle?
I kind of have to think that one of the first uses of like transhumanist technology is definitely going to be the creation of cat boys and cat girls.
Oh my God.
I mean, people are furries. Okay, so apparently furries
Right.
are genuinely like pretty rich because apparently fursuits cost a lot.
Okay.
And I gotta think that if you're a transhumanist,
This one didn't cost that much. All right, I'm gonna put this on. 15 fucking minutes. That's all you get. 15 fucking minutes. I'm setting an alarm here. 15 minute timer.
I think it's charming.
Thank you.
I think it suits you.
I haven't even looked. I look like fucking Mickey Mouse. I look like fucking Mickey Mouse. I hate it. All right, man. I fucking hate it. This timer, I'm putting real prominent, and this shit's getting off my goddamn head. Porn has always been at the forefront of technology. What?
I'm gonna step away for 1 minute
Okay.
and leave you to the tender mercies of your audience. Be right back.
All right. What's up, audience? Hold on, I gotta see chat here.
Hell yeah! That's what I'm
Thank
talking
you,
about.
Malty. Thank you. Tell us about the lighting in the background. I just got some LED strips. Yeah, I'm not going anywhere. I am just flying in circles. We should pick a destination. Thank you, Malty. So sweet of you. I feel like these aren't like cat ears. I feel like these are like rat ears. Trying to find the quote. I think Skinner literally thought that thoughts could only be verbal, or they didn't count. Oh, did Skinner think that there were verbal thoughts? That there was verbal mental content? I've actually heard that the behaviorists put your ears further apart. I've heard that the behaviorists didn't believe in mental stuff is a little bit of a simplification, actually. Yeah, maybe Skinner just didn't have mental experience. Put the ears further apart, huh? I don't fucking know, man. Oh shit! I lost an ear. Christ. I'm not adjusting these at all. I'm just leaving them. Vecnan, I don't know what you're literally talking about. Skinner associated thought with the probability of verbal behavior as a mere predecessor and predictor of speech. Okay, yeah, because speech is an externally visible action.
God, I hate that.
What?
Like, even just that entire. I hate the commenters. No. Oh wait, that was my wife. Wow. Well.
Go on.
not wearing glasses, couldn't make out the handle.
Right.
I love you. So man. Anyway,
You're no, please.
the robots posting their L's online.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, just even if you were correct in framing thought as like some problem, like something that was just like a predictor of speech and behavior,
Right.
like who fucking cares? It's a shitty predictor. What, you're gonna try and predict behavior? Like I don't know. It feels just hopelessly confused to me. Like if you're trying to predict behavior from thought, that's fine, but you can't measure thought. And if you're trying to infer thought from behavior, like that seems like the opposite of what he's doing. I don't know. It just feels like dumb as hell. Like if you're trying to take a bunch of signals about inputs to a person and like their situations, either you end up in this situation where you have these incredibly general rules that are like, if you punch someone in the face, perhaps they will punch you back.
Right.
But that seems useless.
Well, there's an interesting thing about the behaviorists, which is they at least managed to figure out how to train animals to do weird shit. And that's an interesting effect.
Yeah, but hunter-gatherers did that too,
That's yeah, I guess that is true. I mean, do you know about the bomb pigeons or whatever?
Oh, I think I heard about those. Were those the Japanese
that's what
ones?
I'm talking about.
Sorry, the sub was screaming in my ear when you said that. Thank you, Andre, for the sub. What did you say? Yes, it was the Japanese thing.
Yeah, sorry, I've got a cat
Welcome
who is pushing
to
up against my
this
microphone. If there's
podcast.
any
So there were both
Turn-
bats and pigeons, bats and birds. The
bats?
Yeah, the bats were supposed to go into the eaves of buildings with like incendiary stuff and burn them down because the Japanese buildings were like paper.
Oh,
And
right, yeah.
it happened accidentally once in like Los Alamos or something, and there's crazy pictures of it.
Wasn't there something like that? I think there was like a European queen who did something like that. Like they I don't know, there's something where they captured the pigeons and sent them back with torches on their feet and burned down a city.
Oh, you're right actually. Kievan Rus, is that sound right to you?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Nice. What is this? What did happen there?
And you could have said almost anything and I would have believed you, but
Right. Olga of Kiev. Oh no, I don't know if I have this confused or not. Olga of Kiev is somebody to read about. She's a very, very cruel sort of Kievan Russian saint.
Welcome to this podcast.
which is a cruel saint?
A cruel saint. She like burned people alive.
Man, cruel saints thesis. Jesus.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I guess the Orthodox do things differently.
I know almost nothing about Orthodox Christianity except that there are some great memes that I've seen from, what is it, online Christians or something like that. There's some just very funny memes, except for I know almost nothing about it.
They've got a really good aesthetic going. I mean, I love the onion top dome, onion church things. Love the beards. Love the sprinkling holy water on ICBMs. Like really top notch stuff. It's a statement,
Yeah, I like the chanting.
Mm.
I actually,
Do they chant? I don't know if I've ever seen a service.
Oh, dude, hold on. I'm gonna pause my music here. Open this up real quick. I think it's cool for me to show YouTube. Real quick, because this is like a minute long and it's so cool. And let's open up hopefully the plane won't crash itself. All right.
This plane's not going to crash itself. Yeah, let's get out there.
All right, here. You can unmute the thing so you can hear this. I'm going to hit play. This is a minute and a half long.
Oh, right. Yeah. All right. Let me... What the hell am I even doing? Should I mute this? Yeah.
So let me know if you guys can't hear it. Eigen.
Sorry, I'd muted. Yeah, I can hear this. This is great.
And by the grace of God, the plane did not crash. What's up, Moo Twitches?
Moo Twitches, man. Welcome. I don't know you. Moo Twitches, what do you feel like you've stumbled into? I'm really curious about that. Like, what kind of vibes are you getting from this?
Yeah, I can post the link. Ooh, let's see. Oh no, I lost an ear.
Yeah. Posting. I support that. Man, okay. So I should grab some more questions from Twitter.
Totally.
Shit, I lost the link.
I could probably... I have it here. I'll throw it in chat
Cool.
as I replace my ear.
Yeah, is your 15 minutes up?
Let me... No. No, we got 4 minutes, 36 seconds left.
Okay, cool. All right. Favorite Roman politician.
All right.
That's a good question. I mean, I respect Diocletian for his devotion to cabbages.
Welcome.
Was it cabbages?
to
I
this
can't remember.
podcast.
I
Might
don't
have
know
been
this
cabbages.
story. I don't know this story.
Oh yeah, so Diocletian was the guy who set up the Tetrarchy with basically setting up the entire like east side west side split. And
Oh, cool.
so he was pretty incompetent in a lot of ways and like terrifying in others. He kind of shed the last vestiges of, yeah, this is just a republic, guys. What are you talking about?
Right.
But he didn't want to rule until he died. And so he retired to his fucking estate.
Mm-hmm.
And his successors kept calling him back and tried to get him to help them stave off various political crises. And
Right.
he wrote back to them saying, no, you don't understand. If only you could see the cabbages that I'm growing here, you would see that I couldn't return to you. And so I sort of respect that. It's like Cincinnatus, but
Right.
sort of more deranged. He's good. I mean,
I was going to ask you, does that vibe like kind of kooky to you, or does it vibe like he's trolling them, or does it vibe like he's just actually being totally fucking wholesome and straightforward? And he's like, no, there's something else I have going on.
I don't know. I mean, it could have been just an excuse. I mean, okay. First of all, I don't think anyone actually knows for sure, but it did seem like he didn't want to go back into power at all.
Yeah.
Which I think is reasonable because I think his daughter got killed, something like that. But
Right.
yeah, so he was kind of an interesting character. I mean, you know, Caesar himself. He's pretty incredible. I mean, Augustus is great, but like Augustus was really more of a committee, and Caesar himself was like an army, so he's pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I don't know. Cincinnatus is a good guy. You know, if you're gonna have a dictator, it seems like he's a solid choice.
I want to like Augustus more, and I do like Augustus is like probably I don't know. I guess this might even be contentious. I feel like Augustus is like objectively the GOAT, but I like Julius better myself. That's just a personal preference.
Yeah, no, he's more impressive. I mean, like, Julius is this kind of a, I don't know. I mean,
Justinian's
Napoleon
cool.
is a him-like character. But he seems like he's one of these people in history, like Napoleon, who just have this sort of endless energy. I mean, everybody is always talking about like the speed with which Julius made decisions and acted on them, and like
Right.
he's always catching marches on people. And I
Right.
mean, the dude just, I mean, he's ballsy. He just like sees a situation. His OODA loop is incredibly short. He just like observes, orients immediately, and then just decides and acts without hesitation.
Yeah.
Contra Pompey, who's just always fucking hesitates a bit. So, and unlike Augustus, I mean, like, Caesar went out and fought in his own battles and put himself at great physical risk, which I respect.
Right.
More as I've gotten older. I mean, I've definitely, in retrospect, I don't know. I mean, I see some affinity with that. I've definitely put myself in danger of being killed in retrospect, more often than maybe Moon is happy with. But it's been fine every time. I think maybe a good thing
here,
to understand. You're
still here, thankfully.
Yeah. No, but like maybe risking your life is actually not that risky. I mean, I've been in a couple of situations where somebody could have pretty plausibly killed me, and they just didn't. And
like intentionally, violently.
Yeah, intentionally, violently. So like, mostly, I mean, like once in college. By
the way, I'm at 0 seconds for these fucking.
Congratulations.
The deed has been done. Let no one say I do not make good on my commitments, no matter how foolish they may have been. Let it not be said. I cast it away. All right.
Egg. Hey, Egg. Yeah, I don't know. Like, so there was one night where I was out with some buddies to this really shitty bar in Minneapolis called You Otter Stop In, and terrible dive bar.
Right.
There was a mural of a bunch of otters drinking on the side of it. It was in a then crumbling part of town that's since gentrified very quickly. But they had like sloppy karaoke every night, and mostly locals who were just super drunk, and then occasionally college kids like us. And we got very drunk, and then a girl convinced me to snort Adderall in the men's room with her.
Yeah.
And
as you do.
Yeah, I don't know. And so anyway, and so it turns out that's a terrible idea. I can't recommend it.
Yeah.
Like I was already pretty drunk, and then having an upper like that was just torture. And I had like blue time release Adderall, like snot for about a week.
Jesus.
But yeah, so went back to my place, and long story short, I ended up accidentally letting in a guy who was there to go and bother a woman who had broken up with him.
Oh no.
And I knew that this guy existed, and I buzzed him in, and just as I was drifting off to sleep, I was like, oh shit, I hope that wasn't the guy. And just at the moment I thought that, I heard this banging from the hallway. So like while simultaneously on amphetamines and very, very drunk, I threw on this enormous bathrobe that I had and just like started stomping down the hall toward him. I was like, buddy, you need to leave. And I mean, like, fortunately he turned around and
Adderall voice
and ran. Yeah, no, seriously. I mean, I must have been a nightmare, but like, I don't know. I mean, that guy could have had a gun and just shot me, it's totally plausible. There's another time where I was. But
it's not like you do anything differently, right? In retrospect.
No.
Like,
yeah, no. I mean, like, how could I do anything else? Like, you guys.
There's a time for it. There's a time.
Yeah.
For it,
Yeah. And I wonder if I just have an impulse to do that maybe other people don't. It's not totally clear to me, and it feels sort of out of my control. But there's a similar situation like that with a car full of guys who were like, like sort of driving off, and there was some drunk girl outside, and they had her by the hair, and like I ran at them, but it's a car full of guys. They could have laid me flat, and
Right.
they just drove off instead. So maybe the important thing is to just be Caesar-like and
Right.
not hesitate and just act and rely on other people to respond to you acting rather than keeping the script. I don't know.
This is another reason I'm thinking of Quigley for you, by the way, because he wrote a book called Weapons Systems and Political Development or something like that.
Oh, interesting.
And the first chapter is available online. The actual book, he never published it for real. They just found the manuscript and published the like typewritten things like as photocopies in a bound book form. So it's kind of janky. It's in like Courier font or whatever. But anyway, he's got this theory. He sort of has he's doing this like very theoretical thing where he places warfare as like something like, I'm probably going to mangle it, but something like the physical actions involved to change the will of the opponent. And for him, the central thing, it's not destroying the opponent. That's not what war is. It's destroying the will of the opponent, right? Because you capture troops, you capture areas. You don't always have to go full, Assyrian on their asses and like kill everyone in the city, right?
Was that a Quigley original? That
concept?
Yeah.
That's a great question. I feel like Clausewitz might have something like that, but I actually haven't read enough of Clausewitz to know.
Yeah, no, I was actually relying on my wife to read Clausewitz and then talk to me about it, so that I could absorb it indirectly rather than expending the effort myself. But I think she gave up after a few chapters.
Did you read Clausewitz, hon? Did you ever read Clausewitz? You read? Oh.
Yeah, she's moving slowly.
Yeah.
I did, however, pick up the Children's Illustrated Clausewitz, so maybe that'll be a good.
Is that a thing?
Notes. Yeah.
That's so
Kickstarter.
cool. That's so cool.
Hey, Vogel Frey.
What's up, Vogel? Clausewitz for Kids on the way. I don't know what 𝔽𝕝𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚 is, but it sounds intense, man.
𝔽𝕝𝕚𝕚𝕚. What is 𝔽𝕝𝕚𝕚𝕚?
Not allowed to have babies without illustrated Clausewitz.
It's okay if you don't tell us.
Them's the rules.
I'm happy proceeding in ignorance, as in all things.
There it is. Concentration point.
Huh.
That sounds real German.
Yeah. That's interesting. Yeah, it does actually seem like the center of gravity in our household is like rapidly shifting toward her abdomen.
Yeah. Yeah, concentration point. No, that's right.
It's
the geopolitics of the family.
Yeah, and like psychically too. I mean, like I definitely find my thoughts just kind of drifting back to all right, wife's definitely giving birth in like a month and a half, something like that. Like, all right, yeah. No, it's great. I highly recommend it.
Yeah.
For anyone who could knock somebody up, like definitely go and do it when you're ready.
Yeah. One hopes to.
Okay, let's see here. Field artillery, remove is 30%. More of a C2 problem. CK2? All right, let's see here. Questions. Yeah, we already have a robot baby Twitter account, actually. I think it's Baby Moonbot. Yeah. All right,
someone threw it in there.
Moon Knower did. Let's see here. What experiments would be fun for post-meta Twitter to run on and with the meat space communities emerging in Portugal? Oh man, how many people do we have in Portugal now? Do you know?
So Delicis is in the chat and may be able to comment on that. As far as I've heard, there are like a couple pods of people. I don't know if you know Tyler Alterman, but he's one of the people leading that whole thing.
Really? Okay, yeah, we're mutuals.
Yeah.
How did it end up in Portugal? I know Rival's out there.
Right.
And and I guess I'd only thought that Rival was out there. But if there's an entire like group,
I think there's like a couple groups. Yeah, Del. Here we go. Del just says about 30 more coming soon.
shit, are they? Wait, do I know all of them? That's amazing. I mean, mixed climate and like also drugs, right?
Is that a thing in Portugal?
Yeah. I think they decriminalized all drugs.
Oh wow.
Oh, is it turning into a cult? That's fine.
But you know,
How do you-
when they call it when they start calling it a compound, you get a sense of it.
Yeah, right.
I'm gonna try to go above the clouds here because I keep doing no clouds, but it's much spookier with the clouds. I'm gonna try to go above the
Yeah, I
clouds.
like that. Very ominous.
Also, by the way, we could go anywhere else in the world. Easy to get out and in. We could go to China. We could go to fucking anywhere. So if
You wanna go to Minneapolis? I could give you a tour.
let's go.
Except I don't remember that much of Minneapolis, so it could be a pretty short tour.
Let's do
I
it.
was surprised by how not large Constantinople seemed. Population of Constantinople.
Cult need not be a 4-letter word. Yeah, you say that.
All right, 15 million? No shit.
So there's a shirt that I want. So I've seen a picture of this shirt online. If anyone can find me this, I will be deeply grateful. I saw this picture once. I've tried to Google. I've tried to reverse image search type shit. Can't fucking find it. It's this pretty hot blonde woman wearing a shirt it's a black shirt and it says "That's so cult," and cult is in like big block letters. And I think that phrase should become a thing. So that's I've been looking for this picture or that shirt. I'm just throwing that out there for Chad and anyone else.
Man, yeah, this is actually really disappointing. They gave me like, oh, the rest of the results may not be what I'm looking for. Maybe they are. That's so fucked up. Yeah, this is. I guess you've probably done this already. That's pretty thin.
Yeah, I couldn't find anything good. But by the way, tell me where do I go in Minneapolis?
Oh, right. I guess, man, there's not that much there. If you fly over, like which airport?
Yeah, I think we need an airport.
Man, probably KMSP.
All right, KMSP. Cool. Yeah, Minneapolis, St. Paul, and
Then fly a bit north, and that'll take you to downtown.
dope. All right. Beautiful. Beautiful. 911
Oh.
Eigen's prior address. This episode is so cold. That's it. That's right. It's exactly the use case.
All right.
Actually,
you probably could. We could fly by. I used to live close to a place called Lake.
you just cut
Locals
out.
called it. Oh, how's this?
No, you're good. You're good. You said-
Okay, cool. There's a lake in Maplewood, Minnesota called Lake Jarvis, but it's spelled Gervais, and Minnesotans just refuse to have any French inflection, I
Jarvis?
guess. Oh man, look at that!
Here we are. We just plopped right in.
Oh man, it's like going home again. It looks exactly like that too. I'm actually really
Really?
impressed with this.
Cool. All right, we'll keep the clouds on for realism. All right. How do I fucking do this thing again? All right.
Welcome to this
Couple
podcast.
Riddle Doodle. Did I thank you already? I don't know. Rosie Strat Mootwitch is an unnamed entity. Thank you so much for
Hey,
joining.
Zachary Hundley, you've been in 2 cults and you do recommend. Tell me more about that. Like, I'm kind of curious what the selling point of cults is. Like, were you running them and so the main beneficiary of all of the fruits of devoted followers, or what?
Oh shit, plane's moving. Here I am fiddling with the dials. And the
Oh
plane.
shit! No, don't go off the runway. That's icy.
we're getting back on. Probably the runway's fucking icy too.
Yeah, no, they actually.
So the runways at MSP are actually pretty solid because they have an entire fleet of no way that would have worked in real life. You would have been right off.
Yeah.
So if you fly north slowly, you come up on downtown.
Great.
But shit, yeah, they've got the de-icers too. But this actually is pretty much what Minneapolis looks like in the winter, especially around the airport. You know, that's all pretty empty. But this is remarkable fidelity. I remember that control tower.
I do have a bit of an affinity for places like this from growing up in the Chicago area.
Oh, yeah. You mentioned you were in Chicago suburbs.
Yep. Also, by the way, I don't know if you can see that on the little map. I'm going to zoom in. There, by my mouse, there is a plane over there. So, like, there's planes, and I think it is time indexed in some way. Like, I can see some blinking lights in the distance. But yeah, there's other planes around and stuff. And, like, I think they're, like, related to real flight schedules.
Interesting. I mean, that's nice. They probably keep the runways clear because a lot of planes going in and out of this shitty airport. You know, it's actually a nice airport inside if you're a traveler.
Did we get anything from build a big bonfire every year?
There's a town in Texas called Palestine, but it's pronounced Palestine. Wait, do we know that it's not supposed to be Palestine? I'm not convinced.
Is that language? Yeah, rebuild lurker. Palestine is how Palestine is pronounced in Arabic anyway, so there's not getting that much over them.
Yeah, and okay, I don't know. Social experiments, like, you can run social experiments that are experiments in the sense of like, let's try something new, and that's probably not going to work, which is fine. You know, you've tried something, and maybe especially if you go into it with the mindset of like, we're going to fuck this up, then great. I don't think you're actually going to get anything out of a social experiment that's like that in some sense is publishable or valuable for society. Oh, actually, I have an idea.
Yeah.
Here's a fun. So let me just like link some social experiments. So here's one social experiment.
Thank you, Egg Prophet. Welcome.
This is weird. There used to be a longer entry about this lady. So there's the case of here's something to get you started. So Magdalena Solis, if you haven't heard of her, was a prostitute in Mexico who was paid by a couple of scam artists.
By the way, Rainbow, just so you know, Rainbow.
Rainbow?
Minneapolis Rainbow.
Oh, that's sweet. I stopped watching the stream, but
it's almost, it looks like a double rainbow.
Oh, I think it is. I think it's a double rainbow. Is that simulated, do you think, or did they just like...
Just throw it in there?
Yeah.
It would be... I don't know how they would simulate it. That would be so cool, though.
Yeah, but...
Auspicious. Wait, you were talking about this lady.
Yeah, Magdalena Solis. So she was a prostitute, like a poor prostitute who was hired by, I think, a couple of brothers in Mexico to run a scam on some villagers and like convince them that she was a reincarnation of some Incan deity. And it worked, and then it worked too well, and they started running, I mean, frankly, like blood orgies where they would like sacrifice pigs, and then they were sacrificing humans, and then the police came and they started sacrificing police, and I think they were all arrested eventually. I'm not quite sure what happened to her.
When in history is that?
This was, I think, early 1900s. Man, they don't even have her birth date. This is in 2 to 4 victims. That seems low. But yeah, okay. High Priestess of Blood. She was arrested in
late May in 1963.
High Priestess of Blood. This sounds like a great movie.
Right?
If they did,
Sounds like-
yeah, if they did it well, it would be easy to do it like a kind of generic horror movie. But if it's
Holy
super
shit.
accurate,
She's still alive.
oh my god, dude! I don't know if I could get her on
Yeah, I was gonna
on the
say.
show, but you should. You should get her on yours. That would be a great way to start your.
Do you think she has a
podcasting
Twitter
career.
account?
Holy shit!
Okay, so yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of curious, like, what are some cults that really turned out well? And I guess the ones that turn out well usually don't have
Well, they
don't
become
usually
religions.
get cults. They just become religions. Yeah.
Yeah. The Delasis, my position was not that orgies are boring. My position is that they're boring as social experiments. Does that make sense to you?
I agree with you. I mean, like, orgy, yeah, that's been done. Like,
Yeah.
maybe go to an orgy once and just, like, see what it is, but then it's like, all right, well, that was pretty boring.
I mean, for me, it might even be really exciting. I'm just saying, my reference class includes shit like MK Ultra, right? Which is,
Yeah.
we're gonna fucking like break our understanding of like what's the mind and like what are we even like what reality is. That's crazy shit.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. I mean, honestly, dollar for dollar, I would say that hallucinogens are like probably about 5 times as interesting as orgies.
Right, pound for pound.
Yeah.
By the way, are we going in the right direction?
Oh shit. I think you are in the northern burbs at this point. God, that's a lot of lakes.
I can zoom in. I can also get rid of these goddamn clouds for a moment. I don't know if that helps anything.
Yeah, let's see here. God, I wish I knew that. I feel like a bad Minnesotan for not knowing the layout of lakes
Welcome
better.
to this
Okay, I think you're
podcast.
way in the north burbs, so you want to turn around
Okay.
and probably head back. Okay, we've
Shit.
got
Shit. Okay, we're good.
oh shit. Oh
We're good. We're good. We're good.
yeah.
We're good. We're back.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, pretty much you want to be a little bit to the north and then a little bit to the east of KMSP. Shit, I don't know. I give up.
Shit.
But yeah, this is actually startlingly realistic as a depiction of what Minnesota's like in the winter. This is incredible.
Yeah, it is cool.
Shit, chat disappeared. Let me bring that back.
Let me think about what I want to ask you.
Yeah. This is your
Um,
show, Matt.
Yeah. I guess. All right. Like, who is EIGENVOYAGE? So, just the basics. Like, when did you get on Twitter?
I was on Twitter as myself in 2007, 2008, maybe.
Okay.
Oh no, it must have been 2008, 2009. I wasn't when I was an undergrad, and I started. I lived in Richmond for a couple of years and hung out with a bunch of psychotic people, like a bunch of trust funders who basically drank PBR all day. They were good people.
Yeah.
That's where I met Moot at one of their parties. But
Oh, cool.
yeah, no, he's good. Just
I might know somebody who dated Moot.
dated.
Or
Wow.
like,
Wait.
it might have been like went on a date with more than dated. Oh, you know what? I see a city in the distance. I'm going to go towards that, assuming that that's what we're looking for.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Okay, so 2007, 2009. When did you start like tweeting a lot?
Tweeting a lot, probably more like 2015, 2016, something like that.
Okay.
So originally I'd opened my account to meet sex workers.
Okay.
And while that was successful, I found that was actually pretty boring compared to just talking with randos on Twitter. So I don't remember exactly how I ended up knowing everybody, but I think I followed I think I saw somebody retweet a Weird Sun account, and I followed them. This happened once or twice, and then I started
Right.
getting recommendations to follow other Weird Suns. And one afternoon, I just went through and followed as many of them as possible. I thought they were great. I thought they were ingenious. And
Right.
then, from there, it was pretty quick just getting to know everybody else. But so I think that was probably my starting point. And I didn't get really pretty weird and deranged until maybe, I don't know, honestly, maybe like late 2015, like early election cycle when people were just starting to crack.
Right.
I mean,
right.
like I didn't participate in Gamergate or anything like that. I still refuse to learn what that is.
Yeah.
But like, I mean, the 2016 election, people just started losing it.
Yeah.
And around that time, so like
Was it worse than the last one? In your opinion?
yeah, I think so. It was worse in the sense that, I don't know, the like psychic energy was at a much higher rate. This time felt similar but like sadder,
Yeah.
And media were actively trying to fight Trump rather than like play him up. And like, this time around, Trump is a known candidate. Oh, hey, okay, so that bridge you're about to fly toward, is a bridge that collapsed.
This bridge.
Yeah. Okay. So you got those two bridges there.
Yeah.
The one on the side I used to walk across going to and from campus.
Oh, cool.
The one on the right, the double, that motherfucker fell over, like just completely collapsed in maybe 2008. I know because I was 15 minutes away from driving across it. Missed death by a narrow margin.
Damn. Dude.
Yeah. Bridge collapse in Minneapolis in 2008. Wild time. So yeah, this is Minneapolis. That building over there. I don't know if that's the new stadium. We had a Metrodome for a while, and I guess that was like an old and shitty stadium.
This thing. I'll move my mouse on. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that thing right over there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's see here. You're kind of flying over. So if you look off to the right, that's kind of the area where most of the like far to the right and starting to get a little bit behind you now is area that was burning down with the mobs this summer.
Oh, okay. Kind of by the sea.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And if you look at at 9 o'clock, that bridge right there, that's middle of University of Minnesota campus. Why am I telling people this? This is super boring, but I
don't know. It's cool.
Know what? Is it?
I find it cool I don't know. Well, I imagine it being cool for you. Like, I enjoy seeing places I've been, right? So, I don't know. I feel like it's just cool to be on the actual map and see the shit you recognize.
Yeah, I think 𝔽𝕝𝕚 stop in is definitely visible from this vantage point. Like, I couldn't pick out the specific building, but it's definitely there.
And there in the bathroom, someone's snorting Adderall. Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Man, yeah, I don't know. So around that time, I got. So the Post Rats as they existed then was mostly kind of a different crew than those who have stuck around on Twitter. Not entirely, but and some of the same dramatis personae, but real old guard are like Banana, Tao. There's some others who I have somewhat parted ways with. I think they're still floating around, but not so much on Twitter.
Right.
But that was great. So that was a pretty good time. Honestly, all of the before time is sort of blending together for me now. Like, I remember it used to be the case that for a few years, like, I would fly to different places in the country and people would just be hosting get-togethers for Post Rats and like adjacent people. And
right.
Like, I haven't been to one of those in so long, and it just feels like this different era of my life, which is terrible.
Just because life meant you didn't do it, or is it like the pandemic in particular?
No, the fucking pandemic.
Yeah.
No, are you kidding? I get tons of PTO. Like,
right.
Plane tickets. It's exhausting to fly, but plane tickets are like reasonably priced if you fly cheap.
Right.
And just like I've been locked in this apartment for a year now.
Yeah.
And just finally getting angry about it. Actually, real fucking angry. I want to do something else.
Yeah. Yeah, apparently I heard that there's more people getting injured working out than ever before because there's more people like working out at home than ever before. And I actually, I screwed my pec up like a little bit the other day. Not enough to be a real injury, but I was like, fuck, I better not crawl out of quarantine.
Yeah, we've been lifting over in a friend's garage, and they're pretty diligent, and
Like yeah, they've got a nice setup. Like they're really really serious power lifters. Like they go and
Yeah.
compete, and they're absurdly strong.
Cool.
So I think risk of injury for us is pretty low, and Moon is like taking it really gentle with a pregnancy. Although she is still squatting the bar at least.
Yeah.
Are you or more? Are you doing more than the bar? What's your squat?
Moon
She
squat.
refuses to say.
Refuses to say. Refuses to say.
I don't know. I'm impressed when she's squatting.
Dude, squatting at all when you're super pregnant is pretty.
Yeah, seriously. her doctor yelled at her for, I think she was deadlifting like not too much over 100, and her doctor's like, "You can do that? People, what?
Right.
Be careful." It's like, lady, I think lifting is one of those interesting things where people don't really know what's possible until they start doing it.
Yeah.
But I mean, like there are these terrible lifting studies where they identify like highly trained individuals, and the criterion for highly trained is they can bench press their own body weight,
Right.
which is like, that's not bad,
Yeah.
but it's not a lot.
Depends how heavy you are.
Well, okay, fair.
Because I'm like basically 200 pounds, or like 180 when I'm not being a fatty.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. It's
Yeah, but I mean, like, I think, I think the guy whose garage I gotta live in, like, he weighs maybe 160, 170, and he benches 300 pounds.
right.
Like,
Right.
these people are out there, and that's usually what I think of as highly trained. And
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, like, he's pretty good, but he's not exceptional. I mean,
Right.
it's, you see him in the street, and he looks like a fairly fit, but not
Right.
like muscle bound guy. And so I don't know, just it's interesting to me that there exist things such that people who aren't familiar with them have really limited ideas of what's possible to do, and then if
Right.
you do it regularly, it just feels like not quite trivial, but definitely not awesome.
Right. Well, it's when you're familiar. A wild thing with lifting is that the perception I've come to have. Side note, wait, are we over like another little city?
Yeah, so here's the thing. There are two cities, and one of them
Okay.
is Minneapolis, and this one here is St. Paul.
Okay. Okay.
And St. Paul is kind of like, it's not quite a bedroom community, but it's kind of a bedroom community.
Okay.
Like, it's it tends to shut down at like 5 o'clock every night.
Right. Right.
So it's sort of the like Bellevue to the Seattle of Minneapolis.
Right. Okay. Okay. Let me think of what else I want to ask you. Also, chat, whatever you got, you gotta hit EigenRobot for all you got, because who knows the next time you're gonna have the opportunity to do this. You can always, you can message him, but I am told that he doesn't read his DMs. So
I know. Yeah, that's why it's called the Twin Cities. Shit. Okay, what do we got? I'm tired now. Oh, hey, sweetie, would you mind getting me some nicotine gum?
oh wait, hold on, dude. Do you chew nicotine gum?
I do. Yeah.
Because I also do that.
Okay, I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got addicted somewhat deliberately. Back
Right.
at my old job where I hated it and I wasn't good at it because I was trying to do a job that was different from the job
Yeah.
that it actually was, which was like writing shit for media that was billed as research but wasn't research.
Yeah.
And I was trying to do research. So thank you, darling.
Texas Gunna also.
Was that?
Texas Gunna is one of our glorious new mods. Texas Gunner also. chews
yeah.
the gum.
Interesting. Yeah, no, he's cool. I think wait, is this Texas Gunner from Twitter?
Yes.
Nice. Yeah, shit, what were we talking about? Nicotine gum, fired. I'm gonna quit once I go on leave for the baby.
Uh-huh.
But I've tried twice, and both times I successfully stopped chewing gum or like
Right.
taking nicotine at all. But I found it left me in a kind of psychotic state.
Mm.
Like like really out there, and it wasn't unpleasant exactly, but it did
Yeah.
make it hard to work. So
Right.
I'm just gonna take this like stretch of a few months when I don't have to do that and just kind of reacclimate to being a normal human being, because like, nicotine is nice, but I can just leave it for drinking.
Yeah. So the thing that I experienced that was weird was, I was like, okay, you got all the different vices, right? Like how damaging are they to your body? What are the effects and stuff? I ended up picking nicotine gum as like a thing to do sometimes, and I will also, like, now and then I'll have a cigarette, like literally like twice a year or something like that. And the
Yeah.
thing I noticed is I would do the one of those, right? I'd like have one of these cigarettes, and then for a couple days after, I'd be like thinking about it, and I was like, why is this happening? This has never happened to me in my life, and I didn't realize that I had just sort of accustomed to the nicotine level, right? So then when I had like the real deal, with like the smoke and everything, something in my brain fired like that, get that back, So it was like I kind of worked myself up to like being more of a smoker than I am. I mean, I it didn't make me do it, I was kind of able to resist actually doing it. It was just a weird phenomenological, physiological thing.
Yeah, I get that completely. I went out drinking outdoors maybe, I don't know, sometime in December when one of my buddies was in town, and I had more cigarettes than I typically do. I occasionally smoked in college, but I never got
Right.
addicted even when I had cigarettes in the house. Like, I would smoke rarely. I never actually wanted to smoke more than one or two at a time
Right.
because it made me feel gross. And
Yeah.
then like I would go these long stretches between smokes, and occasionally I would think, man, I want a cigarette, but I had no idea where I had left the box of cigarettes. And so in order to smoke, I'd have to go and find the cigarettes and then find a lighter. And like
Right.
the process of getting from I want a cigarette to actually having a cigarette was so long and arduous that I never actually did it.
Right. That's
Um,
good. That's good.
But the nicotine gum is something else, and you
Yeah.
can just buy a box of 384 pieces, and like there you
Right.
go.
Right.
So
And
I think
I was just gonna say I did that once and I accidentally got the no flavor, and it was just
what?
it was real boring.
I didn't know they made no flavor.
It's like no, it's like tastes like fucking cardboard gum. It's real. Like,
Jesus.
yeah.
No, I get the Habitroll from Amazon. It's like $50 for a box of almost 400.
Right. Right.
If anyone in chat is thinking about picking up a terrible habit,
Yeah.
I'm
Don't do
not-
it, guys. Yeah.
I'm not convinced it's actually bad for you. I mean, like just the pure nicotine,
Right.
it might be, but I've heard rumors of like some evidence of positive effects. So, yeah, I don't know. So something about Alzheimer's, maybe. The one doctor I've met who I trust, he's a really interesting guy. He was like 6 feet tall. He weighed maybe 120 pounds before he started lifting. Like he would get bed sores from just sitting at lab bench. And
yeah.
he explained to me at one point that like, okay, so drinking prevents heart attacks. Like alcoholics, they bring them in and cut them open, and their arteries are clean.
Really.
Somehow. Yeah. Which is bad, but smoking tends to cause heart attacks, but you're less likely to get that.
Right. But if you drink and smoke.
drink, right. But that fucks up your liver. But it turns out that coffee probably has some protective effects on your liver if you drink it the day after you drink. And so if you have the full stack coffee, alcohol, nicotine, like you're kind of in good shape.
Right. Any thoughts on like opium or,
I once took Percocet and I did not enjoy the experience. Like this was the night when I had an ingrown toenail and I was like, fuck, I need to sleep. This hurts and I'm not going to get to sleep like this. So there was a Percocet and I took it and I did not enjoy that at all. It just made me angry.
Yeah.
And sort of psychotic, kind of like PCP is supposed to. So I don't know. I mean, if that's representative of the opiates, I think I'm not into it so much, which is good. It seems like a really nasty addiction.
Yeah. I think I just have it in my head that there's this like archetype of the like, I don't know, 18th, 19th century, like wastrel gentleman who's like just takes everything all the time and fucking, squanders his inheritance on fancy coats and loose women and like, you know the type.
Yeah. Well, actually, so this is much discussed in
one of those books that I listened to recently, Imperial Twilight,
Okay.
which is about the first Opium War, and it's, it got a little bit preachy at first, and like, but as a history, it was fantastic, and highly recommend it. And there were two really famous Englishmen who were opium addicts, and one of them was Coleridge. And he took a ton of opium, and I think it did kill him, but it also led to Kublai Khan and Rime of the Ancient Mariner. So who can say whether it's bad? The other one was this guy who got addicted, and he spent all of his time writing about how he was addicted and how terrible it was, and don't be addicted like me. Right. And he kept taking the fucking drug. Yeah. And he got famous for this.
Right.
And it's like,
but then you made a career out of it.
He made a career out of being a fucking opium addict. And I guess he didn't have to like sober up in order to talk about, drug use. He could continue using and feel really bad about it in public.
Right. Do you have opinions on Kanye West?
On what?
On Kanye West.
Shit, I listened to Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy for the first time in maybe August. It's really good. Yeah. I wasn't expecting it to be good, but it's fucking great. Right. Yeah, I guess I'm pretty pro. Like, it seems like in his personal life he struggles a lot with is he bipolar?
I mean, I have all these complaints about yes.
Roughly,
yes.
No.
Yes.
I know, fair.
The answer is yes, but
Yeah. No, I mean I think I've got a lot of respect for him. I think he's a genius in his own sphere and in his own way, and like he knows it and owns it. And
right.
I think if he had been, I don't know, he strikes me as a very powerful figure. I like him a lot, and like I said, I think until somewhat recently, I mostly thought of him as a charming jackass, which, I'm
that too.
I'm also pro. Yeah.
Because Sonia really likes Kanye, I think. I don't know Sonia in real life, but I get the sense of it from Twitter stuff, and I feel like it's a little bit of a personality test how people feel about Kanye. I don't know exactly what it tests, but I just feel like it is.
Who do I know? Okay, I can really see that with Sonia. There's kind of like a really blunt honesty about Kanye that I think he shares with Sonia, although she's not as she's not as much of a showboat.
Right.
So Sonia's great, and I will fight anyone. Probably a lot of people don't like Sonia, but she is great. And all
right, so sorry to interrupt. Something confusing happened. So I don't know how Twitch works. Someone has just gifted subs to people. I have no idea what that means, and if someone can explain it to me, that would be very exciting, because it looks really great, and there was a great audio sound effect, and I'm very grateful to Roaring Poet for doing it. Maybe Wandre, you know what the fuck that is. I think subs maybe give the people the ability to use certain
Welcome
emojis
to this podcast.
Emotes.
Yeah.
I call them emojis, and then the young people are like, "You fucking nerd." Emotes.
Real old people hours, yeah.
Right. All right. Well, thank you, Roy.
I should sub.
Is Eigen gonna sub?
I should. I don't know how to do it yet, but I'll do it later.
Yeah. Don't stress about it.
Oh, I'm not stressed.
Yeah.
No, I have a so shit. What were we talking about? Yeah. Someone said that like Kanye West is a test.
Yeah.
I buy that. Like, I don't know how to get it exactly, but like, there's a certain kind of like taking yourself seriously that you shouldn't do, and you can't do if you unironically like Kanye West.
Right.
I think that's it.
Right. Well, part of it is he's crazy, but if you're like, and nevertheless, I affirm that you there's something like Yeah, I don't know how to describe it. I think there's something like in what you're saying that I agree with.
Yeah, I mean, I think he like in some way he really knows who he is, and unabashedly likes that part of himself.
He likes himself,
and
for sure.
yeah, and I think that's admirable.
Yeah. Thank you, Malty. I think Malty just gave you a sub, Eigen.
Oh, thank you so much. I don't know what that involves, but I really appreciate it.
Right.
We should talk later. I appreciate it.
Yeah. All right, Eigen. What else do I have for you? What do you? Okay, I want to say what are you looking forward to this year, but it's got to be I feel like the baby's going to be what I'm going to hear.
Oh my god, yeah. No, first half of the year is going to be just fucking off the wall for me. I mean, like taking a bunch of time off work. This is really the first time I've had an extended period since I don't know when I'm not going to be working, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Because grad school counts as work.
Right.
Does it? I don't know. I spent a lot of time in grad school, high in playing Warcraft, but
yeah,
that doesn't feel like it counts as relaxation because I was also living with somebody who was pretty hard to live with at that point in my life, and so it didn't feel like a vacation. But like this time, it's Moon and Baby Moon, and like yeah, it's I don't know. It feels ideal, and
I feel like it's like a little early for like me to be gooing over the cuteness of it, but I'm doing it a little bit.
Oh shit, I'm doing it. So I mean, I'm in no position to judge.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's going to be fantastic. You know, more broadly than that, it seems like a lot of stupid things could happen, but also, you know, it's entirely possible that a lot of people will be vaccinated in the end.
Yeah.
And then people are just going to chill out. And I don't know, like I said, I've already started to crack. Like we have some people we've been quarantining with, and so we'll visit each other without fear. And
yeah,
we have some friends who already got COVID, and so you know they're seropositive. We got nothing to fear. So we had them over for brunch the other weekend, and that was great.
Yeah,
like I hadn't had people over for brunch since God knows when. I mean the before times, you know.
Before times.
And I don't know. I'm really hoping for enormous street parties. You know, like if you wanted to have an orgy, like maybe it won't be interesting, but maybe you're just entitled to it after this year. I don't know.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I feel like I'm not gonna lie. I feel like there are like parts of my psychology that are just like in storage. Like like I'm a little bit like I don't know. Yeah. Blah blah blah. Non-coercion in the mind and stuff. But I'm a little bit just like we're not thinking about that until there's anything I can do about it. You know.
Yeah. I actually, one reason that I'm sort of thinking about doing more stuff like this is just because it does kind of get at some sort of an itch.
Right.
You know, just sitting down and kind of
there's an element here in this weird way, you know, in this weird virtualized way.
Yeah, and just sitting down and having a conversation. Well, I mean, you know, with Moon, it's like we talk to each other all the time, so it feels a little bit different somehow, but just sitting down with someone you don't know quite as well and just letting that part of your brain that talks take over.
Yeah.
And I mean for me, for sure, when I'm having a conversation like this, there's a big element of like not entirely being within myself, and I think that's refreshing because you know I like myself quite a lot, but it gets a little bit tiring to be in like one given mental state all the time.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I mean, I got a gaming PC this last year that kind of gave me something of an extra, place to exist.
Oh yeah, congratulations.
Yeah. I was always a PlayStation person, and everyone's like, PC, it's so good. I was like, I don't know, dude, it's fucking $2,000 or whatever. But the games are like cheap, and you can mod everything, and it's just, and also you've got an awesome computer.
Yeah, no, it's so fucking good. I've been building since. I don't know. I think maybe we built our first computer in '97 or something like that.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, I have not bought a console since.
Hell yeah!
Possibly also '97. I think I got a PlayStation with my paper route.
Right.
But yeah, no, it's great. How do you like it? Like
the PC. I just love being able to play. Modding is so fucking fun. By the way, I could right now if you wanted to. I don't know if if there's more of, I feel like our Minneapolis tour has gotten very snowy. Though I do like this long green river thing. I have GTA 5, like ridiculous mod setup for it, where like you can turn into a fucking like deer, and like you can like just ridiculous stuff. So I could turn that on if you want. Modding honestly is pretty fucking fun.
Yeah.
It's something I've been enjoying.
Yeah. Well, honestly, I mean, play whatever you like. I'm mostly focused on the conversation rather than on the plane. And if you wanna wander the streets of what's 5, is that San Andreas? I guess if you mod it, it can be anything.
Right. Yeah. It's. I think Los Santos is the city. San Andreas might be the state. I don't know. Whatever chat wants to do. Vex said he's going to Japan instead of buying a gaming PC. Honestly, dude, going to Japan, that's a fucking great idea. I mean, module, COVID, etc. But Japan is so cool. Braintree, thank you for the sub. Thank you very much, Braintree. Great to have you. Return to deer. What is inflation? So you've been building PCs for a while. So you're like you do coding stuff. You're like a technical person.
Sorta. So what the hell is wrong with me? Undergrad, I was a biochemist at first, and then I realized I hated biochemistry. I mean, like, I like biochemistry, but studying it is very different than actually working in a lab, which is boring as hell. So I've
heard this from people kind of in that world, that the lab can be brutal.
Oh man, and the animal stuff is particularly horrifying. I mean, I'm just not going to tell these stories, but I mean, real Dr. Moreau shit. So anyway, I got out of that. I went into economics, and I went to grad school for economics, which I thought was going to be all the fun of like behavioral modeling.
Right.
And I mean that unironically. And then I went to grad school, and I was in grad school for like 7 or 8 years, and I realized pretty quickly that working as an economist would also probably suck. I mean, like, nobody gets jobs as professors unless you're much more capable than I am.
Okay.
And also like much more obsessive and political in the way that you go about your research, and I don't want to do that.
Right.
And probably couldn't. So instead of doing that route, I pretended to work on a thesis for like 5 years while I was teaching myself to code. And that was fun, and I did some stints at like Amazon and that sort of thing, and then I got one job and I worked there for a while, and now I work as a data scientist rather than an economist.
Right.
So there's some code involved. I actually write less code than probably at any point in my life.
There's like a quantitative through line though.
Yeah. And it's all pretty quanty. Although, like, even less of that. I haven't run a regression in years.
Yeah.
It's more like get some data, plot some data, like say something about the data. I guess we run a lot of experiments, but but even that's not thoughtless at this point. But once you run like thousands of experiments, you need some infrastructure to do that, and so it's pretty automated.
Right.
But yeah, so like ostensibly I code and do math stuff.
Right.
I actually found, but it's interesting. Like once I started the job, I've probably forgotten more quantitative stuff than anything else, but I think I've gotten better at evaluating data and making decisions on the basis of data,
right?
Which is interesting to me. And probably the lesson is like, yeah, maybe it's good to learn technique and all of these relatively advanced statistical methods, but like only as background. And most decisions are going to be made on the basis of plot a line,
and
then think about it really fucking hard.
Right.
And that's going to get you a lot further than anything else. And like maybe you need all of the deeper stuff in order to see the entire space of problems that could come from some interpretation of data or another, or to like know what data to look at in the first place. But
I guess what that makes me think of is the rationalist thing. So I'm also kind of curious to know how you ran into all that stuff and sort of. Uh-oh. I think my game crashed. I think my game crashed. All right, give me a second to fix that up. Rip. Damn. What happened? What did I do? All right, let's just. All
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, explaining theory to stakeholders, like, you just don't. You just tell them, like, here's what we can know,
Yeah.
and what we know or don't know. Here's what it would take to know what you want to know. Maybe we can do that, or maybe we can't. Good luck, man. Like, here's what I think you should do for these reasons, but what's the most complex concept I could explain to a 6-year-old? I think I was hanging out with Polymath's daughter. I don't know whether she was 6. Maybe she's a little bit older, like 7 or 8 or 9. I think I explained genetics to her, like inheritance from her parents. Pretty sure that was successful. She seemed to get it. Did she understand that?
Yeah, you did a good job.
Yeah. Okay. I successfully explained evolution, or like, inheritance to a 9-year-old. I'm pretty proud of that.
That's pretty good. That's challenging.
Oh no, liminal warmth tweet linked.
Oh yeah, yeah. They're gonna ask about the game.
Oh, what's going on? Okay, so my very old friend liminal warmth is. Oh God, I'm not gonna touch this in live.
Is this the fighting game?
The fighting game? Man, I have too many windows open. So Lim is tweeting about.
Oh, this is intense. This looks intense.
Oppression Olympics. I'm totally not going to touch that.
No.
Anything that's recorded.
Yeah, no. Sorry, I'm just figuring out how to fix our game back up. It'll be momentarily.
Creature habits. Nobody ever asks. I really want to know what you did to get this. Nobody asks. That's the beauty of it. Like, people don't have time. They just assume that you're competent, and you go and like throw stuff in front of them and like, yeah, here's what I know. Here's what it's possible to know. And I guess the other thing when you have a line graph is that, like, once again, I just don't use complicated methods for the most part. Like, for some things, it makes sense to throw it in sklearn, but which, and like once you get to that point, you don't even need to interpret it because it's not really a problem for interpretability. It's a problem for targeting or whatever else. But like, yeah, I throw something in sklearn, then you say, okay, this is the here I'm running a classifier, and this is the probability that this user is of type X. How does it work? I could tell you, but you probably have another meeting to get to. Don't worry about it. And they're fine with that.
What are you linking to, Vecnan? That's such a shitty picture of me.
Yeah, it's basically PowerPoints. I mean, like, you have to defend what you're doing to, eventually you have to defend what you're doing to somebody else. Like, my manager is also a data scientist. And if I were to do something that was, obviously dodgy, my manager or one of my other teammates would say, that's obviously shit. But, you don't have to explain it to them. You could. We drink and talk about, like, more advanced stuff occasionally, frequently. But, to outside stakeholders, not so much.
All right, I've got my game set up here, so we're back in action. I'm going to save you guys from the data science talk. Don't worry.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. Everybody's not into that.
No, it's cool. Sorry, I'm real quick. I have this trainer thing on, so I can make myself immortal, and I can jump real high and run real fast.
Do they still call it trainer?
They do. What is that from? Is that from something?
I don't know, but I know it was in use at least as early as like mid to late 90s for Diablo 1.
Oh, okay. Just that.
Holy shit, look at him go.
Yeah. So this is really super fun. This is just modded, just ridiculous modded stuff. Like,
and it's a flight sim.
Yeah. We're doing flight sim. Don't worry, guys. I'll make it we'll slowly explore the options that are available. I got a lot of options available. But for example, I can change myself into if I pick like Killer Whale, I'm gonna crash the game. Um,
Why would that crash it?
it just has his so far, but like this monkey.
Rhesus.
Just-
So is that? Do they actually make that model in the game? I guess if there's a zoo,
yeah, there might be a zoo or something.
or it could be custom.
Yeah,
Man, I don't know. I mean, the most of the games that I play involve like sprite models, so
yeah.
maybe it's easy to put a. It looks like he's also.
He is floating.
Yeah. Okay.
He is floating a little bit.
Priest Rhesus.
Planet of the Apes. Get some monkey business. So I don't know whether it's bad to be violent, but this. So I just died somehow.
Wait, you did?
Yeah,
Oh,
I don't know what just happened. I got.
I thought you were invincible.
Yeah, I was. There's something with these other models that they just kill you real fast. All right, that's better. We're back in monkey. I'm gonna change back to a human though. I do like being the monkey and pulling out my cell phone or whatever. It's just very funny.
Yeah. Where are you keeping that cell phone? Nice. Good.
In my fur.
So I understand there's a like vibrant role playing community in Grand Theft Auto.
I've heard this. I've
Which is-
seen one guy who's really good. This guy streams and he kind of plays a like Texan cop,
Ooh.
and he's like, get out the car. I don't know. I can't actually do the accent, but he like does this like cop thing, which is really ballin'. Yeah.
So like I've never played GTA 5 at all.
Yeah.
I think I played like GTA 1 maybe.
Yeah.
What it was like top down
Oh, wow.
or isometric.
That's OG.
I'm so fucking old.
Yeah.
And like I game very slowly.
Yeah.
I'm playing like WoW Classic right now. I've tried retail and it's just like it doesn't do it for me.
Yeah.
And like or a few months ago I was playing through Diablo 2 again. Like what else am I going to do with my time? Something about the really realistic games rather than the cartoonish ones is a little bit off-putting to me. I don't quite know what it is. This is impressive.
Yeah.
Interesting tailoring on that guy's suit too.
Yeah. It's too long, right?
Okay. Dwarf Fortress. Hey, shit, I should answer some questions.
Yeah, do it. We did have a question where someone said, "What advice do you have for the youngs?" Or since you did claim oldness.
I don't have any advice. The world that you live in is vastly different than the world that I grew up in. Probably substantially worse in most ways. So I'm sorry about that, although I don't take any responsibility for it. I was rehearsing a talk like this, like for my daughter, like what am I going to tell her when she's, 15? She's like, wow, this sucks. I'm like, yeah, this sucks. Sorry. I
don't know how people take it, right? Because it's like it's interesting because I do think that there are a bunch of ways in which the world is arguably getting worse and like decline and types of things like this. But I wonder, there's also this kind of trope of like, older people say these things like, oh, the good old days. And I always wonder, like, am I falling victim to that? Like maybe people just experience the world they're born into as like, this is what it is, like.
Yeah. I mean, in some ways, like for me personally, life is really good. I work at a big tech company. I live comfortably. Like we can live comfortably on one salary and like, hypothetically, eventually after years of work, we could actually buy a house.
Yeah,
I guess. But that I don't think that's something that's like broadly available. And for a lot of indicators, like tons of people are just taking lots of opiates and killing themselves. And like, I don't know. On the other hand, I think things were in a lot of ways substantially worse in the 90s. Like, there were still cities that were more or less no-go zones up through the mid 90s. Like,
yeah,
like urban revival didn't really get going until the aughts.
um, which is wild when you think about it. But at least in terms of like being able to have things that you think of as kind of, I don't know, necessary for a functional life. Like you own a house, you have a family,
Right.
and you can afford things.
Right.
Like it seems like in a lot of urban areas that's harder to get to. And
Yeah.
I mean, like I don't have a really clear idea of what you even do about that at this point. Like,
Right.
there's sort of some policy ideas, but I think a lot of it is just like secular and sort of baked in with technology. So
are you kind of, how black-pilled are you?
I think I'm like locally black pilled, but less so in the long term. Like, did you see what OpenAI dropped today?
No, I didn't.
It's
Someone in the
basically,
chat was mentioning OpenAI though, so I guess maybe somebody here has seen it.
yeah. I mean, I'm sort of mad about OpenAI,
Yeah.
just because of the way they operate, but it does seem like they do incredible work. And so the thing that dropped tonight, which no one, as far as I know, is ever going to get to use because of their policies about who has access to it. But like, you just type in the description of what you want to see in a picture,
Mhm.
and then it draws that, and it's really fucking good. Let me grab a link.
Oh, so hold on. Could you be like blonde woman in T-shirt that says "That's so cult"?
Yes, you could absolutely do this.
Wait, can we do that?
Well, I mean, if you can get approval from OpenAI, and
I see.
they're being really lame about it. So here's the Ayla tweet that has the photos. It's impressive as hell. The first one is an armchair in the shape of an avocado, and it's amazing.
Oh, nobody told me that.
It's
Yeah.
Here we go.
Because I accidentally closed my face. I'm going to look at this on my laptop before I open it on the other thing, but... Oh, let's take a look. What do we got? OpenAI just announced DALL-E, a neural network that can generate images based on text. It's incredible. It's going to help with stuff. 4 brilliant avocado chairs. Dude, those are great chairs. Holy shit. A baby daikon radish in a tutu walking a dog. Pikachu in a suit playing grand piano. Oh, wow.
Amazing. Some of those look pretty weird.
Yeah,
but
some of them are sticking their heads in the piano, and like the middle one's real. Holy crap! This is like profile pics for days.
yeah, I mean, like some of these are genuinely fantastic profile pics, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. This is fun. This one is freaking me out. How do I get closer?
What Pikachu has an extra ear? That's interesting. A lot of them do.
Yeah. It's terrifying though. People say, yeah, this I think is my favorite so far. Let me just.
How about the one where he's sort of becoming the piano?
Oh yeah, this one in the middle. That's weird.
Yeah.
It's like a. There's definitely something Pikachu-ish about it though. Holy crap. But in the context of the black pill question.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, it just seems like things have gotten really weird in the past like 5 years, say. I mean, especially since everyone got phones, or smartphones.
Mm-hmm.
But I also kind of that chimera. But it also seems like they're not going to stop getting weird. Like, imagine everyone could just do this, like,
yeah,
just say, computer, give me a drawing of X.
Right.
And I've seen people already sort of start bootstrapping this, like taking a GPT-3 and doing things like saying, give me some ideas about how I could abuse GPT-3. And a lot of the ideas are good. And I mean, like, once you start doing that, like, I think maybe, I mean, it's not like, general purpose AI, but it's sort of approaching it. If you're able to ask, what are some things I could do to abuse this power that I have? And then it gives you some pretty solid ideas.
Right.
So I don't know. I mean, like, where does this end up? I don't know. I mean, like maybe we all end up like basically slaves or completely exterminated because of what use are we to people who control this stuff, or
Right.
maybe everyone is like basically pretty blissed out because we've asked the really smart computers how to do some things and it gives us good answers. I don't know. I don't know what the equilibrium is, but
This year, honestly, it was since I started playing Cyberpunk, that game that came out, which I guess is not in the sprite genre, but just thinking about sci-fi as maybe like arguably like a required activity for people who want to think about the world and think about the future, is sort of my opinion. Where it's starting to be my opinion, where like we really don't know the way this shit's gonna go, and there's something like really useful about trying to concretely envision like what literally is going to happen.
yeah. And I don't know. I mean, I think it's easy to envision what could happen, but you can envision a lot of different things happening, and
Exactly.
it's really hard to know what the equilibrium is going to be.
And the test is going to be what is the option that is constrained by all of your knowledge. Like
Yeah.
what's really realistic.
And like, even fucking all of the entire Sprawl series, like Gibson just missed cell phones.
Okay. What is this? What is the work you're
Oh,
referencing?
this is Neuromancer and
Okay.
Mona Lisa Overdrive and Count Zero and such. Like, basically the progenitor of cyberpunk as we understand it. And it has these people like plugging into computers and having this kind of virtual reality that they go and fuck around in and hacking into firms and
Right.
AI and all of this stuff. Really the basis for everything that has been cyberpunk out. It's like Tolkien was to fantasy in a lot of ways.
I guess I just need to go back and actually read it because I'm starting to have the opinion that I am someone who likes the cyberpunk genre. But if I haven't read Gibson, I'm kind of fucked in defending that.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's not a. When I read it, I didn't find it to be like warm and inviting text, but it was pretty interesting. But like, yeah, so he has all of these very interesting things, and he calls a lot, but everybody has to go and like literally plug into an outlet when they want to go and interact in space.
Yeah,
like
interesting.
Cell phones, what? I mean, like, I don't know if anybody really saw that coming.
Right. I mean, I saw this Kanye interview where, again, you got to figure out how many grains of salt you want to take this with. And side note, we got with some interesting thoughts from Creature Habits in the chat on like sci-fi and on cyberpunk genre. It looks like, but Kanye says something like, in the future, we had this vision that like we're gonna have flying cars or flying cities, but instead we got the internet, right? We can send a movie through the airwaves, and so he kind of has this take that like we did kind of call it metaphorically.
Yeah.
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 That's like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, the other problem is like, the typical like view of tech is like every time people think the advance is going to be like that's shit we have right now but better. So flying cars instead of normal cars or whatever. But like,
right. Shoes
and so
shoes.
yeah. But instead it's like just entirely new things that you could almost like not even have imagined getting because you wouldn't have known to ask for it. So
yeah. I think that can produce this weird sense. It's like I'm not gonna lie. When I look at that AI shit, I am a little bit like, I feel like there's like a feeling of just like, holy shit, what's the future gonna be?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think there's just something important about that feeling. I guess part of the reason I say that is because one of the reasons I study history is because I want to understand our context. Basically, is sort of how I think about it. Like, okay, you're I was born like in in '89, and it's like so many people, they don't study any kind of history at all, and it's sort of like their worldview ends up being that like everything came into existence as soon as they were born, or like as soon as they were in like junior high and high school or something like that. But I guess I'm starting to have this like view that it can be a two-sided endeavor, like studying the past and like trying to make predictions about the future. And at least for me, the idea, like the sci-fi genre seems like cool as a practice. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
yeah,
I mean, like, it seems like trying to imagine other worlds is a really good way of just kind of like poking at counterfactuals and trying to map out a space of what's possible. And, you know, like getting it informed by history is pretty ideal too, because I mean, history is wild. You know, people, I think, I mean, some of the events are pretty good, but a thing that I've been thinking a lot about lately, I'm not sure if I've been talking about it, but I've been thinking about it, is you read in history, like, and then the population went mad
mm-hmm.
and you know, did all of this crazy shit. Like, you know, you think about the revolution in Paris in 90, well, I mean like 89 to whatever, but
Right.
1793, especially in 94 during the terror. And it's like that mindset would have been completely alien to me before this year. Like, it just would not have made sense to me that, like, oh yeah, and then everybody lost their fucking minds
right
all at once.
Oh yeah.
And started chopping off heads in the street. But now it's like, okay, yeah, I feel like I have some firsthand experience with that, and I can totally see how this would go down. And I mean, I wonder if there's an extent to which, partly it's just a function of becoming an old and living through like more than one time,
Yeah.
like, or more than one zeitgeist, maybe.
It's
But
interesting too, because I talked to my parents about it, right? Because like my parents lived through the '60s, you know, and they were like, "Oh my God, all this crazy stuff's happening on TV," and I'm like, "Didn't you live through the fucking '60s? Like, you know, like what about that?" They're like, "Oh yeah," and they kind of thought about it, but it might have been also that they were a little bit too young then.
oh, sure, okay, yeah, I don't know. I mean, my parents were very much alive during the 60s. I mean, my dad occupied a campus building at one point. It's not really clear to me why. I think he was just kind of curious what it was like,
That's
rather
what you do.
than yeah. And it's just, yeah,
That's
sure,
what you
I'll occupy a building and, you know, demand whatever shit.
Right.
I think he used a lot of weed back then. Not entirely sure about this, but I
Right.
think so. But yeah, I don't know. And I sort of wonder how all this is going to color our views of things in, you know, in 30 years. Like, is it just going to be a blip? Because I don't know, if we had some kind of a like 90s renaissance, that would be incredible. I don't know. Do you have fond memories of the 90s?
Well, let's look back to the '90s. How do I feel about the '90s? I have fond memories of, you know what I remember? I remember being in fourth grade, some point in the '90s, I believe, and that someone coming in to talk to us about the space station and saying that it was going to come out in, you know, 7 or 8 years, and I counted up in my head that was until like 2007, I believe. I might be misremembering the exact time, but whatever. I counted the years, and I was like, "Damn, that's so far away. Like, I want that to be happening now."
Yeah.
Like, it was so cool to me that, you know, we were going to have a space station. That's something that I immediately jumped to mind. That's also kind of through a little bit of like an adult's lens, where, like, you know, I'm thinking of historically relevant shit now as my lens for that. But I don't know, what was I thinking of at the time? I was just thinking about my friends and just watching TV and fucking around.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I was a little bit older, I guess. I mean, I don't want to give out an exact age, but I mean, I was a late teenager, early college student,
Right.
on 9/11. So like I had some like political memory in the 90s, and it was confirmed for me later on, when I was talking with an economist at the Fed on a 9/11 anniversary, and he was just really down about it, because like he's like, yeah, man, it was great in the 90s. The only question was, like, how are we going to manage to keep growing like this forever? Like, there wasn't any question of war. There wasn't any question of like the end of history shit was real, you know, like people were really buying into it, and everyone just assumed that was what was going to happen.
Right.
And
I do
it's
have
like,
positive memories of Clinton. I have good vibes about Clinton.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember my parents kind of being disgusted with him, and maybe a lot of people being disgusted with him.
Yeah.
But also being like, hey, what can you do?
Right. Right. He's just gonna play saxophone and eat his peanut butter banana sandwiches and you know, bone his secretary.
Yeah, what can you don't want to judge someone's private life.
Right.
Was the vibe. I don't know. Maybe in retrospect, it was more pernicious.
But it's interesting because you're kind of remembering it as like pretty positive, you know, like pretty positive energy.
Oh yeah,
You know?
no, but like I mean, and you can go and look at movies from the time too. Like fucking American Beauty or Fight Club or whatever. It's like,
Yeah.
God, what if it's bad that we're all so rich and we have so much stuff? Like,
Right.
man, it sucks. We're at peace. What are we gonna do with ourselves now? God, what a struggle.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's really hard to think of that kind of a mindset right now, at least with the prosperity. I mean, and also
Yeah.
we've been at war for like 15 years, so 20, almost 20. Fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, I'm convinced of what you're saying.
I know.
I'm convinced.
I mean, like, yeah. I mean, you can go and listen to music too. I mean, like, like, like Venga Bus was a top 40 song easily. I don't know if you've heard that, but like, that's what people get this shit. Very popular song from the 90s. Like people listen to this, and it was terrible. It was terrible music. But I mean, just kind of that's really interesting.
I unfortunately can't put it on the stream because of probably like some legal, but
yeah, no, don't do that. But people can listen to it and be horrified and like
horrified at where we are or horrified at where they were.
Yeah, but like no, people were into this shit. Like I went places. I was in a martial arts class and somebody fucking played this while we were doing aerobics, and it was like, all right, this seems fine.
Yeah,
So I don't know.
Like to party. Oh, is it that song?
Yeah, it's that song.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, Who Let the Dogs Out? I mean, just absurd shit. Like people were really into football and people were really into terrible music and like. And everyone was like bougie, and it was the grand and final victory of neoliberalism. Then that's just totally gone to shit now. So yeah, the Macarena, right?
Right. It's wild to actually try to imagine a society that makes the Macarena. I mean, we have party music, but it's a little bit more kind of like. I'm sure you could find the thing that would be that kind of weirdly wholesomely unironic and kind of cheesy, but like cool with it or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's my take on the Macarena.
Oh man, I don't know. So, and like some of it's good. Like there has been a lot of good art since the 90s, and a lot of stuff from the 90s that seemed good at the time has aged really badly.
Yeah.
I mean, American Beauty won like 8 Academy Awards or some shit, and everybody thought it was really deep. And now I go back and look at it, and it's like, oh boy.
Right.
But
I never saw it, but I've heard. I sort of feel like I have the vibe. That's the sort of dystopian suburbia thing.
Yeah, like okay, so like these people have an unhappy marriage, and that sucks.
Right.
Sort of, I get that. And also like kind of rich for a bunch of rich people in Hollywood making a movie talking about how shitty suburbia is.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. All right. What else? More questions. Ready to slay you with the sharpness of thoughts. People are taking notes. That sounds like a threat.
It's because Vecnin literally can't shut up about his podcast, and we're all very excited for him. But I believe you're going on Vecnin's thing.
Yeah, I think I'm signed up for that.
Yeah,
I should probably check my email again.
So right now he's studying for that.
Now, okay, sure.
He's at school for that. So, but I'm just glad I got to you first, just so I can have that over his head for as long.
Okay,
as possible.
yeah. Go ahead, Beckton. If you wanna ask me about my performance on this podcast, go for it. I'm not afraid. Although I may not remember anything, I have a terrible memory for what I've said and recordings that I've done in the past. So be aware. Man, top 10 movies. I don't know if I can do. I don't have that readily available. I could do music probably, but movies are a struggle. I really like The Seventh Seal. With
I don't know that movie.
yeah, it's a Bergman, Ingmar Bergman,
Yeah.
starring von Sydow. It's great. It's the one about the guy who the knight who plays chess with death.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't. You've played CK2, right?
I have. I love it.
Yeah, so there's the event where death comes to claim you, and you got to play chess against him. Yeah, total Bergman reference.
Oh, that like trope. That's a whole thing. It's
an entire trope, but yeah, this is the origin of it. Very
cool.
good. And Bergman just fantastic cinematographer. What else do I still like? Man, I've gone back and forth on so many movies. Grave of the Fireflies I've only watched once. Never gonna watch it again, but it was very good if I recall correctly.
Don't tell me what happens. I've heard it's like break your soul kind of.
Yeah, well, I mean, like I can tell you that in the opening scene is flash forward in time, and has the main character dying of starvation in a subway in Tokyo, and then
say no more, say no more,
and it's all downhill from there.
Yeah. Oh, it doesn't get better. Fuck me.
No, far worse.
Yeah.
Shit. Okay. Man, I'm really drawing a blank on movies. I liked. Fuck. I don't know. There's a lot of movies that I've liked, but maybe I just haven't spent enough time getting really into it. I mean, like, okay, movies that I've liked. Being John Malkovich is very funny, but I don't. There's the problem. I don't think I watch that many movies and like really deeply identify with them, and I don't know why that is. Like even stuff that's a lot of fun to watch doesn't hit me in quite the same way that music does. So I don't know what to make of that. It feels like a slightly more like external experience, whereas like you read a book or you listen to music and it just gets you right in the chest and maybe sucks you into it a bit more than a movie does.
I have that with movies, but people are just different.
Yeah. It's also possible I only watch trash. I'm self-conscious about it and like not letting myself really get into it. I cannot discount that possibility.
Trash and Ingmar Bergman.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely am less visually based pretty generally. Like I definitely like beautiful stuff. I mean, Monogatari is in some ways a pretty visual medium for me, but mostly I'm not so much. Definitely more into texture and audio.
Speaking of audio, I better turn our music back on.
Okay, sorry, totally failed on that question. I'm wrong about David Bowie. Yeah, I'm willing to wait. Am I wrong about David Bowie because you're the one who didn't like David Bowie at all, or am I wrong about David Bowie because Hunky Dory is not his best album? I'm definitely open to that. Yeah, have a good night, Texas Gunner.
Thanks for coming, Texas.
Oh man, let's see here. Glorious Triumph of the 80s. Yeah, man, the 80s seemed like they were probably pretty good. I don't remember that super well, but let's see here. Fried chicken and pussy. I don't think that's a question. See, 90s were pretty violent. The 90s were pretty violent. Oh, you know what's a great fucking movie? Is Romeo plus Juliet by what's his face? The guy who does everything.
Romeo plus Juliet?
Romeo plus Juliet. Yeah, it's I always forget his name. Possibly the greatest adaptation ever. Baz Luhrmann.
This isn't the one with Leonardo DiCaprio, no?
Yes, I think it is. It is. No, it's amazing. It is incredible cinematography. Well, I mean, it's possibly the most 90s movie.
I
It's
loved
incredibly
it.
Yeah, no, it's so good. I mean, there was a Twitter thread that I can't find anymore, but this Twitter thread goes into the long history of adapting Shakespeare
Yeah,
and how, like if you try and move something to a modern setting, you're going to have to deal with the fact that like, people are talking about daggers,
right, right,
and
right,
and
right.
so and so like shit, but nobody is like carrying around a fucking dagger in 1993. So do you like, just have the person say dagger but shoot themselves, or do you like change the line, or how do you deal with, or just
Right.
like
You commit a crime against humanity and change
Yeah.
Shakespeare's language.
yeah no so and they just put fucking dagger on the gun.
Right.
That's all they did. It's dagger branded gun, and it's just beautiful. It's incredibly Chad, basically, like just flipping the table, doing the most absurd thing, and doing it with all the courage of their convictions and making it work. I admire that.
You're making me want to rewatch it.
Yeah, I'm making me want to rewatch it too. Yeah, holding handgun sideways, also very 90s.
Yeah, the what's that? What are those movies with the Irish brothers, who are shooting people all the time?
Boondock Saints.
Boondock Saints, yeah.
Boondock Saints.
Is that 90s or early 2000s?
I think that was 91 of the two, maybe 2001.
Yeah, I kind of
Yeah.
have that in this genre.
Yeah, no, same sort of thing. Although I think less artfully done, and I'm not sure that holds up quite as well. Are the
Yeah.
brothers actually named Aquinas and Veritas?
Oh my god,
Jeez.
is that what? That's awesome. It's
Yeah.
awesome
Yeah.
for how goofy it is.
99. Okay. Wait, so Mark Fisher said there's been no new music genre since the 90s. What was the new music genre in the 90s? Like some kind of electronic? What about chiptune?
I mean, pop music. What's pop music? Well, I guess 80s you've got something that's probably rightfully called pop music.
Yeah, okay, emo. Emo is
Yeah.
new, but emo feels pretty dead to me. Big F.
Yeah, Vex a
Jungle?
an OG emo listener. I am led to
Is
believe.
jungle a genre?
I don't know what jungle is. Yeah, I feel like emo is 2000s.
Yeah, okay, link good new good genres. I'm kind of curious. Were the Beatles really that different?
You know,
Do I
so there's a thing that I've heard, and I'm gonna put myself to shame for not being able to say, but like that there was another band that was very similar to the Beatles that everyone at the time would have thought of those two in the same sentence. Some mega Beatles fan here would.
Oh,
to
was
this
it
podcast.
Moby Grape?
I think I just have no idea.
Okay.
It could be. But that's one of those things where it makes me feel like there was like a little bit of a genesis of something new that was broader than just those guys.
Yeah. Well, there's some interview with a guy, or maybe it was just a series of his reviews of Beatles albums, and like his reviews were like, oh yeah, they're doing this shit. We're doing this back in the 40s, man.
Yeah, right.
And I've come to really somewhat dislike the Beatles over time. So
Yeah, this has been one of my edgy opinions is that I don't like the Beatles. But
I think that's almost the standard opinion now.
Is
like,
it?
yeah, I think the luster is wearing off. Like there was a big Beatles revival in the 90s. I think probably long enough after Lennon was dead that people could remember him as like some kind of a hero instead of a sellout and
Yeah.
kind of a dick. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I thought about getting some albums and I thought about getting, Abbey Road or something. I was like, I just don't want to do it.
Yeah, I hear you. All right, we got a request to turn into a killer whale, so I'm going to try to do that once I
Do it.
get myself into the water. Hopefully that won't crash the. Oh god. Oh god. Hopefully that won't crash the game, but if it does, we'll reboot.
It's actually kind of wow. Okay, there was a killer whale, right?
Yeah, there was. Yeah.
It's model already in the game. Okay.
Yeah. They have one.
Wet clothes modeling leaves something to be desired.
Yeah, the wet clothes. Hold on. How do I do this? Model changer, player options, model changer, animals. I could be a hammerhead shark or a tiger shark. There's a
Stingray? Stingray sounds enticing.
All right, let's try stingray. I haven't done that yet. Hey, I'm a stingray. Now what? Woo!
Is that
Okay, I just died. Yeah, I just died. There's something sketchy about these.
All right.
Yeah. See, there's a problem, which is that I might respawn as the stingray and break the game. Yeah, no, I just died. So then I get into this I'm just dying loop. I think you just maybe insta die when you get out of the water. And so now I'm in a like some kind of, my guy respawns with like a black eye. And then yeah, I die as a stingray once again. So
It's interesting. It's interesting you can like identify the exact moment that the like pre-rendered cutscene stops.
you're right.
Just immediately transition into a stingray.
A stingray death scene. So this is like the hell loop that we've like yeah.
It's like a 15-second Groundhog Day, but you just turn into a stingray every time.
And then I just flop on the fucking bricks.
I guess it would have been like more post-rad if you turned into a crab.
Uh-huh.
Like complete the crab cycle.
Right. All right. Okay. I'm gonna load.
God, I wish I were drinking. Okay, I'm actually gonna start drinking. Be right back.
All right, man.
Was that?
You want me to get you a drink?
You'd get me a drink?
I would.
So he doesn't know that we're way
wife-
longer.
my
into
wife
our
is
thing
getting-
than usual.
Do you want
My wife is getting me a drink.
Can I just have a glass of the brandy?
1, 2?
Give me like 2 fingers and a couple ice cubes.
Oh, I have a drink myself. I have my my Lagavulin on hand for these
Oh,
occasions.
very good.
Brandy. Huh? I haven't had as much brandy in my life as I hope to. I hope to have a lot more brandy.
Fuck, why haven't I been drinking? I think I had this idea that I was not going to drink because it might have some side effect, but I don't believe that anymore. Also, I had the idea that I might go to the gym, but that's totally not happening. So,
Right. Oh man. That
thank
smoke
you,
is
Roaring
so-
Poet. I was waiting for somebody. There it is. Okay, what's CCRU? I actually don't know what CCRU is, but I'll answer the question if you tell me what they are.
You can only have this if you drink a huge glass of water before bed.
I'll drink it. Mommy wife.
Moon mom. Got downed by Moon Mom on stream.
Yeah, man. Robots posting their L's. Wait, Nick Land has a think tank. I'm not gonna lie. I've never actually read Nick Land. That's all. He's fine, you know. Oh, he called it the Cybernetic Culture Research Unit. That's
I don't know enough about Nick Land either.
And if you're in academia, you can do it. They'll fund you.
I don't believe Nick Land is real. Are we talking about Jacobite Mag here? Yeah. Lick Land.
Is your last name Vecnan? I don't actually remember your last name. I might actually know it, but I don't remember it. Land is kind of a... Nicholas Land is okay. Nick Land, I don't like that so much. Like 2 monosyllabic names, not fitting.
It's like Tom Cruise, though.
Yeah, but Cruise ends with a Z, and so you can kind of drag it out, and it feels a little smoother. Whereas D, it's like, that's a hard stop.
You mean like a Z sound?
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-oh. I'm flying up now.
I'm gonna get drunk very quickly. By the way, I had my usual breakfast of a peanut butter and preserve sandwich.
Yeah.
And then I forgot to eat throughout the day, as I was having nicotine. And then I stuffed a hamburger bun in my mouth right before I went on air. But
Yeah.
that's all I had. So what?
I'm gonna make dinner.
No, what? I'm fine. I'm fine.
You need
I'll eat eventually. You don't need to make it. You're pregnant. It's fine.
Well, I need dinner.
Well, okay, make dinner. What are you making?
Spaghetti.
Oh, can I have some?
Yeah.
By the way, if Celine wants to pop in and say hello, she's totally welcome.
Celine, you're welcome on the podcast if you want to, continue inflicting damage on me.
Or a full episode. Sometimes. Just throwing it out there.
Oh, or a full episode if you want.
Oh. Actually, yeah, I would do that.
I think she just consented, so...
We just got it recorded, ladies and gentlemen. We got her.
Will you throw a pound...
We got her.
Will you throw a pound of hamburger in?
Yeah, how long do I thought?
You press the thing that does defrost, and then you turn it to 1.0. And then you hit start. It's pretty, it's aesthetic, it's well designed, and not user-friendly. Okay, sorry.
By the way, I've changed this into, I think, an Asian man or woman or something who breathes fire. Just to have something.
Also, his suit jacket is kind of melting into his pants. I guess that could happen if you're wearing polyester and breathing fire.
Breathing fire. Yeah, that's right. It's a little janky.
He looks very serious.
Yeah, I can even change his mood to angry, happy, injured, stressed, smug. I like
Smug. I want to see smug.
Yeah, we got smug.
Wow, that does look kind of smug.
The Chad squat. Yeah. I'm also gonna really quick just give my guy the ability to blast things away from him with the force field, because it's really satisfying to do that, and then just sprint through the highway while cars explode.
Okay, so Vecnan is asking me to put out the trash and have Moonbot. Is that the baby Vecnan? She's not quite audible yet, but I could take over the meat defrosting since Celine seems like she's having difficulties with it, perhaps, and put her on. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. It's your turn.
I'm just kidding.
You have to.
We could also just chill. I'm just blowing up cars.
All right, Moon pulled the pregnancy card.
Yeah.
She has to pee.
Word.
No, real talk. Like, it's incredible. There is a ton of baby in her abdomen.
Yeah.
And I just cannot imagine there's much space for her bladder. I guess bladders like migrate through the course of pregnancy, and at first they get pushed up and then they like migrate down. I'm not entirely sure how it works, but it looks very unpleasant. Are you good? Okay, fortunately her bladder is also like tiny at this point because, being compressed, so that didn't take long. One sec.
Compressed by baby.
Something in for you.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh. Hello.
Hello.
Apparently I'm substituting right now. What's up?
Do you see the chat here? We got people who are saying hi.
Hello.
Saying welcome, Moon.
Pregnancy is extremely weird.
Yeah, you've got a human being growing inside of you. What is that like?
It's deeply incapacitating, but not in the way I expected.
Yeah. How did you expect it to be?
Well, I thought that maybe the incapacitation and immobility would be a lot more about, the size of your stomach or just general fatigue, and there's definitely been fatigue.
Uh-huh.
But what I didn't expect was that there's actually this goddamn hormone called, and I shit you not, relaxin, which relaxes everything.
Huh.
And I mean everything. At about 18 weeks, I started just dropping things randomly.
Like your inhibitions.
Thank you, dear.
That's a real thing?
Relaxin? Yeah, no, I'm not kidding. That's the hormone that you get pumped full of in addition to estrogen and all sorts of other stuff.
Okay, and so then you're like dropping stuff, or or does it feel like not being as, I don't know, like what is that like?
So it loosens up your veins so that you have room for the extra 2 pounds of blood that you're carrying around.
Uh-huh.
It It just kind of relaxes your ligaments so that your hips can separate, etc. And what that's actually done is has made my ability to kind of model where my body is in space extremely difficult. So
holy shit,
that was unexpected.
Dude,
so now it's like I start thinking about, I'm going to go do X, and then I start to execute the series of movements that you might use to do X, and it's like, oh, this is completely alien.
So, okay, because your body map is basically all off.
Yeah. That's essentially it.
And also, you're a different shape than usual, like, and so that's its own contribution to that, I guess.
I think that's only been like a really significant factor in the last 3 weeks or so.
Yeah.
Up until then, it was like, okay, my stomach is larger than normal, but everything is like,
yeah,
basically where I expect it to be. Other than the body map stuff, but now no, it's like I have to sit differently. My cat wants to sit on my stomach all the time, and I have to push her away, and it breaks my heart.
The is Eigen doing his part? Is he being a good robot hubby?
I don't want to be too gross, but he's probably the sweetest person alive.
Yeah.
I've had a couple of hormonal breakdowns about not being able to finish the chores I wanted to finish, and over the last 3 days, he's done all of the laundry without me asking, and like aired out our mattress. And
you hear that, kids?
Oh shit! I left the sheets downstairs. I'll be right back.
All right.
Even now, he's doing the laundry.
Yeah.
That is sweet. That's great.
No, he's very sweet and very reassuring about the whole like occasional body image breakdown thing. Why are you in the air? What are you doing?
So I've got mods installed, and one of them does this. There's supposed to be like I'm supposed to look more like I'm flying right now, but that seems to have not worked. So yeah, I can turn into an animal and stuff. Man,
I think I've had dreams like this.
Wait, I can still breathe fire. That's good. Oh, my walking is all messed up. I don't know how to rotate.
Had dreams like that.
No, I can breathe fire.
So I'm not actually sure what like podcast etiquette or streaming etiquette is.
Like what kind of thing? Like what do you do?
I've been on one podcast.
I mean,
and
yeah, it's literally, honestly, it's like literally whatever you want in this particular case.
Okay, that's good.
No, we're just chilling. Honestly, we're on a little bit longer than I usually go, but Eigen didn't complain, so I didn't tell him that we usually go for like about 3 hours, but so we're at like 3:15. But like, this is just gravy. This is just extra credit if people want to chill or if you guys are hanging out, you know.
Yeah, we don't have a lot going on tonight. I was actually kind of envious earlier when you guys were talking about phenomenology. I was like, that's actually why I logged in. It's like I have things to say about this.
Let's talk about phenomenology. This doesn't excuse you, by the way, from actually being on the talk show, because we need to actually go deep. But while you're here, say more. What are you thinking about?
Well, okay, so I don't know. 2020 was weird, and I'd already been doing a bunch of navel gazing, up my own ass introspection stuff for years, and which I think you kind of maybe end up doing if you're just severely ADHD and bad at doing things. But
I relate to the ADHD part, at least. Go ahead. Yeah.
Meditation, I'd always kind of hit a wall, and then I kind of started to get the hang of it around maybe the end of 2019, or just 2019 in general was a pretty good year, or for a lot of things, but also for just kind of the introspective practice stuff. And then I was really kind of rabbit holing into a bunch of Twitter people's writing in May or March or April, and I ran across Mark Lipman's meditation protocol, which you might be familiar with.
Yeah, I know Mark.
Yeah. No, and it was great. It was like the shit he's working on right now is like the only thing that actually resonated, and it was like, oh, this isn't boring. It doesn't have to be boring. and I don't have to do a single minute of concentration practice if I don't want to.
Uh-huh.
And I never want to. So, but before that, I just kind of devoured pretty much anything people were saying about phenomenology. I posted a thread on Twitter the other night asking about perception of time, and so many people chimed in and like took the question seriously and the direct experience of time seriously, and we're talking about why you might experience it one way or another. And I almost wanted to cry, partly because I'm pregnant and I cry at everything now, but also because I remember being about 4 years old and trying to have these conversations with people around me and getting blank stares. And now I'm just surrounded by people who are like, yeah, that's some weird shit, let's talk about it.
You know, I feel like there was a moment where in my life where I suddenly was around enough people that I wasn't feeling bottlenecked on like certain types of intellectual discussions anymore, and it was pretty discreet. It was just like, before this I was not getting enough of something, and now I can potentially get enough of it, you know, if I'm voracious.
Actually, I ran into that too a few years ago, and adjusting to the abundance mindset for social interaction and conversation was really weird.
Yeah.
I had to take a second and be like, okay, I don't actually have to respond to literally everything anyone says with me because it feels like the last time I'll get to. But
yeah, it's also part of my experience with this was just I think I became more intelligent. Like, I literally think I became more intelligent when I started hanging out around smarter people. Like, in the sense that, like, I don't know, my own kind of view on this is that a lot of this stuff is socially and culturally determined rather than biologically and other sorts of things like that. And so it's like another bonus. It's like, holy shit, I can have thoughts because I am expecting to be able to express them to somebody. And like, these are better thoughts than I've ever had before, you know?
Yeah, I think being around people who can actually engage with you on the thoughts that you're having and kind of take them at least one, you know, push them a little bit further and get you past the hump.
Right.
Huge force multiplier for thinking interesting things.
Right. Okay, so you're thinking about phenomenology. You mentioned the perception of time. Is that something that specifically interests you, or are you just like hitting all kinds of different topics?
I'm kind of just going Mark being Mark, I think he's a bit overcautious and worried, but had this full list of disclaimers about risks, and one of them was like, I'm not sure if pregnant people not sure if pregnant people should be doing this because of the risk of like doing weird things to your blood pressure when you're pregnant and meditating and in weird postures all day.
Right.
And so I thought a lot about kind of how to keep doing this safely while pregnant, because I wasn't gonna stop. And so I've spent the last 8 months just being very breadth first, kind of touching everything that I can, and not going too deep in any direction, because that's where I can start feeling weird tension and weird side effects. So perception of time I spent a few days on that.
Yeah.
And I'm probably gonna revisit it at some point, but I'm kind of just getting kind of a map, like a first pass map of my mental landscape.
Yeah. One question I kind of have is, so I've done just a stupid amount of this stuff, and when people go at it from very different directions. A lot of times they go at it from a sort of like therapeutic, like wanting to process traumatic stuff or just be better people, or, you know, there's sort of an aim there. Sometimes it's more just exploratory and curious, and it's just like, holy shit, I've got a mind, what do I do with it, and like, what can it do? And I imagine there are other orientations as well. Where do you think you fit in?
It was definitely kind of a desperation thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was definitely like, I can't do things. Why can't I do things? And probably that got really bad starting in my last year of high school, which in retrospect had a lot to do with weird family shit that was kind of going unacknowledged. And then I got married at 19. Don't do that, kids. And that was kind of bad for a while. And so I think that tangled up a whole lot of stuff. And I've also discovered, as I've made friends with saner people, that my upbringing was kind of weird.
Right.
You got married at 19, but now that you're
Welcome
20, you're happy.
This
I'm not
podcast.
20.
No, I'm 20.
Do you want to listen in on this one?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Can I do that?
It's
You-
on mic.
Oh, nice.
Anyway, yeah. So it was very much like a place of desperation where I got into a lot of the introspective stuff, and I found Less Wrong around the same time,
Right.
and I really resonated with the whole like figure out exactly where you are and kind of go from there sort of angle. And Brienne Yudkowsky, who is I think going by Logan Stroll now, had a lot of really good writing on phenomenology.
Yeah, I know Brienne. Brienne's awesome.
Yeah. I've never spoken with them, but
Yeah.
really good blog.
Cool. Yeah, no, but Brienne is super cool. And so there's an interesting thing that a lot of people don't know about Eliezer, and which is, so I was a mega fanboy for many years. In some ways, still I'm a fanboy, though not the same type of fanboy that I was. And a lot of people don't know that in his earlier days, he, at least to me, reads as a lot more like, kind of like a crazy transhumanist type.
I've seen some of the like excerpted email threads.
Yeah. And some of these like very weird, some of them are email threads and some of them like he might have some old website, but he's kind of talking about like the mind and like the very kind of like exquisite details of like having an intellect and like using it. And there's something extremely that I honestly don't think you see too much later on in his writing. Later on, he does talk about the 5-second level concept, which
I seem to recall that. It's been a very long time since I've read through the sequences or anything, but
the 5-second level idea is basically like all of these different rationality type ideas correspond. Like there's an experience of what it's like to do it within, maybe a 5-second period.
yeah.
And so it orients you right on like the feeling of doing it. Like what is the move? Right. Like what are the steps you take to check if you're caught in a framing or whatever the thing is. So anyway, I just found that interesting about him because there's sort of, and there's a whole thing about rationality, but like where it fits into the history of ideas that I find it's closer to some of these like introspective meditative traditions than, or even mystical traditions than a lot of people would ordinarily think from the expressed genre of the thing.
Yeah. And I kind of think that if you're gonna go, and I'll be honest, I'm not one of the math less wrong people at all in terms of proficiency. But I think if you're gonna try to apply this stuff, then you have to get pretty familiar with the like experience of having your brain.
Right. No, for sure. I mean, you got to use it. You're the one at the cockpit, right?
And that also means like looking at it and how it works to the best of your ability.
Right. Okay, wait. So then you're saying, so you gave a kind of like a little bit of like where you were at when you ended up being interested in introspection, and then you mentioned a little bit about Mark's stuff, and I don't know, like where are you at with all of it now? Like what are you curious about? Like, are you trying to achieve something? Like, I don't know, like anything in that area that appeals is like
I think something about just expanding optionality. Like just kind of doing this big first pass of pretty much everything in my mind.
Okay.
And resolving like weird confusions and weird ontological things. And I love the word ontological, but I'm always pretty sure I'm using it wrong.
If I were you, I would simply become enlightened.
Yeah, we know that you're naturally enlightened.
Mm-hmm.
You said it, not me.
He's such an asshole. He's such an asshole. I'll go on one of these like raving like I had a really great meditation session and I experienced such and such and yada yada yada, and he'll be like, "Oh, can't everybody do that?" And I'll be like, "No, they don't." So, where was I? Yeah, just like flexibility and optionality, and I think I don't actually think that you need to spend a lot of time in like, and I might be wrong, but I don't actually think you need to spend a whole lot of time in this like no self state or whatever, but probably like touching those states is pretty useful for getting an idea of what's possible.
Uh-huh. What types of states have you experienced?
I don't have any like proper terminology here, so
Well, this is the thing, is that even the people who do have the proper terminology use it differently from each other, because mental stuff is really hard to like describe accurately.
So I thought for a long time that I'd never quite gotten to anything like quote unquote emptiness.
Yeah.
Until somebody described emptiness as fluidity, where you just don't actually very strongly attach what something is to the experience of it, or something like that. And I think I've experienced that a few times. One interesting thing that I've discovered is that just accessing a state once doesn't give you like this permanent on-off switch for it. There's like path dependent thing, and then the paths change as you kind of flesh out your model even further.
This is super true. This is super true in my experience as well.
And like I did a bunch of psychedelics before I did much meditation stuff, and I probably did some ill-advised. I was a little bit reckless, but also it was one of those like it was kind of the right decision to be reckless at the time.
Okay.
And so there's been like ego death adjacent stuff, which actually wasn't that interesting to me.
Okay.
Mostly I just realized that, wow, having an ego is kind of useful, and I can see why we did it.
Yeah, it's interesting. I definitely resonate with the, like, when you hit the states, you don't necessarily, like, get the VIP card back into them. And in fact, there's a sort of trope of, like, when you start chasing it, you stop being able to get it, you know.
Yeah, and that's fucked up. You know? That's fucked up. There's this there's like this little thing that is just embedded in every single aspect of this stuff, where like as soon as you kind of just twist up around this goal, your ability to actually achieve it just entrenches you in an inability to get there. And it's such it is such a, I don't know. It seems like a flaw. It seems like a design flaw.
It may be. I mean, I think in this particular case, and I'm a little bit tentative to get on like sort of religious vibe stuff a lot of the time, especially when I'm kind of in the intellectual register, as it were, because everybody's an atheist or whatever. But, I mean, you know, when they talk about like, you know, just do what God says, right? You know, above all else. There's a lot of ways to kind of interpret that, and it's to our modern ears a pretty esoteric thing. The way I tend to contextualize that is in stuff about the good, like pursuing the good. And again, I have no idea if that's sort of like nearby to how you're thinking about any of this stuff. Anyway, there's something like virtue, right? Virtue is the mean between two extremes, where oh god, I'm going to completely fail to explain this, and I'm a little drunk at this point. What am I trying to say?
I think I'm following.
Yeah.
Also, someone in the chat said, like, they said, yes, Celine, humans should have easier access to mind states that are deleterious to your evolutionary fitness. I was just bitching, okay? Half the things that come out of my mouth are more about emotional content than anything else.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's interesting. I think maybe I'll just say I've learned lessons sometimes from the difficulty of getting back to some place where I really wanted to be. And the lesson was like, damn, I just like really would have been down to just be there and only be there forever and forget my life or something like that.
Yeah.
And that would have been lame, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
But I'm all for being agentic about it. I think there's a conclusion people draw, which is like, therefore you shouldn't try to get into cool states, but I'm like, nah.
No, I think trying for a state can be good sometimes. Which I mean, and I'm kind of a shill for his content right now, which may change in a few years after I get or months or whatever.
Yeah.
But for now, I'm kind of a shill. But one thing I love about what Mark Lippman is doing right now is his meta protocol, which is where you try to embed this kind of feedback loop where you're evaluating what you're doing and then asking, what about this is good? What about this is bad? How can I tell? What about this is uncertain?
Yeah.
And it just really builds up this rapid sense of self-sovereignty over what might be good for you in a given moment, which was something I was pretty lacking at the moment.
Yeah.
Eigen is dancing really absurdly right now, and I kind of wish I could share this with you.
I believe chat will be imagining the Eigen dance.
I'm looking at chat now. Someone said... Someone said upwards, talk about getting married at 19. Mostly I'm gonna say that, like, you're probably not in, like, the 5% of people for whom it works.
Oh, getting married at 19.
Yeah. It was just not a great idea.
I feel like it's hard to choose to do anything well at 19, but not to, like, delegitimize the 19-year-old minds, but, like, they are kind of dumbasses, right?
Yeah, and, like, looking back, there's not a single thing anyone could have said to me.
Delegitimize them, they're idiots.
There's not a thing anyone could have said to me, and
Dad agrees.
After we divorced, a bunch of my friends came out of the woodwork like, yeah, we didn't expect that to last. I'm like, you said nothing, and they were like, you wouldn't have listened. So.
I sometimes get like that too. I'm like thinking, God damn it, like you guys should have taught me this or you guys should have taught me that. But then I look back at what I was actually like in like high school, and I think it's kind of true. Like I just had no interest.
Like, I wish I'd known X, and you're like, you wouldn't have known what to do if someone had said X to you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, someone asked if there was a religious implication. No, there was kind of a getting out of a very chaotic household implication. I think if I'd had my head on straight at the time, we would have broken up in 6 months, and I would have remembered it like bittersweet and fondly, or something.
Right.
But lost my train of thought.
Oh, good. I'm just trying cool motorcycles and stuff.
Oh man, I'm actually kind of depressed about. I always assumed that I would get a motorcycle, but then I realized that the number of slightly risky things I want to do with my life are important enough that I don't really want to add the risk of a motorcycle. My dad had a motorcycle, and I just kind of assumed that I too someday would get a motorcycle.
I had like an old step grandpa with a motorcycle, which was kind of awesome. Just imagine an old dude with a fucking rockin' motorcycle. It's kind of great.
No, my dad really pulled off the whole look. He's like this 6'5" Hispanic guy, and he'd wear like bandanas and leather jacket, and
Hell yeah.
really good look. I think he and my mom rode up to the altar on a motorcycle, but they forgot to practice it with her in her wedding dress, so that was almost a disaster.
Oh, that's great. I guess you got to do side saddle.
Yeah. Also, it turns out the dress kind of interferes.
I've switched to a chimpanzee. I feel like there's something wholesome about it.
I don't think chimpanzees are wholesome.
No, chimpanzees are fucking horrifying. Is that why you think that?
I'm kind of creeped out by all monkeys and apes. I don't think they're cute or friendly. I had a thread on Twitter about a boss that I had that had a pet monkey.
Oh.
And yeah. No, I don't trust him. I have an aunt who was bitten on the head by a monkey in the Philippines.
Wow.
And then I saw at a formative age, I saw that documentary about that chimpanzee who ate the lady's face.
Yeah, I've read about that, and that is rather upsetting. I think if I still have an affinity for chimps, it's just that we came from. I mean, I don't know. We didn't really chimps, apes. I don't know anything about primates.
Huh?
Cooking one?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, there's still some in the bottom. Or you got some of the things I've used. The little red wines in the third shelf down in the pantry. Sorry. What was that?
I was just saying that
Thank you.
that we came from them, and I like that about them.
Yeah. But I also have ancestors I came from that I don't particularly feel that fond of, so...
Right. It's a spiritual symbol for me, a little bit.
Can I put the monkey thread in the chat? Yeah, no, I guess I get it. I think maybe the Uncanny Valley thing just hurts a little too much.
Yeah. All right, well, I can switch off this monkey.
I'm not bothered by the monkey on the motorcycle. I just really don't trust them.
Yeah, I'm not bothered by it. I just wouldn't want to be there. I feel like if the monkey was riding a motorcycle, I don't know. That's maybe a little more scary. I want to watch Planet of the Apes because I've never actually seen most of those.
A teacher showed that part of that to us in high school, and I wish I remembered why.
uh,
The Planet of the Apes movie.
Yeah, I don't know what the wine is. Do you want to swap out?
Yeah. So, I'm gonna bring Eigen back. I gotta go find something.
All right, thanks for coming by, and I'm gonna hit you up. I'm gonna hit you up about a true episode, if you're down for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sweet.
All right. Bye.
Bye bye.
Oh.
I'll be this guy.
Add like maybe
Everybody's saying bye, Moon.
wine into the sauce container.
Yeah,
and swish.
I've been using a little bit.
You
of it.
have?
Yeah.
Oh, you're so sweet to adopt
I
my
missed a
wife.
follow. If I missed a follow, thank you for following.
Oh, would you mind bringing me my booze? Hey, Al.
What's up, dude? Welcome back.
Hey, I am reasonably good and drunk at this point,
All right, properly boozed.
and I poured myself a new glass. So if there's anything that's really hard hitting,
Yeah, now's a good time. Oh god, I just got hard hit right off my motorcycle.
holy shit! So is this like Arathi Highlands now?
What is it? What did you say? What is Rothy Highlands?
It's a World of Warcraft zone
Oh, okay.
that looks like this, kind of
Looks
kind of Scotland-esque. I guess this is more like Scrublands.
Maybe I can spawn like a bike. I think that'll be nice. Vehicle spawner. maybe like an ATV.
Yeah, do it. So, never. No, I have been on an ATV. It was a mistake. With my first wife, don't go on ATVs with women, or at least don't marry women. Wow. Okay. Wow. Here we are.
Yeah, slowly now.
Yeah.
I
Man.
got
Yeah.
you.
No. No, it's good. I have nothing bad to say about my first wife, apart from the fact that we didn't work out, and I hope she as well.
Yeah.
But even so, man. So this seems like not a city. What's the deal? Is this like, are there missions that go out to the countryside and
Yeah.
abandoned railway tunnels?
Yeah. Here, the map. Let me. I can show you the map somehow if I just. How do I zoom the fuck out? Sorry. Anyway, the map's big. I'm having trouble zooming on it. But yeah, no, there's a huge map. There's a whole country thing. You even spawn into a snowy area at one point.
Uh-huh.
Tried
Interesting,
bihacking. Doesn't work.
Yeah.
That's becoming bi. Is that what I'm?
Becoming bi.
Is that what that
That's
is?
Is Vecton on here? You could make that your podcast, dude.
Yeah. Becoming bi. Marry celestial bodies only.
Highly endorse.
I did not try it with amphetamines. I don't know. I'm not sure that would have made a difference. Like, it seems very clear to me as a drunk man that the space of things that like are sexually interesting is broader when you are intoxicated, to be sure. But I don't think that changes anything, actually.
So I know a dude who went really hard in the direction of trying to become like bi or gay. He like really went for it, and he said he started to be able to be attracted to dudes, and then what he noticed is that he had become even more attracted to women, and it was like what he had done.
Fucking horny all the time.
Right. It's basically that he had like sort of turned up his libido, and so that like the men to him were kind of like ugly women. I thought that was very funny.
I think that's true, though. Like, in a way, aren't we all ugly women?
aren't we all?
Oh man.
I don't know, man. You should see me in a cat ear. So.
Yeah. Slightly less ugly women. Right. So, okay, how fetishes don't exist. I don't know. I'm sure to offend somebody if I go into detail about that, but I just don't believe they exist. Like,
well, surely there's some sense in which they exist.
Well, there's a sense in which they exist, but I'm not sure it's a meaningful one. Like, so I don't know. I mean, allegedly there exist people who I don't know. So there's a guy. My pro dom ex was, well, she wasn't a pro dom when I was dating her, but she had been in the past, and she worked in a dungeon in New York. Not the good New York dungeon. So there's a hierarchy of dungeons that exist in New York, which is also incidentally sort of unique to
like feudalism.
Yeah, like I need to think about that. No, it's actually more like capitalism directly. Like,
right.
It's more like straight capitalism in New York, whereas everything else is like barter economy. But so she was a dominatrix in New York, which paid incredibly well. I guess it's like $75 an hour just to work in the dungeon, which is really convenient when you consider that like you don't have to cover the capital cost. You just show up to work and they pay you a good wage.
Right.
Which leads me to wonder why Bernie Sanders doesn't encourage this sort of thing. But yeah, I guess no health insurance probably. I wonder about any insurance. So why am I talking about this? I'm sorry. I have had not very much detail and a lot to drink.
Right. No worries.
Biohacking.
Well, the original
fetishes. Yeah.
Fetishes.
I can't entirely defend this even sober, but I don't know. I would say a good 90% of what I tweet is something that feels true at the time and that I think is true, that I deeply suspect is true, but I'm not sure I can defend it with words. But I don't know. There's a lot of fetishes that feel kind of try hard. And
what's a really try hard fetish?
Oh, I guess almost all of them. Like, you know, there's this element of like, okay, so I want to fuck, but maybe I'm bored with just fucking, so I'll try something else. And then maybe people sort of build it into an identity. But I don't think there's anything intrinsic about that, you know?
Right.
Like, so the guy, oh, right. The reason I was talking about the pro dom X is that, about whom I have nothing negative to say as well.
Right.
Apart.
We like the X's.
Yeah, no, X's are great.
X's, yeah.
This is the one who didn't like billionaires, who made me like billionaires. So, she had some stories about people who visited the dungeon in New York, and there's one guy who is known. You can Google this guy. In fact, his name, known among the dominatrices of New York, is Mental Dental.
Okay.
And he was a guy who would show up to dungeons in New York and be like,
I guess he had some favorites, but he would also interview new people, and he would insist that they perform a dental exam to test them.
Okay.
And then like he would just show up and insist on dental exams from dominatrices, and I guess like sexy dental exams. But I don't know. Does this guy really have a fetish? I mean, I guess maybe.
Well, here's a.
Why would
So like, would he like get an erection while they're doing the dental thing? For
I
example.
don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
I guess I assume. I don't know whether he actually like ended up getting off. This was not
Right.
part of the lore that was conferred to me.
Right.
But
Because I can imagine a guy who just goes to do the dental exam for some strange reason
yeah,
versus someone who is then like, you know, really sexually happy that it happened, you know?
yeah. I mean, like, so this X's idea of fetishes was like maybe it's something that's horrifying and just so deeply abhorrent to existence that fetishization is like a way of coping with something that's bad. Which I don't know. I mean, she's an expert, so if you're into experts, I guess you have to believe her. But I don't know.
Is expertise a fetish? Well, if
I
it were,
don't
it would
know.
be fake. Correct.
Yeah, maybe we should only refer to like professional sex workers as experts in sex and can't believe anyone else. Has anyone brought this up? Like, we're listening to all these fucking amateurs about sex, but why not only
Listen to
believe
the
sex
experts.
workers?
Believe the science.
Believe the science.
I mean, unironically,
Yeah.
you know, there's something to, you know, there's something to that a little bit, but
I'm continuing to drink, by the way, so this is only going to accelerate. Like,
right.
this is my evening now. I might, after this is over, I might log off and like run an instance. I'm not sure about that. Is it possible to reverse engineer an identity from a World of Warcraft account? Do you think? Assuming
there are people I know who would be the exact people to ask that question, and I am not the person to ask that question. But there are people I know who would be like, actual experts on this. Vecnan's saying yes.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. I kind of want to go and run Undead Strat. I have not run Undead Strat in probably 15 years, and I want to do it again.
By the way, if you ever want to play games with randos, or by randos I mean my Twitch followers, feel free to use my Discord. Just plop a link, whatever you want to do.
Oh, seriously? I don't know. Man. Okay. Yeah. So
when you have a chance to think through the identity stuff, right?
Okay. Wait. I want to catch up with chat because people are talking about shit. The Scientist. I've listened to it. That's interesting. Oh no, I spilled fucking rye everywhere. That's fine. It's on a plastic mat. Hold on. I need to test spaghetti. Yeah, that's fine. I think you should do whatever you like, hon. I'll eat later. After I'm drunk. What? She wants me to eat, but I'm gonna be a man and be unhealthy. Blood sugar, what? I think alcohol is metabolized into sugar at some point. Is that like Krebs cycle? It's like alcohol dehydrogenase, and then it seems like it's pretty simple conversion to sugar.
I locked the phrase Krebs cycle in high school.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, it's bullet. It's the last of my bullet. I bought a really big thing of bullet. So yeah, I play a gnome mage. In vanilla, I played an undead mage, and that was great. The undead mage name was Suffrage. She was fantastic. I fucking love ice mages. They're great. I'm too lazy to be a tank. I tanked for a while, but I just don't want to pay attention that much. Often when I play Warcraft, I want to be high, and I just want to stand back away from the action, lob frostbolts, not think too hard about what I'm doing, and just like vibe listening to audiobooks while I run a raid or run a dungeon.
Dude, I also do the audiobooks. I also do the audiobooks with games. That's why I got GTA 5. That's why I have this.
Oh yeah, can you do that in GTA 5?
I mean, I put on the audiobook just on my computer. But just cruise. I mean, I just drive like we're doing now.
Oh, nice. I
Yeah.
see. No, there's something really good about like having something to occupy your visual with like information coming in through the audio. I really like it.
Yeah.
Like
I don't know. I probably have spent at least 1 year of my life listening to audiobooks and playing World of Warcraft. I'm not exaggerating, and I think it's been one of the better things that I've done in my life. Not necessarily because of the Warcraft, like that's just sort of there,
Right.
but rather like just taking in this vast quantity of information and feeling really relaxed. And admittedly, some of this was escapist. Like I was very unhappy with my life. I might. Did you not add enough spaghetti?
I don't think so, so I might make more.
Well, that's all right. I'll just eat the beef.
Biscotti.
Yeah, no, man, my DPS is fucking great.
So my WoW character's name is Joseph Biden.
Yeah, you're one of those.
Yeah, that was very...
I have to tell you, I quietly judge people who have like full names. I think I was thinking about this the other night. There's a hierarchy of prestige for names.
Okay.
So like, if you're a noun that is not obvious, if you're a noun like just a Scrabble word noun,
right?
That's pretty high prestige, as well as adjectives and pronouns. if you have multiple words that are in your name,
like bicycle.
Well, no, yeah, bicycle is like a really high status WoW name.
Yeah,
in my view. If you're like, if you're a phrase that you string together as a single word,
right?
Or if you're like, you know, Donald Trump or whatever, I feel like that's more status, and I can't explain this. And I'm not trying to insult you. I'm just drunk. I'm practicing radical honesty right now.
Yeah, I feel that. but go on. You're just talking about WoW.
Yeah, no, but it's great. I mean, like, so I played biochemistry. Someone asked about my biochemistry major. So I was a biochem major. I actually finished my biochem major. So like I'm a biochemistry major. Cum laude, I think. That seems right. It's been a long time. It could have been summa, not summa, but magna. By the end of undergrad, I was definitely spending more time playing video games and drinking and having sex than I was spending on class. But I was also spending a lot of time in class, so I just wasn't sleeping very much. No, I was the
way to do
double major in economics and biochemistry and double minor in chemistry and either math or statistics. I don't remember. It was a lot of fun. I didn't sleep much. Right. No, I play PvP. Fuck you, Vecnan. Fuck you. I'm good at PvP. I'm a fucking frost mage. Go to hell. I made it up.
Go to hell.
I made it up to Stoneguard in vanilla. I haven't hit PvP yet. And so the interesting thing about for those of you who don't know, Vanilla WoW launched in 2004, and what Blizzard did in response to people saying your new WoW sucks, all these expansions suck, give us the old WoW back, was they relaunched the original 2004 game maybe a year and a half ago. And what happened was everybody who was good at the original game and really liked the original game, just like no normies, came back to the game and started playing it. And now everyone in the game is like level 60 in rating. So my character, I hit 60 like a week and a half ago, and I'm starting to raid, but I don't have a ton of raid gear yet. So I'm wondering about PvP, and I feel like I could go and fight PvP, and I really want to hit Ultrarak Valley again, but I'm concerned that my gear isn't quite good enough to really do well there. I'll probably do it next AV weekend. Anyway, what's going on?
I'm just chilling. I'm cruising. I'm driving around. There's a lot of lightning.
Me too. No, me too. Definitely drunk now.
Yeah.
Okay, psychohistory. Yeah, so psychohistory is a good idea. And also fuck Isaac Asimov. Did you know psychohistory inspired fucking Krugman? And look what happened to him. I guess.
But wouldn't you like Krugman who returned to the psychohistory Krugman?
Yeah, I guess I would. Like if Krugman went back to how he was when he was in his 20s and in grad school, I think that would be great. And I don't know, maybe fame killed him. It seems like it's hard. It seems like it's hard to hit fame and maintain a constant level of quality.
Right.
Like, I'm trying to think of people who did this. I guess Augustus ruled fairly well, although there were the Julian laws. Julius Caesar, like, he did pretty well, but he got killed, so he didn't live long enough for him to become a villain.
By the way, the fact that you said Julius Caesar, fucking respects, by the way.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm drunk now, and I'm just like slipping into Latin.
No, he's telling it how it is.
Yeah, no, I took a semester quarter. I don't know. One of my experiences in grad school that left me pretty bleak about graduate school in general is that I finished all my exams and I was like, yeah, okay, so I've got to take a bunch of credits. But what the default is for graduate school is like, just take a bunch of bullshit doctoral credits. But that's a full load. So I could just take other classes too and I won't have to pay for it. Mm-hmm. So I spent a semester taking quarter, whatever it was at my school. That was the cat. Sorry, she wants attention. I don't know what's going on.
I heard a really cute meow. I thought that was you, but yeah.
No, that was the cat. This cat is adorable. She only weighs like 7 pounds.
Oh.
She really likes attention. She's incredibly smart, and she's rubbing up against like my hand, and she headbutts us on a regular basis. Zoe's a jewel. So I took like the 10 graduate classes, but that's a full load. So I was like, yeah, I got free classes. I'm going to take Latin and French. And it was great. I fucking love those classes. I love taking languages. They're wonderful. It's really shifting your entire cognitive state into another frame.
Right.
And the other good thing about taking introductory language is that everyone's an undergrad and they're fucking dumb. Like they're dumb as hell. And you can learn a lot of language. And it's not even difficult competition. You just go and flex on undergrads. But I realized after one semester that there's no way that I was going to be able to keep doing this. So sadly, I stopped taking language classes. But
yeah,
I don't know. I guess I resent that about graduate school partly, and about the Prussian system in general for education. Like I think I would have been a very good academic roughly 130 years ago. It
was a different world. You know what you might be interested in is this guy, I'm gonna remember his name, Stefan Zweig, who writes about turn of the century through the world wars. And it's interesting because he does really specifically shit on the educational system in Austria in like the late 1800s and just saying it was this...
In Austria?
Yeah.
Interesting. I mean, like, I'm shitting on the Prussian system myself. You just crush that guy's foot.
Yeah.
Respect.
Yeah. He was in my way. That's how GTA
works. What kind of a barbarian mindset? No, Bronze Age mindset. He was in my way. Yeah. No, I believe that too, though. I mean, I don't know. I know relatively little about Austria, although I do have a book about Austria that someone recommended that I ordered and then didn't read because of playing WoW. But oh man, Michael Kersey, do you realize I'm taking through a combination of parental leave and PTO. I have like 5 fucking months where I'm gonna do nothing but pay attention to my child and vibe. It's gonna be amazing. It's such a gift. I'm just realizing now, like that's it. I get paid my salary. I don't have to change my lifestyle apart from like not going to work and taking care of the child and like paying more attention to my wife. This is like some kind of a strange blessed opportunity where I just check out of the world for a while.
It's a beautiful thing, dude. Do you think you'll still tweet?
Oh man, I have a tweet about this. It turns out, like, Moon asked me like, "What would you do if you won the lottery?" And I was like, "I would just tweet more."
Just tweet.
I think it's really important to me. It's become part of who I am now. I mean, like, I think I'm pretty good at Twitter. I'm not. I think there are people who have ascended on Twitter. I'm not sure who they are, but
let me tell you. So I started on Twitter like a year ago, almost a little more than a year. And
you're really good.
Thank you. I actually overheard that you had said that I'm impossible to dunk on, which I was very. I was honored. I am honored. But let me tell you though, there were times, I shit you not, that I was looking at the tweets that were on my timeline and being like, it's clear that there's a joke here that someone made that's funny, they're nonchalant, there's something in the irony, and I just can't decode it.
Yeah.
There were times where that happened. Slowly, I'm starting to get to the point where I kind of get it all, but it took time. Like, it took time to just be like, why is this joke funny? There's something about the punctuation. Like, I did kind of nerd out about it. Like,
yeah. Yeah, no, it's really good, right? And I'm not reading chat right now because one, I don't have my glasses on, and two, I'm drunk. Actually, darling,
What?
do you know where my glasses are?
Probably. I'll find him.
Would you? You're 8 months pregnant. Are you sure? You're very
they're
sweet.
so
and
cute.
cute on you. Anyway, so we're like this all the time. I'm like, we're gross on Twitter,
Yeah.
but that is nothing compared to real life.
Yeah.
Like, nothing at all. You have no fucking idea. We're disgusting. So I don't remember what I was talking. Oh, right. So like, yeah, the depths of Twitter. Like, it does seem like there are levels of Cat's on the microphone again, in case there's noise. She's super into the mic.
We got a really good meow. That was a really solid meow.
Zoe, do you have anything to say? She's super into it. This cat is wild. Like, the cat that I've had for almost 16 years is Penelope, and she's a really good cat. She mostly likes sitting in my lap, stealing my food. She's been a friend to me for honestly almost most of my life.
How old's the cat?
She's almost 16.
Yeah. That's sweet.
So yeah, no, she's a sweetheart. I mean, she's at the point now where it's like she's pretty healthy.
Yeah.
She's a little overweight. I wish she would lose a bit of weight, but at the same time, I understand cats get old, sort of eat less, so I'm not super concerned about her.
A lot of times I hear people saying they're having trouble getting their cat to eat.
Yeah. So I'm not gonna stress about that. She continues to eat. She doesn't seem to have diabetes. She had some kidney problems for a while, but I started adding a bunch of water to her food, and that seemed to solve that, or at least hold it in place. And there's an additive that you can put in water that sort of works like cat toothpaste, because like this cat is not going to let me brush her teeth. So she's had a bunch of extractions, and I gotta say, cat dental is fucking pricey.
Oh my god.
So I'm glad that I got a real job, like, career kind of job by the time that I had a cat who's old enough to have dental problems.
Right.
But I don't know. I get the people who buy cat health insurance at this point. Like, you don't want to put yourself in that position where it's like, well, my cat's really old and she's got some problems.
Right.
And I have to make a decision about, like, is paying $10,000 for a surgery that'll extend her life by 6 months worth it? I mean, with a human, it's easy to, make that sort of decision. But a cat, it's like, man, I don't know.
Right.
But hey, Zoe.
Thanks for coming to Earthly Path. Also, hello everybody who's showing up. I'm missing some of the chat stuff, but I'm super glad you guys are here. And ask Eigen Robot things, because he's drunk right now and he will not be able to resist your advances.
Yeah, and Moon has not found my glasses yet. So, I mean, dude, if people are asking questions that seem good, then
they're saying your cat is cute, and they're saying that your relationship with your wife is cute, and they're saying mostly nice things.
Okay, good. And I just found my glasses, independent of my wife, although she tried very hard. And they were right in front of me, and I couldn't see them because I didn't have my glasses. Wow, Vectin says "fuck you." That's interesting. Cat's super sweet. I don't know. So cat ethics discussion. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, Moon is fantastic. It's really good. My most uncomfortable sexual experience. Yeah, I can. That's an interesting transition. So, my most uncomfortable sexual experience was the time that a woman chewed on my lips. So,
this was how can I?
Did I see a tweet about this?
Yeah, you probably did. I've mentioned it a couple of times.
All right.
But like, it was terrible. So it was an ex coworker, and I had just broken up with the ex pro dom, and I guess this is the first person I hooked up with. So like, this person is cool. She's a good person, and I respect her, and I wish that she had not had a sexual experience with me like this. Like, we got very drunk at my place, and we started making out, and she started biting my lips. And I asked her if she would, and like at first it was okay. Like, you know, there's the kind of kissing where it's like, all right, this is like very slightly violent.
Right.
But that's good.
Right.
And then she like didn't stop, and I got to the point where it genuinely hurt, and not in the kinky, whatever that means, kind of hurting, but like, this is really detracting from my experience of making out with you.
Right.
And but she didn't stop, but she kept going, and eventually I said, I'd really like you to stop chewing on my lips. And she didn't. She ignored me. She laughed. And so I said, please, like, no, seriously, this is fucking painful. Stop.
Right.
But she didn't. She kept doing it. And it like, you know, and then we were having sex, and she was chewing on my lips, and it was terrible.
Vampire confirmed.
Yeah, no, for real. And moral of the story is, like, I looked at my lips the next day, and it was like looking at ground beef, and it hurt like hell. Like, for the entire week, my lips were fucked up.
I don't like this dude.
So yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, I guess that was the worst. Yeah. You're welcome. You're welcome, everyone. You asked. Okay, let's see what else. Yeah. So also, pro tip: if someone is destroying your lips, doggy style will stop them. No, it wasn't like that. I mean, look, I'm not going to be fucking rude.
See, Twitch they ask you whether your thing is 18 plus or not, and I did consider for a second not, because I was like, I don't know, who knows? And it's now clear. It's now clear what was the right choice.
You're welcome. I don't know. I've had enough liquor. I'm not going to take responsibility for this. You can mute me anytime.
We're good. We're good.
Yeah. Let's see here. It's not that it's desperate. No, that's right. No, my wife just owned me. It's not that I'm desperate. It's that I was Midwestern. Yes. Can you imagine, like, having sex with somebody and, like, being rude enough to, like, to do anything? Like, tell them to, like, fucking leave the apartment because they're chewing on your lips and they won't stop when you tell them to stop? No. Rude. Extremely rude. I just didn't call her back.
Right.
Any weird stuff left? I'm not a pervert because I don't believe perversion exists, because I don't believe that fetishes exist. Are there any weird sons left? Yeah. Oh, fuck. What's his name? I've met him in real life. Is it Void of something or other?
Void?
Zoe, what do you want? Did you hear the cat? The cat's really bad.
I am enjoying the cat. The cat meows.
Let's see here. No, it's... Okay, you know what? Go to hell. Good boundaries, yes. Let's see, are there any weird sons left? There are a couple, but it's not an ecosystem like it used to be. I don't know. Basically what happened is there were a bunch of really, really good weird sons, and then they kind of faded out, and the only ones left were imitators who were like sort of weird sons, but they basically operated on the object level. Is that Car 84?
It says 84, yeah.
Yeah, there's an old TV show called Car 84. Where are you? That must
cool.
be right. Yeah, I'm fucking old.
I love when they
stuff.
do shit like that.
Yeah. Check it out, Car 84. Where are you? Oh man, I took the headrest off of my gamer chair. Now it feels alien. So
should I get a gamer chair?
You know, I'm mixed on it. I got a shitty one. And I can link it to you, and I like it a lot.
Right.
And then I got an expensive one, a it seemed expensive. It was like $300 a DX Racer. Is that a thing?
Probably.
Yeah, I don't know. I got it. It was fine.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'd wait until you're sponsored. The expensive one I like less than the
You like the shitty one better.
shitty one. Yeah, it doesn't go as low.
Huh.
And I'm like a super low sitter.
Hmm.
Okay, there's some kind of a long ass tweet. Lip biting story reminds me of the Kevin Smith story about the first time he had sex with his wife. Been dry humping for so long. What? That it caused a wound on his penis. Wow. All right. Well, there we are. Which, wow.
At least it wasn't that.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I have strongly negative feelings about Kevin Smith. Like,
I like Kevin Smith. He's all right.
Is he?
I don't know. He seems all right to me, but wow.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe he's so hard virgin that he like rotated around to chat again. I'd buy that.
Well, it's because he does it on purpose, right? He gets in movies with like The Rock, where he's like kind of like the weenie, and The Rock is like he's the virgin, and The Rock's the Chad or whatever. But
yeah,
I feel like if you're willing to be a grown ass man and play that on television, he seems like he's got confidence in himself and just knows he's like a comedian and like he's short. I guess it's kind of part.
Is he short? That makes sense.
I think that's part of the meme. That's part of the why it's like his character or whatever.
That had never occurred to me, but I believe it. Yeah, most awkward, like romantic awkward. Yeah, no, I mean like if you're to the point where you're sleeping with somebody, I don't know. I mean like my view is that the worst thing you could possibly do to somebody is sleep with someone and be not the worst thing, but like one of the top 5 worst things for sure is like sleeping with somebody and then being a dick about it later. And I don't know. I mean like especially in media res, like maybe this is more. Oh, I don't know. Okay. There's a part of this is masculine where like imagine having sex with a woman and then like being an asshole to her. I don't know, that seems just impossibly cruel, but I guess women could do the same thing.
I mean, people can be total douchebags if they want. It sort of seems maladaptive to me, but
yeah, I don't get it. I don't know. I guess there's this sort of thing where it's like, I'm sure I tweeted about this. Like, guys will be dicks to women that they've slept with, and that seems like shabby at best, and mostly like being a piece of shit. But then if women are dismissive and cruel to men that they've slept with, that seems like women going mad with power. And I can't explain this. It's just the vibe I get.
That's it. There's something I was thinking about recently, which is whether. I don't know if there's an answer to this, and this is also just like a toxic topic, so maybe not the right thing. But the thing I've been wondering about a little bit today is like whether men and women take breakups differently in terms of whether they want to like keep being friends or not.
Do women want to keep being friends? I will confess to. Okay, and I want to talk about Midwesternism because I have a fucking axe to grind about this shit.
And I'm with you on this, by the way, because I'm from this region.
Is Chicagoland really Midwestern?
I mean, it's not. I mean, I don't know. Is there a way in which it's not?
I don't know. I've been to
Chicago.
I don't know. It feels like its own like kind of. It feels like a micronation. No, but what was I going to talk about?
You're talking about Midwesternism. You have an axe to grind.
Yeah, but before that, I don't know. So fucking Midwesternism. Like, here's the thing: people think Minnesota nice means that you're just not willing to like, ever possibly be mean to somebody. Mm-hmm. No, Minnesota nice is being fucking passive aggressive as hell and signaling to somebody that you don't fucking like them without saying it. Like, you freeze somebody out and you call them a piece of shit, but you never actually say that they're a piece of shit, but you really, really communicate that to them. And like, honestly, it's
just a different language.
It's a different language. And I think that it's a strict improvement on calling somebody a piece of shit because it's kind of face saving. You communicate to them that you don't like them and that you want them to fuck off and die. But like, they don't have to defend that socially. They just get the impression that you don't want to hang out with them and they should go away.
There's something
But-
kind of like Japanese about it.
Yeah, it's extremely guest culture,
Uh-huh.
basically.
Uh-huh.
And like I don't know. Here's one place where I differ from the rationalists who are like, no, ask culture is optimal. No, fuck off. Guest culture is
I
optimized.
agree with you on
Like
this.
it's extremely low transaction cost. Like you don't have to spell everything out. You just very subtly signal what you want and what you think in any given situation. And people can like react to that and respond to that in the same situation. And like nobody has to like go and spell out every fucking aspect of this of like what you're feeling at any given point in time. Like people just get it.
So,
And that's good.
by the way, I want to express an opinion on that. I think that you would not be as popular on Twitter as you are if you did not believe the thing that you just said.
Welcome.
Yeah,
to
right?
this
Like
podcast.
imagine if I got in fights with everybody that I was irritated with.
Or just needing to explain every little thing about exactly what you think, or like, I think you can't give birth to the extraordinary meme unless you're right.
Peak passive aggression.
Yeah, yeah. That's my view.
Oh man.
Welcome, Parallelize.
Joe.
Welcome. Thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, go on, Eigen.
No, would you get me more water and then get me more ruse? You're very sweet. I love you. 2 fingers, then I'm done.
Okay.
2 fingers, and I'll be like
2
marginally
fingers.
sloppy.
We've
Well,
had
that's.
you what?
I mean, that's the measurement, right?
Which is?
I mean, you measure whiskey by fingers.
Oh, is that sounds familiar to me?
Yeah. You put a finger up. So basically, like 2 fingers is
Horizontal.
2 fingers against the size of the side of the glass, and then like you fill it up to that point.
Mm.
Anyway, wife is gonna make me drink water, so it's fine.
Keep the robot
fine.
hydrated.
Yeah. So I don't know. What was I yelling about?
Guest culture.
Guest culture. Yeah, no. Guest culture is fucking great. And the only downfall is that it has to be kind of homogeneous, right? Like everybody has to kind of get that this is the culture that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know, even there it's like you could have a guest culture almost anywhere as long as people are capable of speaking the language. It's like if you have a bunch of immigrants, you can't have a guest culture because all the subtleties are lost.
Right.
And this isn't an anti-immigrant rant. Like honestly, some of my favorite people, some of my best friends are immigrants. That's actually not true. I'm not actually friends with that many immigrants, but like some of the most beautiful exposition in English that I've encountered is from people who are not native speakers, who just like have these wonderful ways of phrasing things that I would have never encountered.
Right.
You know, it's like everyone is a Shakespeare because they have to invent new. I mean, like they don't have the cliches. They just have to invent these new idioms for these ideas, or they bring their old ones and transliterate.
It always astounded me. Say what you will about Ayn Rand, it always astounded me that English was her second language.
Oh, was it really? I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, it's Russian.
I guess I was about to say that it astounds me that English was her second culture, but it doesn't that much. I mean, like I've only read Atlas Shrugged, and I mean, I skipped the fucking speech.
That's another personality test, but it's much more narrow.
Yeah. No. One sec. Sorry, my headphones fell off. It's actually very challenging wearing headphones when you're wearing both glasses and you haven't had your hair cut in a year.
How's chat doing? We had some questions. Delicis had a question for you about what's the most cringe. Where'd it go? Favorite cringe psychotechnology. Did we lose EigenRobot?
Hello?
Yo, you there?
Yeah, I think I may have accidentally muted myself. There's a hardware mute on the microphone.
Bye, Riddle Doodle. Thanks for coming by.
Yeah,
Always great to have you.
Okay, so I don't actually know much about psychotechnology. It seems very fake. Everything that I know about people that I do know about people and like my competence in interacting socially, I'm definitely drunk now.
Yeah.
Is either from reading fiction
or from just going and
Welcome
fucking
to this podcast.
getting plastered around people, or taking psychedelics, or interacting with people on Twitter. And Twitter is a garden of learning how to interact with people. Like if you have some kind of a solid baseline and you get on Twitter, like you can play so many different party games, and party games are one of the best things in the world. Like if you go to a party and you don't go to the party and like view it at the object level, but you view it as a place to experiment with things, you can have so much fun, especially if it's a shitty party.
Right.
I mean, like, good party is also a good testing ground for ideas and like ways of interacting with people. But like, identify little social games that you want to take to a party, and then just play them. You know,
Right.
you can learn quite a lot about human interaction and and like ways of conducting yourself. What the hell is going on in this game?
I'm trying to spawn planes, and I'm in a train right now, and it keeps blowing them up because they spawn on my train.
I gotta tell you, as a drunk man, this doesn't make a lot of sense. But yeah, social technology, I don't know. I guess I mostly associate that with Scientology, and Scientology feels like one of those, like, I think they've probably figured some things out, but the framing is very fake. You don't need to be a Scientologist to like get these insights, right? You just go
Right.
fucking practice being around people and talk to people and figure out how people work.
Right.
Like go and read a fucking Talleyrand biography. I recommend the Duffy one.
The Duffy one. I actually am literally going to write that down because I started his autobiography.
He had an autobiography?
Yeah.
Can't trust it. But even still, that's amazing. I kind of want to read that.
Gotta go for the primary sources.
Yeah, like just like if you find yourself in a social situation, imagine yourself being Talleyrand and be like, all right, what would Talleyrand do right fucking now? And probably he would get a lot of pussy, and he would, like, I don't know what goes past that. I guess he would like represent France, but I mean, like, what a guy. I don't know. Just I think the importance of heroes is massively. I think heroes are underrated. Like, to the extent that I function as a human being, it's because I encountered people, either fictional or like IRL, who did amazing things, and I
Right.
just kind of low-key think like, okay, what would so and so do in this situation?
Dude,
Like,
so-
you tweeted earlier today about like, Jesus Christ, virtue ethics. Like, just imagine what a good person would do in this situation.
Right. Well, literally, like, what would Jesus do, right? Like,
Yeah, no, seriously.
that's what that is.
Yeah, no. And I mean, like, I was raised Catholic, and somebody mentioned that, but what would Jesus do feels more like a Protestant thing.
Uh-huh.
But no, for real, like, just be a good person. Like, how is this hard, dude?
If I were you, I would just be a good person.
Like, just be a fucking mensch.
There's something I was gonna say there is something kind of very, I don't know if it's Midwestern or if it's the mensch concept. I mean, so I was raised Jewish, so the mensch thing is pretty real
really?
for me. Yeah.
Is Kersey Jewish?
No, it is not. It's Italian.
It feels more Italian. I hadn't tried to identify your ethnic background, but I would have guessed. I guess I would have guessed Italian.
So there's a funny circumstance recently where I said I had a thread, and I said something good about Jeff Bezos in it, right? And this person blocked me, dunked on me. This person had 5K followers, which, you know, it's not the most in the world, but it's more than I have, right? And
who are they? I'll fuck them up.
no, I'll tell you later. I don't want to get into it, but like an attractive woman. That is one thing I'll note, just for the visualization.
Attractive women are weak. 5,000 followers in an attractive woman doesn't mean the same thing as just for a man.
I agree. I think that's known. But she says something like, "White presenting men be wild in," you know, something.
What?
And it was interesting because she said white presenting.
What?
And I didn't understand what was meant there, right? Like, I'm like, yeah. I mean, I'm white, like, and someone in a group chat I was in points out that I have this fucking mustache, and she might think that I'm Hispanic. right? So she doesn't know, you
I
know.
actually thought you were Hispanic.
They might have.
No, I'm sorry. Wait, no, that was somebody else. Go on.
Okay. Well, it was just that, like, I don't know. They were trying to kind of do the culture war, like bashing white people thing. But there's this uncertainty, like, you know, with the mustache maybe that, you know, accidentally they're dunking on a person of color or whatever. You know, I was amused. Yeah, this is in a group chat I'm in. The on the hero thing, Metternich is one of my guys for that.
No shit.
Yeah. The
Is Metternich good? I can't remember. Like, I think most of my knowledge of Metternich comes from Mike Duncan.
uh-huh.
And I vaguely recall Metternich being like simultaneously rad and kind of a bitch.
So
But this is Mike Duncan, and I'm so fucking mad at Mike Duncan
I'm also mad
right
at Mike
now,
Duncan.
and also perpetually. But like, huh?
I'm mad at Mike Duncan for getting owned by the culture war.
Yeah, no, for real.
Yeah,
Like he was
yeah.
so fucking cool.
Yeah.
He did the entire. I'm gonna be mad. I'm mad right now. Like,
Yeah.
fuck you, people who are like Minnesotans can't be mad. No, fuck Mike Duncan.
Yeah.
He had a great podcast. He was really interesting. He thought about a lot of things. He introduced a lot of people to Rome,
And
which
also
is one of the best things you can do.
the thing is, it's also part of the thing for me is it fucks with my worldview because one of the pills you can give people to break them out of really boring approaches to like politics and life is teach them about history. And so
Yes.
when a very historically informed person who's literally written books on history gets totally blitzed by, you know, just really boring ass generic, like nothing new here, you know, contemporary politics, it makes me just wonder, okay, what actually is the characteristic that lets people avoid that? Because I guess that's not sufficient. You know, I sort of hoped it was sufficient, but I guess it's not sufficient.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I guess, never follow your heroes. You know,
Right.
I mean,
Never follow your heroes on Twitter.
yeah, no, don't follow me. If I'm your hero, unfollow me immediately. No, I don't know. Like, did you just blow over a lamppost?
Yeah.
That's fine. I don't know. I mean, like, Hellendale is good, and I recommend everybody read Kingdom of the Wicked, which is an alternate history Roman perspective, telling of the Gospels. Like, can I say that I have a low-key crush on Hellendale? Okay, that's fine. She's not watching this podcast, I'm sure.
Right. Hey, you never
Stream-
know.
I'm, drunk, whatever.
Right.
But like, yeah, I don't know. She's doing okay, but
We said Helen Dale. What's the book?
Hellendale, Kingdom of the Wicked. So, yeah, Kingdom of the Wicked. It's really good. It's basically from the perspective of Pontius Pilate and some others. And it's an alternate history Rome that's like Rome, but Rome is more or less War on Terror America. Really
Interesting.
fucking. And it's good historical fiction in the sense that she really clearly knows just a fuck ton about history.
Right.
Like,
Right.
you know, there are all these like alternate history angles that are like real history but adapted.
Right.
So, like, for example, there's the anecdote where there's the British representative in the Raj, and he shows up, and there's sati, which is a regional Indian custom of burning widows after their husband dies,
Mm-hmm.
like burning them alive, which is
Whoa.
pretty bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they did that, and the British were like, no, we're not going to let you do this.
Right.
But this particular guy showed up, and he was like, well, okay, we don't want you to do this. And the local, Indian potentates were like, well, this is our national custom to
Mhm.
burn widows alive. And the British representative said, very well, let us all abide by our national customs. It is your national custom to burn widows. But we British have a custom as well. And that is if a woman is burned alive, we erect a gibbet and hang everybody who is responsible for it.
Right.
Let us all. Therefore, I have ordered my carpenters to erect a gibbet next to the scene of sati. Let us all abide by our national customs.
Right. Right.
I think they didn't burn her.
Uh-huh.
So So like there's this anecdote, and it's a very specific anecdote and a very specific quotation, and Helen Dale adapts this to represent the burning of lower class infants in Carthage in response to the Carthaginian War. And there's a character who would have been burned had Carthage still been in power, but Romans execute gunboat diplomacy and order Carthage not to fucking do this. They're gonna shell Carthage.
Right.
And I thought that was beautiful.
Right.
Like what would Rome have been like if she were an industrial power who was colonizing the Mediterranean, and maybe Rome would have acted like Britain. And one of the main characters is a Gallic lawyer.
Right.
I think his last name is 𝔽𝕝𝕚𝕚, which is pretty similar to where King 𝔽𝕝𝕚𝕚, which is like King 𝔽𝕝𝕚𝕚. And it has this entire thread of how are the Romans, who are colonizing the entire Mediterranean world, like incorporating all of these other peoples without completely murdering all of them into their empire, and like what does that look like, and like what are the anyway, and it intersperses this, and like not even intersperses but intertwines it with the Gospels, and I think it's a really beautiful work. I loved it.
It sounds
Helen
super
Dale.
interesting.
Yeah.
I think it's hard to do historical fiction well. It seems like it would be hard.
Yeah. And like especially alternate fiction, maybe.
Right.
Alternate history fiction, but like this is like War on Terror era. And it deals a lot with torture as well.
Yeah.
Which was a big thing back in 2005 or whatever it was.
Right. Oh, is that when it came out?
Roughly, I can't remember when Abu Ghraib came out, but man, people don't appreciate how fucked up that was. Like,
you know what movie I thought did a reasonable job? I mean, not that like making a movie in any way accounts for what actually happened, but like a movie that I thought did a good job was Zero Dark 30.
I didn't watch it. I was vaguely mad about it at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the idea of torturing people really pisses me off. Like in a really profound way.
Yeah.
Like both from like a consequentialist and a virtue, but like also I'm a virtue ethicist. Like there's no virtue ethical defense of torture. Like you torture somebody, you're a piece of shit.
Yeah.
And like consequentialists, on the other hand, need to deal with this. Like fucking consequentialists have to defend torture. I don't. Fuck them.
Right. Yeah. I'm trying to remember what movie. I feel like I've seen some movie that like there's some movie that like really tempts you into that type of mindset. Hopefully to kind of alienate you from it. I know
there's 24.
Right. Yeah. Right. I haven't actually seen 24, but it sounds like this. It's like the terrorists are going to do the bad thing, so you got to punch them many times to prevent them from.
Yeah, I don't think you do.
Right. Mm-hmm. I mean, again, there's a view that it kind of contaminates the national soul, as it were.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I wonder how much do you think it's a bad look is sort of identical to virtue ethics. I'm definitely drunk now.
Yeah.
Incidentally, people weren't clear about that, but I don't know anyone who's been tortured. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, right. Comments. Right. Yeah. Let's go.
Let's get in the.
Police cars chasing an A10. Yeah, I love that. Wait, do you have an 8? Okay, I was curious about this earlier, but I was too sober to ask. Can you fly an A10 in Microsoft Flight Simulator?
So the business model of Microsoft Flight Simulator is that the game. So by the way, it's the most expensive goddamn game I've ever gotten.
What? How much?
It's like $85 or something.
No fucking way.
There's like a $60 version, like a $110 version or something like that. It's totally crazy. It did come out this year, so it's like it is good, right? But then in addition to that, they basically you can buy planes and stuff. So I don't know if there are cool military planes. I figure there are, but I've just seen kind of like,
So here's the deal.
Butterfly.
If you can buy an A10, like buy it and let me know. I will totally comp you.
Yeah.
I like seriously, I would be so excited.
Just because it's cool. What's up with the A10? People are talking about this plane like this is a known thing. Look at these butterflies.
Yeah, no. So A10s are fucking rad. I think only the Army flies them at this point. I don't know. Maybe they're Air Force. Again, I'm drunk and I've never been in the military.
Right.
Which I maybe regret. I need to think about that. Like, I think I would have enjoyed being a military medic.
This is the type of thing I think about, dude. Dude, we got a couple things in common, by the way. I'm just throwing that out there with this sort of like heroism thing, especially relating to history, and then some of the stuff about like being Midwestern nice dudes who aren't pussies.
Yeah. I don't think many of us pussies. I need to think about that. I don't know, man. Most of my friends who are Midwestern, like they went woke a long time ago and stopped being friends with me. It was super depressing. Like I don't know. Like they used to be like really. It sort of broke me in some ways. Like people who I had thought were gonna be friends for the rest of my life, just like we had a Slack, and like at the end of it, I just begged them to not talk about politics for a while, and like they wouldn't, and I don't know.
So this is kind of like this is an IRL thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean like people that like whose weddings I've been in the party of,
Yeah. That's rough, dude.
Yeah, that's rough, buddy.
I mean, it is. I don't know. I don't know what else to say.
Oh, it definitely is, but at the same time, like, yeah.
Yeah. Plug.
Anyway, A10s.
Yeah.
Fucking great. So they're either Air Force or Army. I'm not sure which. I don't think Navy has any A10s, but yeah, I think so. Somebody linked some of the brrr footage, which is like way too high for what it actually is. But yeah, they're so basically they're
is it just like an awesome military gunship type thing? That's what I'm getting. Okay.
Yes. So like, if you're infantry and you're getting like attacked by people, perhaps large quantities, perhaps you're getting attacked by tanks, whatever. Like A10s are heavily armored. They have massive guns on them, and they don't shoot air-to-air targets. They just go and fucking wreck whatever is on the ground.
Right.
And they're really charming, and apparently, like by reputation, incredibly effective for a lot of the sort of like pseudo-insurgency type stuff. And people kept trying to cancel them. I guess people who had some money and interest in not having A10s. I really want to talk to what's his name? The guy whose handle is Clickety Clank I'm a Tank.
Oh, I don't know.
Literally an M51 Sherman, I think is his name, something like that.
Yeah.
But he's great. He's fucking great. I think he's like an armor captain or something like that.
Cool.
I don't know what he can talk about, but I like one of the motivating factors of me setting up some kind of a podcast is
like talking to people like that,
talking to him and just like getting whatever kind of specialized knowledge he has, because like I don't know shit about the military. I was in Boy Scouts, which was formative experience,
right?
And like I had a class with the Navy medic who still feels like an influence on me to this day. And is one of the reasons I kind of wonder maybe I should have been a medic. Like I think I would have been good at it, and I think I would have liked it. Like a doctor in the old sense is kind of one of those gentleman professions where like you have something that you do and you build up.
Metternich learned medicine.
Did he?
He learned medicine before he got put into like being a diplomat because his dad had been a diplomat, basically.
I respect that.
Yeah.
But
we got a lot of commentary on the A10 type stuff.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'm not paying attention because I'm drunk. But what have we learned? Are being defended by ancient blowhards. Good. God bless ancient blowhards, unironically. Oh, yeah. PHTIL, him. He's fantastic. I genuinely respect him as everything. Like, whenever I have a military question, I go to him. And he just, like, tends to know stuff. Like all of his context on the Millennium Games or whatever it was, like there's a famous military games in maybe 2002,
right?
Where like the guy playing Red Team, Iran basically, just sunk a bunch of aircraft carriers, and it's constantly flouted by people who are like sort of smart as like this example of, yeah, man, the U.S. military is fucked, and like, you know, little fast ships from Iran can fuck us up. But he walked me through it, and he was like, yeah, no, that's just a problem with war games and the specific aspects of simulation. And just like D&D, there are tons of exploits that you can use.
Right.
And fuck this, don't be stupid. Like, we're fine, and we're not going to be blown up by speedboats. So that was very helpful to me. And he just
Arms here says I did cross training with A10's BITD at Fort Lee. Never saw him in action. Scary as hell, even in training. That's cool.
Scholar at Arms. Scholar at Arms is incredibly cool, and another person that I would definitely like spend an hour talking to and just pumping for information.
Yeah.
Mad respect. Scholar. Everybody follow Scholar at Arms.
Dude, I will. I totally will. Here, entertain chat for a second. I gotta do something real quick.
Yeah, okay. I'm entertaining you now. I love the Sherman. Egg Prophet, I know nothing about tanks. Su-24s, those are Soviet, right? Creature Habits 01. Like, I only know a little bit about Soviet aircraft. Are those the fucking dive bombers? No, those are Russian, so I don't know anything. Okay, so math is pretty hard. I don't know who you are on Twitter, if anybody. But good for shooting ground vehicles if the enemy doesn't have any anti-aircraft. Okay, that feels fair. All right. Hey, you're back.
Yeah, I'm back. What's up? Sorry.
I don't know. I'm gonna drink a little bit more. Sweet. I have one more cup. I'm drinking water too.
Sweet. By the way, I just want to throw out there, EIGENVOYAGE. We are basically deep in bonus points territory as far as the talk show goes. So whenever you got a roll, no problem. And this has been fucking incredible. But I'm down to chill a bit longer or whatever you want to do. So I just want to give that opportunity.
Well, as a drunk, I'm still cool.
Yeah.
I definitely should have some spaghetti with beef at some point, or even just beef. I don't know. I guess there weren't enough noodles made because, I mean, no offense, dear wife, but I don't know. I always make enough noodles.
You don't need to explain why there aren't enough noodles. That's dangerous.
Yeah. No, I know. It's my wife.
Right.
Oh man, what's going on? Oh, Polish concept. Wait, Vogelfrey. What is it? That looks like that fucking
concept tank. Let me see that.
Concept. It looks like that fucking weird green water tank. I don't remember the name of
cool.
Something that goes along the coast.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't know. I stand the Poles. I mean, my ex was Polish, and she kind of like Poland pilled me.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know. I feel really bad for Poland. Like, being stuck between Germany and Russia sucks.
Right.
And anything that they can do to become a power, I guess I support,
Right.
I don't think I would passively resist getting thrown out of a car like that.
Yeah, what happened? Did they just ran away?
Yeah, they just fucking ran off. Like, if somebody tried to pull me out of a car, I think I would try to beat the shit out of them.
I mean, I believe that you would, given some of your past behavior.
Yeah, right? I don't know. I don't...
Fuck.
I don't think I've ever, since 7th grade, I don't think I've, like, gotten in anything like a fight since 7th grade.
Mm.
But if somebody... I did something where I jumped off of a bleacher, like probably 10 or 15 feet, and I fell and it really hurt. And fucking Brock Allard, if you're listening, go to hell.
Yeah.
Like, spent a lot of time laughing at me, and I remember like kind of staggering up and grabbing him by his collar and like lifting him up against the wall and yelling at him.
Yeah. You lifted a dude in 7th grade?
Yeah. I was almost full size by 7th grade. I topped out early.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't think I seek out physical fights with people, but But then if it happens, like I'm just kind of fucking in it, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I honestly, you know, I think it's good.
What's your history of violence?
My history of violence. I've gotten in a couple fights in school, nothing too crazy, but little altercations. And then I've been in scary situations that like could have gone there in a bad way, but didn't.
Yeah.
And then I've done a lot of like martial arts classes and stuff. And one or two times I scared somebody off, and that was a really empowering experience.
Yeah. Yeah, no. I mean, like, courage your convictions, man. I mean, if you scare somebody else off, that's... I think that's a better win than fighting them.
Yeah. Well, that's the Sun Tzu. That's the Sun Tzu win, you know?
Yeah.
Right?
But what happened?
So this... What happened? This was in college. I was at a frat party with a female friend. The friend was actually a friend. Not like someone I was hooking up with or anything like that. And basically the dudes were acting kind of like creepy, right? So I was kind of like, I was too drunk, so I fucking like said something, and then they were like, get out of here, right? So I'm like, all right, you know, fine, I'll get out, you know, whatever, I'll leave your fucking house. And on the way out, I like kicked a chair, because which I shouldn't have done, you know?
Yeah, classic monkey dance, by the way.
Yeah, monkey dance.
Check out Rory Miller, very good.
Right. Vogelfree, this is the one. And so I walk outside, and they start following me, okay?
Oh.
And so this is in St. Louis. It's snowy. It's dark.
No shit. Wait. Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. And I'm walking outside, and they're following me.
Where in St. Louis, by the way?
I went to Wash U.
Oh, shit. Okay. My ex is from St. Louis. Man, shout out to Steve's Tower Dogs.
Uh-huh.
Oh, man. I don't know if you've been there, but, like...
I might have been there, but not remember the name, but it's not coming to mind.
It's a hot dog place in East Tower. And they have a ton of Star Wars memorabilia. And my ex lives in St. Louis, as far as I know.
Right.
And the thing that I miss most about St. Louis...
Hold on, you gotta let me finish the story.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Drunk motherfucker.
Go on.
No, it's cool. Long story short, basically they're following me outside. I realized this could get ugly. I don't think it's going to, but also I was just mad. And so, right? Because I'm like, I don't want to get chased off by some guys. Like, fuck that, right? So, basically, I stopped dead in my tracks, right? I took off my jacket, you know, while these dudes are following me. I take off my jacket and I drop it on the snow. And I kind of like had my arms out like battle stance kind of situation, right? And I basically slowly turned around and just tried to have the most like I'm going to eat your heart energy I could possibly have. And then I started walking towards them, and this dude literally like looked like he shed his fucking pants and ran inside the house. So that was my win.
Man, that's risky, but you won the monkey dance.
Right, the monkey dance.
In the Rory Miller like parlance, like. You scared this dude off, and good for you.
Yeah.
I mean, it could have gone very badly, but I'm glad you did.
It worked.
Honestly, I don't think I've ever, like in my adulthood, there was one guy who was making fun of a girl I was dating at the time.
Yeah, that's no good.
Yeah, that was no good. And I think I don't recall exactly because I was drunk, but I think I definitely like threw him up against the wall, which I don't think was good in retrospect, but he backed off.
Right.
I wish I hadn't done that though. That was dumb.
Yeah, you look back on this stuff and you're like, what the fuck was I doing?
But other than that, I don't think there's ever been a case where I've like gotten anywhere near a physical altercation.
Yeah.
That wasn't on behalf of somebody else.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not actually good, but it's just...
Yeah, it's just not.
When it's needed, you know?
Yeah. What did you buy a bunch of guns over the summer? No pressure to answer this question.
Right.
Risky.
Yeah. What signal do I send either way? Like, is it better for people to think that I have guns? I didn't. I maybe should have, but I just happened to not. I think part of it is just a huge cultural thing where my family's from part of the world where like the idea of buying guns is totally alien.
Interesting. Wait, are you like second gen Italian?
The yeah, I'm second or second and a half or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, no, but it's more that where I happen to live in Chicago's like Chicago, where I've been, you know, in the Chicago suburbs is like pretty liberal, and then the not that that's a good reason, but honestly was just like I would have to have this conversation with my family. Like, by the way, I don't think it's totally crazy to do, you know, not that this is like a good reason or anything. I don't know. I think it's a good thing to do. I honestly think that like reasonable people should be able to defend themselves. You know, it's not a huge like political opinion of mine. Like I don't like care to argue with anybody about it.
Yeah.
But you know, I know people. I definitely know people who fucking armed up. Especially in California where I usually am.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have guessed California. Yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, like, I got reasonably good at shooting pistols, and I mean, like, I also got reasonably good at shooting AR-15s. I still want to run an Appleseed, which is great. If there's an Appleseed in your state and you have a rifle of some variety, like, go take it. It's fun. Appleseed is like an introductory rifle shooting course, and it's Revolutionary War themed. So like they have a test at the either the beginning or the end or something. I haven't run it yet, but I was hanging out with an Appleseed instructor who had a bunch of the Appleseed targets. But it's like, you know, suppose that you were at, you know, this battle or another. Like, all right, enemies at 400 yards. You got 4 shots. Like, how good are you going to be at shooting this enemy? Well, let's test it out, you know?
Right.
And it's the most American thing I can imagine.
That's cool. Do you do it with modern weapons or with old stuff?
You can do it with whatever you want. I did the initial targeting with an AR-15, and I own an AR-15 now.
Cool.
So it's like, you know, it's basically AR-15, which is actually a really pleasant gun. I don't know. I had the good fortune of being in, like, just getting to know some people from Twitter, completely from Twitter, who are, one, really into guns, and two, like, really good at teaching people how to use guns.
Right.
If you're in Seattle, hit them up. I don't know if they're still doing this, but I took one of their, like, you know, free classes, and it was wonderful. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, shooting a handgun is just another skill, and getting good at it is gratifying and I don't think bad. And also, if you're male and over 18, you're part of the U.S. militia, FYI. So
what does that mean?
I don't know. Maybe you can be drafted. There's a law about it.
To the
Also,
US militia?
Yeah, there's the U.S. militia. Also, BRB, it occurs to me I should probably take a bio break to use WoW parlance.
Sweet. Bio break. All right, sounds good.
Do I want to talk?
Good night, Egg Prophet.
Oh, okay.
Good to see you, man. There are 50 state militias.
I've been put back on the microphone.
We're back with 𝕬𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚.
Did he spill water on the floor over here?
It may be whiskey.
Oh, did he spill whiskey on himself?
I think that's what I heard.
Making food before bed.
Yeah, how's it going?
It's fine. He's a grown man. He's taken care of himself for a long time before I got here. I just worry.
Right. No, it's your job, I guess. A little bit. How's your evening going? What's on your mind?
Pretty good. Probably gonna go to bed soon.
Yeah, we've been on for forever. I'm down to call it whenever, but I feel like I like I feel bad pulling the plug because I'm enjoying it. But
don't worry about it if you're like worried about offending.
No. Just if EIGENVOYAGE would never in fact choose, you know, to go, then I would have to choose, and you know what I mean. Which I'm down, you know, to. Well, I almost killed the guy. All right, we're good. Spaghetti, huh? I had noodles myself. I had noodles tonight, and I had salmon.
It was pretty good, but for some reason I didn't make enough noodles, or maybe I ate more noodles than I thought I was going to. Ah, he's back.
Am I back?
You're back. It can be.
It's rye. We have word from the chat that what was spilled was rye.
All right.
You're gonna take a bath? Good for you.
Bye, Celine.
Everything.
I kicked your desk. It doesn't break anything.
It's durable. Hey, I'm back.
Welcome.
What? Apparently, my wife got the sheets out of the dryer, which is great. What were we on?
I don't know. I don't remember. The Minutemen type thingy.
Oh yeah, Appleseed. Hold on a sec. Let me.
Someone noted that there are 50 state militias.
That seems correct. I don't actually understand militias exactly. I mean, is that just the National Guard?
I don't know, man. This is the first I'm hearing about this.
Okay, hold on a sec. Let me grab this. Wait, what the hell?
Oops.
It's blocked it?
Oh, I gotta lock the time at daytime. It keeps becoming night, which is kind of cool.
Okay, here we are. So this...
Appleseed info. Yeah, this card is pretty pimp. Kind of a little bit of a Batmobile vibe.
Oh, interesting. That looks fun to drive.
Yeah.
Yeah, Appleseed. So they're fucking rad. Basically, they're the Revolutionary War. Here's how to shoot a rifle type organization, and it's actually really interesting. The U.S. in the Revolutionary War, like the United States was fucking crazy. We had maybe a sixth of the population of Britain, which is pretty wild when you consider the fact that we were just this like sparsely populated colony. Although I guess we did have quite a lot of land territory.
Yeah.
But
1/6 the population.
Yeah, but also like consider that the United States, like I think in some areas the average family had like 9 kids. It was wild. The total factor
Right.
Yeah.
That is wild.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. It's crazy. But like the United States had the highest GDP per capita, I think, in the world at that point. Like you would be much better off running a small farm in this fucking backwater United States than you would be living as a serf in Britain or like a recent serf in Britain.
Right.
It's incredible. There's a thread with Tao and I about this where you're like, 𝔙𝕚𝕚𝕚 is like he's an incredible guy. Let me see if I can find this.
He seemed a little depressed sometimes.
He's often very depressed, and he shouldn't be, and I wish he wouldn't be. Like he's got this like I don't know, he's got some kind of a complex.
Yeah, don't we all?
Yeah. Let's see if I can find this thing.
Man, being pregnant for 9 years, says Dude Rishi.
Yeah.
Full-time job. That's for damn sure.
Too powerful. I just did a search. Here we go. I'm gonna link this over. It's one of my more favorite interactions on Twitter. But like the United States was, it's not crazy in retrospect that the United States won the Revolutionary War. Like we were a vastly superior people to Britain. Like we were a strong nation of yeomen compared to the like, proto-industrial serfs of England, and
were we like the Arab tribes or something like that? Like
basically, yeah. I mean, we fought like that, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, follow 𝔙𝕚𝕚𝕚𝕚. God, I hope he's okay. Also, he owes me money.
Hope he's okay enough to pay back.
Whatever. I mean, like if he doesn't pay me back, it's fine.
Yeah.
But like I don't know. It's the United States was a really exceptional nation even in 1776, and I think it was clear to anybody who was willing to like kind of extrapolate a little bit that the United States is going to run the planet in 100 years or 200 years.
That's
I don't
terrifying.
know. Is it?
Yeah, because it makes me think about China.
Mm, I wonder if that was your reason. I don't know. I'm actually. There are limits on how China positive I am. I mean, like, I think for a while.
Tocqueville here to extrapolate.
Yeah. Yeah, Volafray.
I think I'm just freaked out by the idea that demographic pressure. Just the idea that there are these pressures that are sort of outside of our control.
It's not coming from China though.
What's not?
Demographic pressure. I think their total fertility rate is below 2.0, which is replacement.
Uh-huh.
They fucked up, man. They implemented this one child policy.
Right.
Way too early, and like I think they're trying to reverse it.
Right.
But they can't fucking unring that bell. I mean, like they're semi-industrialized at this point. They're below total reproductive blah, blah, drunk, whatever.
Thanks for coming by, Lurker.
Yeah. I mean, like, I think, yeah, okay, demographic pressure is coming from cities are killing us. I respect that. I mean, you know, my first wife, like, grew up on a farm, and I think in some sense, I took away from that relationship, like, maybe growing up on a farm is an ideal way to grow up.
Yeah.
Not that I want my kids to grow up like her. I mean, but even so, I think there's like some value in just like, here's the world.
Right.
Here are these hardships that you have to face. Here are these things you have to deal with continuously in order to survive.
Right.
And like she grew up on a cranberry farm.
Cool.
And like it's a nonstop job, you know?
Yeah.
Like you can stop working, but then all your plants die and you're fucked.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Like it's very deep responsibility from an early age. And I respect that. And I think in some ways,
you know what you might be interested in? There are probably a few, but there's a really good biography of Walt Disney that I've been listening to. It's a great audiobook.
Disney.
Yeah. And this dude would do the paper route when he was like, I don't know, 9 years old. And the story goes that on Christmas, his gift one year was a new pair of boots with steel toes, and he was like ecstatic. Like, imagine being ecstatic as a 9-year-old to have steel-toed boots as your Christmas gift, because then your feet wouldn't be fucking freezing when you're doing the paper run.
I get that though. I mean,
Yeah.
like, I don't know. I just said this in chat, but like I had ancestors who were cheesemakers, and that it feels less intense than a cranberry farm, where like apparently if you run it, I don't know what Massachusetts, which is the main cranberry entrepot, is like, but in Wisconsin, which is also a cranberry outpost, like, you know, basically if it gets too cold in the winter, you need to flood your bog in which your cranberries are grown. And
Flood your
if
bog,
you don't,
man.
yeah, man, you gotta flood. And so like there's this like really antique but very thorough series of pumps of water that would like flood the fucking bog in the middle of winter.
Yeah.
And that's what you'd use to keep your plants alive, and you had to do it 24/7, you know? You had to keep the plants from fucking freezing.
Right.
And I don't know. I respect that. I that was a terrible marriage, but also like I respect her upbringing.
Yeah. You know, the image I have in my mind, I don't know if you saw the new Star Trek movies.
What was the last one? I don't think I saw the last.
You don't have to.
one.
It's terrible. It was awful.
I figured.
Yeah. The first one of them, though, I enjoyed. And they do a cool job of just depicting the kind of rural... it's very tropey, but depicting the rural upbringing of Kirk, you know. Kirk...
Girl? What?
Yeah, he's like from Idaho.
No shit. I thought that was mostly. Oh, I guess there was the. Wasn't it Iowa?
Oh, it might be Iowa.
It might have been Iowa. Okay.
It might have been Iowa.
Iowa.
I don't know what's canon or what's not, but anyway, I don't know. I don't know how true it is, but there is this trope, right? It's like that you grow up in the country with like room to breathe, you go big and strong, and you're more virtuous but more simple, or something like that. That's
I mean, Superman, right?
Yeah, that's right. Perfect. This is a perfect example. Nice. Yeah, Superman. Do you know about Superman Red Sun?
I don't know anything about that.
This is a Superman if he had landed in the Soviet Union instead of the United States. They made this comic.
Oh no.
Isn't that an interesting idea?
No, I don't like that at all.
Right. No, it's great. Yeah, Commie Superman. And he's got...
Shit. God is really Soviet. Oh, I don't like that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Anyway, they made it... He's like red and gray, and he's got this hammer and sickle on his chest, of course.
Of course.
Red Sun is good. Did you actually read that, Vogelfree? My man's read everything. EIGENVOYAGE, we've been going for 5 hours. I feel like I should return you to your wife. We have.
Shit. Okay. Well, I don't know. If you're done, I can be done. Like, I definitely don't want to keep you past your quitting point. 5 hours, seriously?
We've literally gone for 5. I won't have the world say that I was the one who wanted to log off first. So I can keep going. I'm good. If there's anything you want to talk about, if there's stuff the chat, everyone who is heroically still hanging on, if anybody wants to ask more stuff.
Yeah, I'll take questions for like 10 minutes more. Does that work for you?
Totally, absolutely.
Okay, I'm gonna kill it at 10:11.
Perfect. Chat, it's on you guys now. You gotta. If we missed any questions.
SSC drama, fuck Tech Media. I'm so mad at them. I genuinely hope that New York Times implodes. I don't know. Every time a newspaper implodes, I'm like, yeah, fuck these guys. That's my hot take.
There you go.
Yes. I should make no new patches. I'll do it. I'll post about this soon.
Oh yeah, you made patches. I saw a picture of those and I love them.
Cat is life is my next cat be death. I don't understand exactly. Nation and Joiners, yeah, that's great. I wish I don't know. I need to think about that a little bit. Post threat, I don't know. I mean, it's I think in a sense we're all post rats. Like the original post rats, I've either blocked for personal reasons or like they've kind of faded out. Like, yeah, in a sense I feel like everyone who's still posting on Twitter is a post rat. I don't know, it seems like it comes in waves, and I'm okay with that. What are you most looking forward to about being a dad? I mean, everything. I don't know. I have so much energy to lavish on people, and having a daughter, I just anticipate it, like I'm gonna have one person who needs a lot of attention, and I have so much of that to give, and that's gonna be useful to them and becoming somebody over time, and I am just endlessly excited about it. What kind of person? Too drunk to notice so equals life. I don't know what that means, actually. No offense. So equals life. If you want to flesh that out, I'm actually curious. What kind of personal reasons?
I think they meant about the post rats.
Oh, I don't want to start fights again. No offense. Hit me up when I'm drunk somewhere else and not a public forum. Okay. What country has the brightest future? I don't know. That's a really good question. I need to think about that. But also it's a really good question. Exciting. Yeah, no. Seriously, maybe Gray. Hey, go. I can't remember whether you're dating anyone, but like, go have some fucking kids. It's great. Like, go talk to Celine if you need to about having kids. But I respect whatever you're doing right now. I'm not keeping track of what you're doing right now, but it seems like you're doing the thing. But also, like,
I like Malty just saying okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Just gestation is fantastic.
go settle down. I can't recommend it enough. You seem like you're the sort of person who could do that. Okay, because I said so. Don't take my advice. Do I think any African nation will be? I mean, like, that's Soren 9898. Yeah, that seems plausible to me. I'm not going to speculate on that more. I took an African studies class sometime in the early 2000s. That seems plausible to me. Yes. Maybe great if you want to be a mom, like, just go be a mom. It fucking owns. I mean, I've loved Slentilikia for a long time, but like, it's so sweet and so beautiful to see her just be really, really excited about being a mom and having so much love for somebody who she's creating as a consequence of me. Go fucking do it. It's wonderful. I encourage it.
This is a pro-natalist stream.
Yeah, this is hypernatalist. Honestly, like, I don't want to encourage people who don't want to have kids because I think you need some amount of investment. But if you're on the fence, I don't know. It's been life changing for me, even not having a kid quite yet, and it's great. Scholar at Arms, buy an AR-15. Is it a coincidence? No. It's honestly, even just expecting to have a kid makes you vastly more patriarchal, and I don't mean that in the negative sense of like, it's, I don't know, maybe in the negative sense, but you see why it's a positive sense once you're about to have kids. Volunteerist commune with fertility rate of 9. Honestly, I could do it. Yes. Go rock on, dudes and ladies. Any other questions? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, maybe Gray, you could easily go and settle down if you wanted to. You seem like you've got that vibe. Like, just I don't know. I'm not exactly sure who you should be dating or who you could be dating, but I encourage you to do whatever you want, and I'm happy to facilitate. Hit me up. Not on DMs. Maybe on DMs. I don't know. Add me on Twitter. I'm very drunk and I shouldn't be taking questions like this. Oh, you have a boyfriend. Great. Go settle down immediately. Boyfriend, marry her. Go on. You know what to do.
Thanks for coming by, dude. Richard.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's been great. I would not spend my evening doing anything else. It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for hosting me, man.
Yeah. I was actually saying bye to Dude Richie, who said he was gonna go, but we can call it whenever. Yeah,
I don't know. I like Mint. What time is it? I said 10:11 would be my good night all. But over, hey man, it's good to see you again in this like virtual setting. Come to Seattle anytime. I think hopefully soon the plague will be over and we can put you up, which would be great. We've got a 2-bedroom. I don't know what the baby's going to be doing. She'll have her own room at some point. I don't know. Drinking. And I don't know. Anything else? Ancient Greek woman or Roman conquered forest? I don't know. I honestly, I checked the hardcore history on, I think Olympia, who is Alexander's mom. She's rad. I mean, like, Alexander seems like the obvious choice, even though he's a fucking psycho.
Alexander's pretty damn cool. I do.
Yeah.
I once again recommend you the Plutarch on Alexander. It's very enjoyable.
Really? Okay, I'll check that out. I'm curious what he has to say. I splurged a year ago on Christmas at a used bookstore and got like a 1918 like 5-volume set of Plutarch, and I was mostly getting that for the kids, but maybe. Yeah.
Okay. I love dude. You want to talk about like understanding heroes and stuff? It's like maybe not all of it is going to be exactly true. Like it's a little bit hard to tell sometimes. But Plutarch lived, not too long after a lot of these guys. So
yeah,
I think his stuff on the Romans is more reliable than his stuff on the Greeks, just because of time. But they're really great.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I think in a certain sense, maybe understanding history is good, but maybe from a personal perspective, especially if you're young, understanding heroes is more important.
Yeah.
Like, like if you want to understand what's happening in the world around you, maybe you understand history. But if you want to understand how to live, you understand heroes. Does that make sense?
Makes sense to me, dude. You're speaking my language. Makes sense to me.
Okay. That actually seems like a really good note to end on. Like,
Yeah,
history for understanding the times and like heroes for understanding how to live.
dude.
I'm happy ending on that note.
Fuck yeah. And we got a nice view of the city here. We just kind of parked
Oh, I love
parked our sports car, you know.
Yeah, I love it. Hey, and everyone who's in chat, like, if you're in Seattle, I don't know, come out. I'll buy you a drink. I'm super happy to take first round. I miss everybody. I miss meeting up with people that I don't know, which I used to do a lot. Like, come to Seattle. We'll drink. It'll be a good evening. I think I can still do this with a kid. We'll figure it out. But I love all of you. Have a good night, and thanks for listening for however long you've listened.
He said it. He said everything I wanted to say. EIGENVOYAGE, thank you very much. You've done me a great service by coming to my my humble stream. We'll, I'll see you on Twitter, dude.
Yeah, sounds good, man. Take care, everyone.
Podcast.